Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Good time gang settling in, and we are here ready for another day. Thank you so much for being with us. As always, we appreciate you making time for us each and every day. We know there's a lot out there that you could be doing and watching and listening to, and you chose us, and we thank you for that. Now let's bring everybody in. To my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are you doing?
Oh, boy, a little icy outside today.
Yeah, where we are located.
Cold.
Where we're located in central Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama is where the show is based out of. That's where we're physically sitting right now. I know a lot of you are listening all over the country or world, but where we are, it is cold. It is a wind chill down in single digits, and it is for a reason. And I know a lot of the areas up North Alabama, Tennessee, northern Mississippi, y'all have had a lot of snow. I know my parents live in Huntsville, and my son attends UAH, and they have sent me video and pictures of what it looks like up there. So a lot of areas are experiencing snow. Where we were, it was a wintry mix, and depending on where you are and where you live, it could be a problem or it's a breeze. And so the staff made our way here today. At times I'll tell you, because, it's funny too. I was talking to a neighbor of mine, and I was like, well, we'll see. He's like, what are you talking about? And I was like, well, we're always the first ones out. we'll just, you turn the corner and you're like, all right, well, let's see what happens. And kudos to the city of Helena and Hoover. South Shades Crest is a big mountain, I should say, in Birmingham. And that's always my concern, and they had sanded that puppy down good. So I creeped on up it. And one of my biggest issues, and Helmsy's about to discuss it, was there's a highway called 280 that we're right off of. And I was fine until I had to stop at a red light, and the red light's up the hill. And it was a little treacherous. Huh?
I came down too. I blew through all the red lights.
Well,
there was
nobody
out there.
Well, there was somebody coming. That's the reason why
I would have went, whoa.
They were coming through, so I couldn't go through it. But anyway, we're here. We're here today.
Well, and I would say this too. I know we're live, and a lot of you out there are thinking, we're here so you can get out there. I wouldn't.
No.
Just because we got up and came to work doesn't mean you need to.
It is not good, and I'm sure
it's not.
Further north you go, the worse. But
it's not safe out there at all. And listen, when I say I was going this morning with an abundance of caution, I was, and it was still slick in areas for me. And I was going like 10, 12 miles an hour, turned off 280 onto the little side road that gets us here. I don't even know what the name of that road is. And I started sliding. It got away from me, and I just rammed the curb with my tires, I'm sure, and wheels are all marked up and probably dented up and all that. And if I was going any faster, I'd have been up in the tree. Mm-hmm. And listen, I was as abundantly cautious as I could be.
Yes.
So there's some bad areas out there. And to your point on this 280 coming up that hill, if you stop, you're not going anywhere. And there's an 18-wheeler stuck out there. There was a car spinning its tires. And Greg, to your point, it was green, and there's a police officer there now trying to make sure no one runs into them. But I just kept going, and if I wouldn't have, I'd have probably been in the same situation.
Yeah, I put her in 4-wheel low, and she just creeped on.
Mine's an auto, so it'll go 4 or it'll go stay in 2, and it never had to go to 4. But there was one time I thought it might. But it's kind of funny because I know a lot of folks that listening, and we have some northern affiliates, and you're probably laughing. We don't have enough of this for A, people to know how to get through it, and B, for the roads to be prepared
and
the
equipment, because there's no need to invest that kind of money in something you're not going to use.
So a lot of you are out riding around, and there's a foot of snow pushed over to the side of the curb, and y'all are just riding. That's because your roads are prepared and all that, and ours just really aren't. And so
snow's different than ice too.
It is.
Yeah, we had freezing rain.
We've got a layer of ice out there in areas, and you can't drive on that.
No, it hits the ground and it's below freezing, so now it's just going.
Right. So that was our kind of setup, but we are here. The Good Time Gang is here. Rick is here, and Adler and Bubba will join us for the main show at top of the hour.
Let me ask y'all this.
We think.
Just for the fun of it. Should we? It's a game I've come up with in my mind called Who Bails First. Let's get shirtless and go out there and see who bails first.
Ooh.
See who can stay out while the other two.
So you named it Who Bails First.
Who Bails First.
I like
Who Bails
that.
First. I
kind
like
of like
it.
the name.
Yeah. What do y'all think?
I'm not doing it.
I'm
but
in.
It's tough out there.
I'm in, but I know that you
tough
claim
out
you
there.
can think warm, but, we challenged you.
No, I
at the-
said shirtless.
Well, we challenged you at the other studio, and you didn't make it 30 seconds.
The wind, it's not horrible. Well, I don't know. It may be. That's your killer, the wind.
Yeah.
Now,
it is.
in these temperatures, even without the wind, it's pretty rough. Felt like I was playing in the Kansas City Chiefs against Miami Dolphins when I got out.
Good night. That was.
Hey, Eagles looked good last night.
Yeah,
on a football note.
Yeah, the Eagles. Had they lost? I think they lost 5 or 6 or something, and then they lost last night.
Weren't they like
the Bucs.
10-1 at one point?
Yeah. It was a mess last night. Started yesterday afternoon, 3:30 p.m. Central Time. The Bills hosted the Steelers. They beat them 31-17, and then it was the Bucs and hosting Philly, and they beat them 32-9. So both games really not even a game. And this sets up the divisional round, which starts Saturday. The Texans will be at the Ravens, the Packers at the 49ers, and then Sunday your games are the Bucs are at the Lions and the Chiefs at the Bills. And so they're your matchup this coming weekend. You want to know my biggest issue today, besides a couple of things we just mentioned, was getting actually in my truck.
Oh, my goodness.
And if my truck had a voice and it could talk.
Yeah. But first of all, that'd be odd.
Right. When I did the remote start and went out thinking it would be prepared, it would have laughed at me and said, "Are you kidding me?"
Remote start couldn't touch it.
No, it would. I mean, it's like I hadn't even started my car and I'd let it run for 10 minutes.
So I had to get in it and turn it off and then fire it up, and I turned everything wide open.
Everything.
Defrost.
Everything.
If I hadn't it had been running on remote start for at least 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And it ain't cracked nothing.
Nothing. And so then I let it run, and I did exactly what you did. I turned it on high, and it's it's rear and front and all this. Defrost, and so I'm like, well, this isn't working. I mean, it's not even making a dent in what's going on in my front windshield. So I went in and found a wooden spatula, and I get out there and I start hitting where my windshield wipers were. A rookie mistake, and I just totally forgot, is I didn't extend my windshield wipers out to where they didn't get stuck. And so I'm dealing with that. And then finally, I find a little hole that I can, it's like looking out from underground. I found a little hole, and I'm like, okay, there, I can see out in front of me. And then I started chiseling away a little bit more to where I could actually,
it was
put
that
it in drive
solid
and go.
ice.
Oh, yeah, that was my biggest issue. I let it go for 10 minutes, and I 15 minutes sitting in the car and working on my windshield before I could leave.
Watch it go. Is it defrosting?
Yeah.
Is it melting?
Right.
I was talking to mine this morning because I parked it up top and not in the garage because I didn't figure I could get up the driveway and probably wouldn't have been able to. And so it was mad at me from the beginning. But I knew remote start wouldn't cut everything on that needs to be on. So I did walk up there. Of course, those steps were fun and adventurous this morning going up. But I'm like, y'all, I still got half my windshield is still a sheet of ice because it's just so thick and it wouldn't.
That's
Need
it.
a hammer.
Yeah. And my windshield wipers, every now and then I would turn them on the way here, thinking, okay, it'll kind of now be defrosted. No. It's like my windshield wipers could talk. They'd be like,
I got a big clob on me.
what do you expect from me? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
To avoid digital threats, turn on NordVPN. It's trusted by millions of users. Just visit NordVPN.com. One of the fastest VPNs on Earth will block web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. It will also encrypt your internet traffic while maintaining a smooth connection. So improve your digital privacy and protection against hackers with one simple click. Get the special deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
January is no time for the same old meals. HelloFresh is here to kickstart 2024 with enticing flavors and fresh ingredients paired with easy-to-follow recipes and delivered to your door. They'll keep your taste buds guessing with their most expansive menu yet. Over 45 delicious recipes to choose from each week right now. Get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. It's working for me, and if you haven't tried it, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the code BUBBA or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters. The people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. You know how you go into stores and the towels can feel super soft, but then when you get home, they don't dry you? Not my towels from MyPillow. They're really soft, but they really work too. What a concept. They're made with a special ring-spun cotton, making them softer and more absorbent than other towels that are out there. Get a 6-piece set for an introductory sale price of $29.98, and you get the designer premium line for just $20 more. Either way, you save 50% right now on all my towels. So head to mypillow.com/Bubba or find the link at rickandbubba.com.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Wake working on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be.
All right, it's 23 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is off and running. I am Speedy. To my left is Greg Burgess. To my right is Michael Helms with the Good Time Gang. Rick is here already, and I'm getting word that Bubba might be having some trouble. We'll see how that plays
top of
out.
Mount Cheoff?
Yeah, and then Adler, have not heard from him, but he's kind of coming the way that Helmsy and I came, so he should be okay.
He's
but
in
I
that
don't
cool
know.
van. I hope he don't get sliding. That thing will
Well,
be top heavy.
That's a great point. That is a good. Is that thing 4-wheel drive or is it?
No,
just,
I bet
No.
not.
No, probably not. Luckily, I
don't like him going up that hill at 280,
Yeah.
through the red light.
Right.
He's
You
top
just don't
heavy.
stop.
It's all about timing.
It is. And what happened is, and we're talking about an
Are
intersection.
y'all talking about coming from the end?
Yeah,
this
right
way?
where Planet Fitness is and the PJ Superstore and all that. That intersection right there. And I'm being terribly local, and all of
went
you
right
don't
there.
live where we live, but there's an intersection where Valleydale Road and 280 meet. And I'm being extremely local, but just for you, so you'll know.
Yeah, majority of people here know what it is.
Yeah, well, but there's people listening all over the country, and so I was just trying to tell you that I started stopping way back because I saw that it was red. Because I'm like, I can't just come to a stop.
And you're coming up Valleydale?
I'm coming up to the studio. Yes.
I mean, you come to Valleydale, hang around.
No, I'm on 280. I'm on 280. I go 459 down 280, and at that intersection, I'm going uphill, but there's a red light, and so I'm like, okay, I can't
that's the
stop.
one I went through.
If
Yeah.
you stop, you're in trouble. And the reason I say that is because there's an 18-wheeler in a car right now.
We're
that
traveling
could not
south
go
this
up.
way.
Yeah.
going
Yeah,
this way.
I
not
started
go up.
stopping way back.
Of course, I was in four-wheel drive.
I started
so I didn't know.
I started stopping way back because I was like, man, this looks bad, because you could just tell from the lanes. And then it finally turned green about when I was pretty close to it. It turned green, so I kind of eased into it. And I was like, I started, fishtailing a little bit, and I'm like, good night. But it never jumped into fourth automatically.
I just went ahead and
I
put it
just
in
put
four
mine
high.
in 4, and
Come on.
the scary part for me was it's all green, the lights, but everybody's stopped, and I'm like, why are they stopped? Like, why are
couldn't go.
Should I stop? Should I keep going? Am I going to get in trouble for? I mean, there's all these things as I'm going like slow, and then I was like, I just blow through it. It's green, and then luckily it wasn't red, because I'd have probably just kept going anyway, because
Yeah, that's what I did.
I realized by the time I got up there what was going on. Anyway, I really needed you, Greg, to drive in from Jacksonville today,
Just
which
to see,
would have
just so
been
you know what the
which would have
trip-
been dumb, but
I'm
I need to
thinking
know.
if you go 77, it's going to get silly. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know
I ain't
that
got
I don't
a
know that I'm
clue.
gonna be able to
It's
go.
further north.
I know, and I'm seeing some things on social media that doesn't look good for that area. So I'm just trying to plan out my day.
Yeah, I get you.
But if you're here, if you're around, I wouldn't get out right now and do anything if you didn't have to.
It was funny because there was I normally, when I'm coming into work, you see other people out. I had gotten it's about a 7-minute drive to the interstate from where I live, and I didn't see one person. Either way, going either way. I'm like, so it's just me. And then I finally get up on the interstate, and there's still nobody coming. And then I saw an 18-wheeler pass me, going the other way, and then one way off in the distance in my rearview mirror. I'm like,
about
so
those
it's
guys?
here we are.
And that was the kind of eerie
And
feeling.
they just want to get somewhere.
I
They're
know, how
like,
about those guys? You got to
I
make
know.
a decision. Do I chance it and keep
Yeah,
going? What I
yeah.
do?
That was the eerie feeling from the time I left the house until, and I went a different way. So I went 30, again, local, but you two will know and understand what I'm saying, because you'll understand this. From my house to 3165, I saw one car, and it was a police car.
Yeah.
And then from there to 280, saw an 18-wheeler. And that's it. And so I thought, so you're the only one out here. That's good.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Right. For what we do, it's that's kind of the case a lot of times, and that is that we, sometimes it's ice and winter mixing, and sometimes it's tornadoes and
it's not
severe
supposed to get
weather.
above freezing today.
No, it's not.
Here's my concern. Here's the concern I have is people, as the morning unfolds, are going to get out, and there's going to be wrecks, and there's
gotta
going to
go
be
work.
this, that,
Trying
and
to
the
get
other.
home for us.
trying to get home for us is going to be the
So
issue.
you're basically saying y'all don't ruin it for us.
Right. That's exactly
Stay
what I'm
in so
saying.
we can get home.
That's it. That's it. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Because a couple of years ago, what we were talking about, it took so long to get home because people were jackknifed and blocking lanes, and we couldn't get home. So yeah, there's that.
I mean,
for
if
sure.
this happens at what I saw this morning, if that happens at an hour later, no one's going anywhere because there's going to be more cars.
Right, because it's not going to get cooler and
It's
warmer.
not,
to your
the
point.
the ice is not going away.
No, it's not. So anyway, there's that for you. And for those of you in different areas, you kind of experienced it from time to time, and that's kind of our life right now. And I know a lot of markets are experiencing it as well. So y'all be safe and just listen to your local Rick and Bubba affiliate or news source, and they'll help you guide you through it. But when I started looking at Span's social media last night, who we have on the show all the time, and he was showing interstates and people standing, sitting there because somebody, to your point, Helmsy, they got loose and they're trying to clear the way, and it just blocked things up for miles. And then you're stuck and hung out. Yeah. I remember, what year was it that we were not the blizzard of '93, but the other
one
What year was that? I'm so bad with years.
I don't know.
It's been longer than we think.
But I remember it wasn't just
Well,
our area.
I can tell you.
You remember seeing Atlanta?
Maddie was a baby.
I can tell you because Maddie was a baby.
right.
So 2012
Was that 12? Okay. Do y'all remember
Maybe
seeing like
2011?
the Atlanta Metro when people were stuck?
Yeah, they had the exact same problem we had.
Yeah. Good gracious.
Yeah.
Your situation was horrible.
It was.
Oh, it was.
It
It was because you throw a
gracious.
child in there, and now you got you a mess.
I'll ram my car in a curb every day to avoid that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Hey folks, Field of Greens just may be the healthiest thing I do for myself each day. My family loves it too. It's nutrition the way nature intended. It helps with digestion. I have more energy. I feel better and healthier overall. Skin looks healthier. There's just a feeling of better and overall health that comes with it, and it's easy to take. But I think for me, what's most compelling is that Field of Greens is radically different. Each organic fruit and vegetable was medically chosen to support heart and vital organ health. And with flu season here, I trust Field of Greens to help me stay healthy, and it's working for me. So if you haven't tried it yet, I encourage you to give it a try. I promise you're going to love this product. But if for any reason you don't, they'll give you a 100% money-back guarantee. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com using the code BUBBA. That's 15% off your first order plus free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com with the code BUBBA. Or just go to rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It's 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and tuning in to the kickoff hour. We are live, and we appreciate you being with us. Looks like Adler has said he's good, and hopefully will join us shortly.
He's in that sweet van.
He's in that sweet van, baby. And Bubba, on the other hand, is having issues. I don't know what he was thinking, but we will we'll update you after top of the hour. We discussed a number of things. This Iowa caucus thing yesterday. Trump blew everybody out of the water. DeSantis comes in second. Nikki Haley third, and Vivek drops out. He's suspended.
But throws his support to Trump.
Yeah, he suspended his campaign, and as Greg just said, threw his support behind Trump, which we knew he would do once this happened.
I like. He's got a lot of good things to say. I like the guy.
So you know what? Now there's three. There's three.
There's truly only
It's
one.
extremely bizarre, and he's on trial.
Yeah,
and, you know, so
it is bizarre.
And
guys, not sure how this is going to.
It's kind of funny because everything the left tries to do, it really backfires on them. I mean, you go back to Russia collusion and all this kind of stuff, and then all these made up charges where they're trying to get him, expelled. Look on TV.
That's what I was doing this morning when I ran into that curve.
Trying to get him
right there.
expelled from being able to run and all this kind of stuff. All it's doing is helping his numbers.
Look.
So it's backfiring because I think the American people see what's going on, and it's actually making a lot of folks mad that probably would have just sat back and said,
That's
I'm
true,
not going to
too.
do anything. But it's pissing everybody off is what they're
No,
doing.
you're exactly right.
Some people
At
that
some
were out were
point,
like, well, I'm back in.
I'm
now.
one of them. At some point, if you poke the bear long enough, bear's going to get up and do something about it.
That's right.
And that's what the Democrats have done.
That's it.
And there's people like me that are sitting down saying, I really don't care, to be honest. Can't stand politics. Don't like politicians. Like walking through this process. I'll turn it over and watch everybody caucus in Iowa, and I'll watch primaries, and I love the election process, but can't stand anything after that. You've woke me up, and I can promise you I'll be there now.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of people. you overplayed your
I was
hand
kinda
as
on
you
the same
normally
boat.
do.
I was done. I was like, look, man,
Yeah.
I appreciate what you did. It's
Right.
and when I say done, I just was done because I didn't think you were electable.
Right.
Yeah, I thought you were, a bad one to.
Y'all.
Hey, buddy.
Here comes Adler. Hey, buddy.
Oh, hey, guys.
How you doing, man?
Just hiking in through the night.
Okay.
He's got a lantern.
Just hiking in through the night.
Okay.
Like an adventurer.
Does anybody
Hey.
does anybody not love the fact that he now is carrying a backpack around that's a DeWalt tool bag?
Yeah.
Where did you get
that is
that?
so good.
I noticed
Hey,
yesterday and it's
Got a
fantastic.
few carabiners on it.
I
He
love
does.
it.
And,
I
and
love
we
it.
got to discuss his new water jug.
Oh,
We have all
boy,
that to
that
discuss
was
today.
bizarre.
Has he got one of those 5-gallon buckets, Stanley?
Oh,
He's
man,
got
he-
this big metal thing.
Hey,
Dude, now
it's-
that he's decided that bottled water's bad for you,
yeah.
he's
Oh,
got
Or,
this.
or just in the in the bottle. You're right.
Yeah.
But I don't know how he puts the water. I think he pours the bottled water into that. Right?
no,
I
he
think.
gets
No?
he gets faucet
Oh, he does.
water from the faucet. It's
Okay.
filtered. It's filtered.
I don't know.
Yes.
Something bizarre.
Yes to
Yes.
all that.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say anything, but
you done with
I'm
water?
a little bit scared of microplastics in bottled water.
Is
now.
this the same thing about the deodorant when you didn't like all the metal in it?
I'm still on that, Greg. I'm still
I know.
stinking. 10
I
years
know.
later, I'm still stinking bad.
Hey, talk to me about the bottled water. What's going on? What is it?
You just hear.
Have you seen that
everybody's-
thing he's carrying around?
Hey.
Everybody's like, you need a credit card every time you drink a bottle of water. It's a whole credit card's worth. I mean, they don't say that, but they say like every like 14 days, the average American eats like a credit card's worth of microplastics or
that's a
something
fact.
like that.
Who's the
I
fact?
don't know.
Who's they?
It was either Dr. Fauci or Joe Rogan. I forget who told
Was
me
this
that.
on?
I forget who told me that. But
Well, that's scary considering how.
You heard this on Coast to Coast.
This is what it was.
I don't know if it's right. I don't know, but now
that's what they say.
Now I'm
Who's
filtering
they?
my tap water. I'm filtering my tap water, and I'm bringing
Well,
it
you
with me
should've
like a
done that.
weirdo loser.
Well, look,
idiot.
that's fine. You got your bag like you like it. I want to know how the van performed today.
it's no problem because I took my wife's car.
Oh, okay. Little front wheel drive.
It's
Front wheel drive.
It's a Subaru.
Okay.
4-wheel drive.
Ooh, safe
you know,
car.
So
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah,
That's smart.
That was the plan. I was like, I'll just take the Sub.
They're going to be at the house. You
Sub.
got this.
Put it in X mode. They're stuck at the house. Put the Sub in X mode and go, brothers.
Okay.
Go.
You
Yeah, so
probably laughed at the road.
it was
this
no
morning.
problem. I didn't spin a tire.
Oh.
I went past that semi truck that was trying to back
you saw
down
it
the
too.
mountain.
Yeah.
And he had some chains on, and he was just going real slow backwards, back down the mountain.
Mountain.
I would love to back up a semi truck down a mountain. That
That'd be
sounds like
nice.
a great time.
Especially on ice.
On ice,
Did-
yeah.
Did he have any help, or was he solo?
There was police officers kind of
Okay.
all
That's
around,
what I
just kind of
saw.
watching.
And they were cold, man.
I had just beat that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
so glad I did.
just kind of watching.
Oh my
So I
goodness.
just kind of scooted my way through. Initially, I was afraid they were going to divert me away, but I just kind of went, "Hey, bud, good
What
luck."
I did.
Well,
Yeah.
as Helmsy says, everybody stay inside so we can get home. Y'all don't mess the roads up for us now.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, that would be nice. All right, well, good to have you here, bud.
Good to be seen.
And,
Hey,
I
talk
think
to us
every-
about the DeWalt bag. What's
Yeah,
going
we're-
on with that?
That was y'all gave that to me.
So you're using it as a backpack.
That's my daily carry
the-
now.
That stuff they
Y'all
sent.
gave it to me for my birthday.
Oh, I
yeah,
thought.
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I thought it was a screwdriver and a
Yeah, I didn't know it was a
flashlight or
nice
something.
It was a
bag like that.
backpack, screwdriver, and a flashlight.
Oh, well, look at you go.
Yeah, so
That's
Did you
good.
Cool
did you
now.
leave the tools in there or did you take them
No,
out?
he's got that big jug.
I got a jug of water in there, so I'm using it to carry a jug
You
of
need
water.
to see this
mostly,
jug.
it's mostly
Yeah.
just a camelback that looks like a DeWalt bag.
It's
you
like
know?
a metal. Big
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a big
Actually, I think
metal
it's a vase.
It's
that
not
he's
a
just put
vase.
it's that
It's a
big.
vase.
Oh, can
A
you get it
vase.
out?
It's a vase.
Show it to us. I'm sorry. There.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Dog
It's
in it.
it's
I mean, it
it's
fits
a liter.
real
What is it?
good.
A liter?
I
least?
think it's a couple liters.
Yeah,
Oh,
a
at
couple.
least.
Oh yeah.
2 liter. You have
There
a
we
2.
go.
Oh,
Uh-huh, yeah.
It's a liter.
It is
got a little flip up top.
1.8 liters.
You could actually put some
It's
water in
1.8
there and
liters.
probably do curls with it and have a pretty
I
good
bet it's
workout.
heavy.
It's good for camping and stuff like that. And my father-in-law,
And weirdness with water.
my father-in-law bought it for me. Initially, I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna put a ton of beer in here."
Yeah, you thought, look at this,
But
guys.
now I'm using it for water.
First
But
thought,
my
though.
initial thoughts,
All
yeah,
right,
were
and
different.
You could see Steph popping that lid going, check this out, guys.
What I pictured was like some kind of cool old drink, and then I like put it into my saddlebag on my motorcycle and like drive to a mountain, and then I get out and it's like still warm. I'm like, yeah.
You're so crazy. So now show the audience your DeWalt bag because for those that get the
it's-
video version.
Well, I appreciate the birthday gift from y'all.
Oh, wow. That is nice.
Killer.
Yeah, look at you.
Honestly, I had my old backpack set up. This has the hard bottom.
Okay.
And you
That's
can
heavy
set
duty
it-
work. That's a working man's backpacks. What that is.
My old backpack, you set it down and it would just slowly go.
Yeah,
and
fall
flip
forward or
over.
something.
You
Yeah.
look like
Mine
an
is.
idiot. Everybody's laughing at you because your backpack's falling
backpack.
down.
So we're idiots. 'Cause that's what we
Everybody's
got.
laughing at you.
Oh, I
So,
saw something.
Hey, do you think you
the
mean
hard
business though?
bottom.
When they see DeWalt, do they go, "Hey, this guy means business"?
People say that.
I
no
think they
matter
say,
what.
"Hey,
They
the
look at
maintenance
me.
guy's here.
Yeah. Well, yes.
Did somebody need something worked on?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, the electrician's here.
He's
We're
here.
good.
Yeah.
We're good.
There you go.
All right. Well, good to have you here today. We are all settling in where the show's based out of. If you're just tuning in, a little wintry mix, winter weather issues. So, but we've all got here. Looks like we're gonna miss Bubba though. From
Yeah,
the
what's
text
going on with
messages.
Bubba?
Well, he lives on the mountain.
And
Probably not a great idea to
no,
stay on
no,
it. But
no. I didn't even
there's
pull
a
his-
reason I didn't go home. It's
Yeah.
Jacksonville.
Right.
There's
Because it wasn't a good idea.
There's
No.
a reason I pulled my truck to the top of the hill because I knew I wouldn't be able to get up.
He didn't even pull his truck to the road.
No.
you didn't.
I don't understand that.
Speaking of trucks and everything, I pulled in and I noticed Helms, your truck, and Rick, your trucks. Y'all pulled the windshield wipers.
That's Speedy
up
and Rick.
Okay.
That's mine.
You
I
pulled the
didn't do
windshield
that.
wipers up into the air, so they're just like pointing straight out.
Because they're getting frozen.
I've never thought of that before, but I didn't want to be stuck, so I did it too. So I don't
I feel
just
like
followed the
who
crowd
got
on
here
that
first,
one.
you or Rick?
Greg did.
Greg,
Oh,
but,
I did.
But between
I
you
did.
and Rick,
I did.
So
Yeah,
I
Rick
think.
didn't come up.
Yeah, I was going to say when I pulled up, my thought was Speedy done this because Speedy
Absolutely.
knows about stuff like this.
I'm fixing to go do mine.
Rick pulled up and said, "Well, I guess I probably need to do that too."
Well, if not, you know what's going to happen? The
And-
windshield wipers are going to laugh. They're going to laugh at us when we try to start them because they're like, "I can't swing."
Hey, Greg,
That's the way mine works.
listen,
This morning, I finally
listen.
got 'em
I
loose.
went the other way. I'm like, I ain't doing that.
Yeah.
Looking like some goob.
I went
Well,
with the
hey,
crowd.
that's fine. I'm gonna be able to use them.
I went
I'll
with the
go
crowd.
my A back to the house.
Greg, I wouldn't have went there, but
Well, are you expecting a downpour on the way home? I've seen
How
the
about
weather.
this? You let me be me, and you get
I'm
your
just
blue
saying.
piece of crap, and just go on home.
I think the moisture's done passed us, but
Honestly,
it's a good idea if it
it's
wasn't.
not about that. I actually didn't use it on the way here, and when I tried to turn them on around the corner, it's like,
yeah, well, at least you didn't slam
you
your
know,
truck into
they're
a curb
freezing
like
back,
I
I'm
did.
telling you. Oh,
So
you
is
just
Bubba's-
fine.
Bubba's
You
truck
do
is
your
his
thing.
door shut or is he can't?
Boy, mine were.
He said he's trying to thaw his truck. Is the
I don't
door
know.
frozen?
We don't know
shut?
what Bubba's doing.
Okay.
But I put the big yank on it and got it open.
I did. I just thought I've never had my truck laugh so hard at remote start. I just never have.
It didn't melt
Normally it
nothing.
works a little,
Yeah.
but it's like we hadn't even turned it on.
Oh yeah, same thing. I was out there ready. I walked out with it's done nothing.
Yeah.
And then I got in there and got her all set. Boy, once I cranked it, put it on max defrost.
Oh goodness, mine
Cranked
was
it to about 80.
mine was. I had to roll my window on the way here. I was, I was hotter than Baker Mayfield.
Hey, that's good. You can leave.
He
It's
is hot,
early.
by the way.
It's early, but you can go.
Yes.
Yeah, I had red cheeks. I had the heat on so high.
My wife's
You know what I'm saying? I was like, "Whoo, this is hot."
my wife's car does have heated seats. That was nice on the way in.
Oh, you know what?
You talking about
never,
the Sub?
I
Yeah,
never
the
thought
Sub.
was a big deal. The heated steering wheel is pretty
Oh,
awesome.
it is. It's a
Yeah.
game changer.
Oh, now you're in the future.
Yeah, that's a game changer.
Greg,
Of course, I got out and my backside was steaming. Everybody was thinking I was just like, farting a ton.
what
I
in this
wasn't.
wrong with you,
I
man?
wasn't.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Start learning a new language today. Go to Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Liberty Mutual presents How to Be the Life of the Party.
Okay, first turn the music off.
Then ask for everyone's attention. Now, tell them that you customized your home insurance with Liberty Mutual and saved hundreds. Boom! Now everyone knows you're not just a pretty face. You have some brains inside that face that know how to save hundreds on home insurance. Woo!
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Based on recent survey of new customers who switched and saved. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Sponsored by Armstrong Pharmaceuticals.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply. Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BOUNCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BOUNCE to 42424. That's BOUNCE to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week Quick Start Pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week Quick Start Pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so the NFL divisional round is set. It'll start on January the 20th, which is Saturday. We'll have 2 games Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. As we mentioned earlier, the Texans will go to the Ravens, Packers to 49ers, and then on Sunday, the Bucks will go to the Lions, and the Chiefs will go to the Bills. I knew the Philadelphia Eagles had hit a skid, and they didn't have A.J. Brown or anything, but the Bucks, they whooped their tail last night.
Yeah, the Bucks just
that defensive front for the Bucks, I just really owned the Philadelphia Eagles front.
I only watched.
Jalen didn't have time to do anything.
No, he didn't. I watched the first half, and also the Eagles were giving up a lot of deep passes,
they were
over 20 yards.
They were.
He hit some big ones.
Yeah. So that is quite the surprise. That was a surprise, and then the Packers beating the Cowboys the way they did was a surprise. But everything else kind of has played out. So there you go. That's the NFL.
But too, Belichick evidently has checked in with the Falcons.
Yeah. He's interviewed.
That would be a weird.
It would be.
He's interviewing with the Falcons, and did y'all see Mike Tomlin walk off before the game? In a press conference, they asked him about his contract, and he just left the podium.
Really?
Dead middle sentence of the question. He left.
Let me go ahead and step out here. He didn't want to talk about it.
No, he didn't. And this story we were talking about earlier, Greg, South Alabama's head coach, Kane Womack, it looks like he is going to join the Alabama Crimson Tide staff as defensive coordinator.
Is that official?
That is what sources are saying, and ESPN is reporting. It says Alabama coach Kalen DeBoer is set to hire South Alabama head coach Kane Womack as the Crimson Tide's new defensive coordinator. They worked together on Indiana staff in 2019, and DeBoer was the offensive coordinator and Womack was the defensive coordinator. Womack is 36, just finished his third season at South Alabama as head coach and led the Jaguars to a bowl each of the past two seasons. South Alabama won 10 games in 2022, the most in school history as an FBS program. So that looks to be taking place, but we'll see how that plays out. But big news, I guess, going from a head coach at South Alabama to a defensive coordinator at Alabama, I guess how do you feel about that?
It's definitely a step up.
Yeah,
and
unless you're just bound and determined to be, a head coach,
and the money's better.
Sure,
and it allows you to. I really don't think he's ever going to get an SEC type job being the head coach at South Alabama. So if he's wanting to be an SEC coach, that's probably he needs to do this,
or just a Power 5 coach in general. You think?
Sure, absolutely.
Just hey, whatever, maybe get a promotion from there.
He's had a really good career. Like him and Taylor were on the same staff at Jack State.
Okay,
he went on. He was the defense coordinator, at one of the Illinois schools, Eastern, one of them, I don't remember, in his mid to late 20s. I mean, he's been his dad was, I think, Ole Miss's defense coordinator.
Yeah. It did say that, and I didn't know that. It said that his dad.
He's had a really good career. I mean, he's young, still young.
Yeah,
and he's proven he can be a good head coach.
That's
so
true,
he can put that over there and go, I've done that.
Yeah, now I'm gonna go.
Now
here and
I can go see what it looks like in a Power 4 world, and that's when he's going to get more
to that level. Absolutely.
So there you go. That looks like
build that resume.
Yeah,
it looks like that's the first big hire
good for him.
that DeBoer is going to make at Alabama, and that's big news for sure. And it looked like we talked about Harbaugh interviewing with the Chargers in the NFL, and you wonder, is he doing that just pure leverage, or is he actually entertaining it? And we'll see how that.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, we did the story a few years ago. Didn't they cut Harbaugh's pay at one point, lower it a little bit? Remember that?
You talking about
at Michigan?
I don't know.
It seems
Greg.
like they did.
Okay.
Did
he do it like voluntarily to help with?
I can't remember what it is. I just think I remember us doing a story that they cut his pay a little bit. I mean, you're still making a lot. But,
yeah.
Maybe, like you say, maybe he's just trying to get a raise.
Yeah, I guess so.
Or maybe he's going to the NFL.
Yeah.
We just won the national championship. He might go, okay, got that done. Now I'm going to go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, you brought up
he's
the
proven
point.
He's successful in the NFL. He ain't one of these guys you go, I don't know if his game's going to play.
No.
He's shown that he can win the Super Bowl. Of course, his brother beat him.
Yeah.
Well, and to your point, that it seems that the college NCAA cloud seems to hang over him a little bit too, and he may be like,
he may be tired of that because they just keep on. He missed 6 games this year because of it.
And I'm telling you, we talked about this yesterday. I never thought I would say this. The NFL is more stable right now than college football.
It is.
Yeah.
And so
it actually has guidelines and rules.
It does.
And contracts and binding contracts.
Yeah.
Because one of the crazy
they can't leave every year.
No, because it's one of the crazy rules is
salary
that
caps.
I
mean, they have everything in place.
You're right.
The crazy rule that we were talking about earlier, Greg, is and Helmsy bringing you in on it too, is the head. If your coach leaves, you can explore the transfer portal and leave. But if your coach isn't right now, I think it's a dead. You can't be talking
during
to
this certain
anybody.
time.
So you have an exodus of like Alabama players just wanting to leave, but Alabama can't talk to anybody.
Yeah, to replace them.
To replace them right now. And
But they
so,
are.
Well, I know that, but
Yeah.
I'm just saying there's a write-up on it on ESPN about how the rules, how
Just
crazy the
somebody
rules
needs to
are
tighten
right
this
now.
thing up.
Yeah.
The NIL and the portal.
Yeah.
So they need to somehow streamline this thing, get some kind of guidelines. I mean,
I'm
this-
convinced off of other sports, one in particular that I coach, if you enter the portal, you already know where you're going.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not a free agency right now. It's not I enter the portal, then I look. It's kind of like leaving a job. Most people don't leave a job until you have another one. And that's what these kids are doing is they've got friends scattered all over the country that are on these different teams, and they're going, "Why don't you come play for us?" That's how it's going. There is tampering going on. People don't want to talk about it.
But then there are those who have stepped out and jumped in the portal, assuming that everybody wants
that's
them.
right.
I mean, in fact, that's the majority.
Yeah.
What was the percentage?
Well,
they
that
showed
was
on it?
early on. That was
Boy, you
early
gotta
in the
know.
There was a lot
process.
of people
know.
hanging out
That was
didn't
early
get
in the
picked up.
process. No, you're right.
Got to know.
But
so
most,
there's
like you say, of being contacted, the ones
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
kid from
yeah.
Ole Miss.
Yes.
I mean, you think
you,
that
you
he
know,
just-
you know, and Will Rogers probably knew he was going to go to Washington when he did what he did. Of course, now he's hung out, and I don't know what he'll do now. But so anyway, so there's that. It's just a weird time, but we'll get through it, and then we'll look up and it'll be football season again, and then we'll have the 12-team playoff, and all the conferences will look different. The SEC is going to look. I mean,
new
just
world.
everything's going to look different. So we'll have to relearn everything. And figure out who's on first.
That's going to be interesting.
Yes,
to say the least.
All right, we'll take a break, and then the main show will start. We've got Rick and Adler here, and I'm seeing just sketches of team text messaging that Bubba is attempting to get here,
He's on his
but
way.
he's going to be late. So we'll take a break. We'll be right back. We thank you so much for hanging out with us here on the Kickoff Hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, go to Rick and Bubba for all the information about the show. You can follow us on social media, individually, and as a show, and a whole lot more.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is, sweet. The original Ballroom Blitz. There it is.
Oh, they had some good
Them
ones. didn't
boy,
they?
they cranked out a one or two.
When they had a hit, they knocked it out of the
my
park.
goodness.
Yeah. Do you remember the Crocus version?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, from the 80s?
I do. Didn't care
Great
for it.
band Crocus.
Didn't like it.
Crocus. I don't know if I
Crocus.
remember that.
Then there was the Wayne's World. You know, the woman who did it.
Yeah,
she did
I
a
didn't
version.
like
of it.
that one.
Yeah, that was. How about leave Ballroom Blitz alone? It's covered.
That's sweet handling.
I tell you what, when Greg and I were in the great bands Mystique and Silent Rain, we'd open with it.
Oh, yeah.
If you didn't watch us.
We'd throw Fox on the Run out there, too.
Sure we would. You trying to find your seat, you might hear us go ahead and get started. Of course, there were a few times we got involved in a Ballroom Blitz.
Sure we did. It's a Ballroom Blitz.
Well, you know, no need for security if you can just come off stage and fight for yourself.
That's right. Yeah.
A
lot of that, by the way.
Yes,
What was that all about?
Man.
One of the funniest ones I remember is talking to a guy during the guitar solo, and I said, "If you don't shut up when this song ends, it's on. Now, right now, you can just be quiet."
Yeah.
Like that. And he popped out one more time. I said, "Okay, thank y'all very much. We'll be right back." And then, here I go. Here we go. It's Ballroom Blitz stuff. Oh my goodness! Thank you, Jesus, for salvation.
Amen.
All right, so we.
How about a chair across the back? It's not good.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's, you know, in wrestling, they just break right away, but not in the real deal.
Not in the real world.
All right, so we have to look back at Bubba's trip. What is it called? Marshall Flight Center? Is that what it's
Marshall
called?
Space Flight Center.
Space Flight Center. That's it. I knew that was a word I was missing. I kept calling it Marshall Flight Center. I said, I'm missing a word in there somewhere. So we'll recap that trip. I hope it was great. None of us could stomach the Democratic debate last night, but I saw enough to at least make a couple of swiping comments.
It's hard.
Yeah, we got that too.
I bet that was precious.
Isn't that something?
Huh?
Isn't that something?
You know, I couldn't ruin the great day that I had by watching that crap. You know,
that's what it is. I tried to watch it for the show to have a few tidbits today, or say, hey, have you got that piece of video? I promise you, the longest I was able to do it before turning away was maybe 3 minutes. And then you're just like, I can't. I know. I've heard all this. I've heard y'all go on and on about this stuff. I just can't take it.
Yeah.
I can't listen to it again.
After seeing so many talented and skilled people who are working hard for a common goal, I just couldn't watch a bunch of idiots that have no idea.
Oh,
you know what?
gosh.
I just couldn't do it.
Look, and I hate to. I know I've belabored this point, but I got to. I guess it's okay because I don't want a Democrat to win. But guys, those of you that think Joe Biden, that window's closed. He can't.
They said he contradicted himself 2 or 3 times.
Look, and another thing is, I have aging parents, you know, and you've been through that stage, Bubba. Some of us are in it. Some of it's to come if your parents, you know, have are able to hang around long enough. Joe Biden is that guy. He is not capable of doing what will be required of him. Yeah. And you can see he gets stammered, he gets confused, he gets lost. You know, some people when they're that age, they're just as spry as ever.
All right.
He's not. He's not that. He's at the age, and the things that age brings, they're affecting him. And I'm not trying to run him down. I'm talking medically now.
Just life.
I'm just talking medically now. He cannot handle. This window's closed. Mm-hmm. He gets confused. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He says words, sounds like us.
Talking about corn pop?
Yeah, says words wrong and like y'all said, contradicts himself. He was asked a direct question in one of the 3-minute windows I looked. I looked twice for 3 minutes. Mm-hmm. And in one of those windows, he was asked a direct question about his son, and he never answered it. They said, all right, you said yourself, if you become president, you don't believe that any family member of any president should be working with these other countries. So does that mean that your son shouldn't have been working for him when you were the vice president? And he wouldn't answer the question.
Well, no,
he just acted.
Well, Rick, it reminds me of the time I was with Corn Pop.
He acted like that question didn't happen.
So he just ignored it.
Yeah, he just talked about other things.
Because he wants to do what he wants to do,
right,
and then be critical of everybody else who's doing what they want to do.
Right. Yeah. So I just. You know, they were saying, "Oh, does that mean since you went through it, you realize that was a mistake, so you won't do that again?"
Right.
And he wouldn't.
Still wouldn't address it.
It's like he wasn't asked.
Well,
it's like a child when you ask who broke this.
They don't want to give anybody a soundbite they can use against them, so they're not going to say what they're leading them to say. Yeah. But by the same time, they're not answering the question.
No. So anyway, it was just bizarre. I mean, it's just and I see that Rand Paul's he's written a book about socialism. And he made the mistake of trying to go on The View and talk about it. Ooh. And I guess it was The View. Maybe it wasn't The View. There was some woman screaming at him. I thought it was The View. But anyway, he was trying to make them see that Chavez and these kind of people are socialist. Okay, and of course there was a woman, I don't know who it was, if she was on The View or something, who all she would do is scream at him. That man's a murderer and whatever. And he goes, but he's a socialist as well. If you're not going to say he's a murderer, he goes, no. I'm just telling you, when you vote for a socialist, you know what you get? Socialism.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was trying to make that point because they kept screaming what a horrible person he was. He goes, yeah, I know. That's the point.
Yeah, so if you're a good person that's a socialist, it's okay.
Well, here's what I would say the dangers. I'm going to try to use something that the Democrats maybe can, some of y'all that are watching, y'all that
6 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. We have much to do on this edition. Here's the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama. Today, the Deep South is in a deep freeze, and we're having a conniption about it. So we'll talk to you about that as we go. Bubba's finally made it. He has made his way to the Big Boy Studio. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they got here no problem. They've given you a kickoff hour. Eddie Van Adler has made it with no trouble. He is here with your YouTube options today, both live and archived. A lot of different ways to get the old Rick and Bubba show, and grab them all. They're out there. Yeah. Somebody say, give me some shelter. Get some shelter. Hey, I'm on a fadeaway. Sing it, Adler. It's There's them Rolling Stones. All right, so everybody made their way. Now, I understand that there's many of you, thankfully, in many places, and this winter thing is not affecting you in any way, shape, or form. And we do not want to bore you with, just sitting here talking about that all day. And I realize that. But the show is about what's going on with the people within the show. And for us, when the Deep South goes into a deep freeze, there's all kinds of content that goes with that that's enjoyable. And we'll touch on some of that today, just because it's on a lot of your minds and it's just fun. I do know that I am wearing the Rick and Bubba hoodie on a bit of a tight rotation. Greg's made that perfectly clear to me, but it operates really well in the conditions we're in. I mean, it's a perfect shirt, perfect hoodie, and keeps you warm. And if you get out there and you go out to your truck and it's frozen, you'll be glad you have it. And so anyway, if you don't have that, and then we probably the toughest track to the show today, based on just the setup, is one Bill Bubba Bussey. He met a few more obstacles than the rest of us did, but he's made his way here. So
good morning,
Hey,
sir.
buddy, how are you?
Glad to be here.
Anybody having a good day?
We are. Excellent day. Who's got it better than us?
Nobody! So
if you are traveling out there, be careful,
Yes,
but
sir.
you can navigate it for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I live on a mountain, and
mountain.
yeah, it's
on top of Old Smoky.
Mm-hmm.
There's good times to be there, and there's bad times.
Well, there's a
And,
price to play for it. A price to pay for a view.
Yeah. And we have a nice breeze and no mosquitoes in the summer, but these icy days, it's a lot of fun. So we made it though. We got it. I was like Speedy. It took me forever to thaw the truck out.
Yep.
It was a solid sheet of ice. I couldn't get in, and I couldn't get the windshield clear, and I was spraying it with the de-icer, and I swear, I believe it was freezing up.
Well, I went old school. I knew, the lift, and you're in the same situation. Yeah. You can't park it in a garage.
Right.
So I knew it was paying a price out there. We never did really get any precipitation where we live until we were all long asleep. So I had a feeling that some of it would fall, at least to some degree. And I thought, based on the temperatures, my windshield will probably have an inch and a half thick of ice on it.
Yeah.
And so I just got up 40 minutes earlier than normal and just went out there and started working. And you know what finally worked for me? Who would have thunk it? That is warm water dumped on the ice.
Yep.
De-ice the windshield wipers, get them going, turn on the defroster, then I was fine.
Yeah. Well, it just took time. That was the thing. And yesterday was so pretty here. We saw the warnings of it coming, but I don't know. I didn't buy into it as hard as I would have if it had been in March. Usually that's when we get our more severe weather a little later in the winter.
Well, the problem we had was it's not that it's a lot. It's just the Arctic blast is the key. If the temperatures were not as cold as they are, it really wouldn't be any big deal at all where we are, because we didn't get the snow, we didn't get any of that, and actually sometimes snow is not as hard to maneuver around as this can be.
Oh, I know. The snow,
Yeah.
the snow is pretty good.
Right.
But the other cars on the road, they were where I live and have to come over the mountain. It's called Double Oak Mountain.
Yep.
people are coming down it fine, but they're going 5 miles an hour, which is good. I'm glad they slowed it up, but it does take a little longer to navigate.
Well, you have to think it through. Like I only have really one slight incline, not near like what I had at the old studio, but I didn't even chance it. I went out the back, just stayed flat the whole way. I stayed away from hills. I thought hills were bad.
Hills bad.
Yeah,
hills bad.
But didn't have any problems until I nearly slipped and fell on the sidewalk.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that heads up.
Yeah.
And I don't know who started the trend of putting their windshield wipers up, but I felt obligated to do
Well,
that.
Speedy
too.
did it because I thought about it. One of my biggest problems was I did the crank the truck, let it run.
Yeah.
Well, that does no good if the windshield wipers are froze to the windshield.
Yes.
Because they're not slapping.
No.
And so that was my biggest obstacle this morning was to get my windshield wipers working. So.
And I was able to communicate with someone who had been up the mountain and turned around and went back down. So we knew that was navigatable. So then we just did what I call the educated slide down our driveway, which was real slick. And if you get lined up to begin with and slide down it, you're all right. You just don't want to get sideways.
Here's the rub: I don't think you can get back up to your house until maybe Wednesday afternoon.
Right. Well, I can get close.
You're
and,
right.
And then just walk. So
because what's down there right now is not going to thaw out until Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be slick. So if, depending on where you are,
right.
Obviously, the further north from us, you got a lot more.
Worse.
I mean, I saw one place 7 inches of snow. I don't know because I'm behind on my show prep here. I don't know exactly what's going on, but we'll work through it.
Yeah, it's
and we'll be here with you.
Well, and then again,
all day, literally.
And we will tell stories of how Southerners in a deep freeze. That's fun. But I know that most of you around the country, this isn't affecting you. You don't want us to give you constant weather updates, but we certainly can talk about how it's affected Southerners, and that's always funny.
Well,
and us here on the show.
I think overall, as far as the weather, it is affecting most of the country. I mean, everybody's in the deep freeze and snow, and I've already seen reports out of Kentucky this morning. It looks it's beautiful if you don't have to get out in it.
Yeah. I was just talking about how hey, I'm out here on 280 and I got the hill. I can't get up that hill. I mean I don't think even anybody in Kentucky cares about that.
No,
So we'll keep it general and we'll definitely keep it personal within the show, so as to kind of keep you hanging around today. But Southerners deep south in a deep freeze is always fun, because we surely are not prepared for it. And that's all right. We just wait for it to pass. And usually it does in a few days.
I sure wanted to see those trucks with sand on it on top of the mountain up there this morning.
I bet you did.
Remember the time we had them and nothing happened?
Yep, 15 minutes passed.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It'll make you see the dangers of socialism, okay? I'm going to use something the way you see something. What if we decided to go with socialism and we voted Donald Trump in as the lead socialist? And suddenly he's given that kind of power. For those of you that think that Donald Trump is a tyrannical man, he can only do so much because we're a constitutional republic.
Right.
If we were a socialistic government, Donald Trump is El Capitan.
Yeah.
He can do whatever he wants to do. Right? Don't y'all understand that?
Rick, it's just amazing. What appears to be common sense, people don't get. I mean, it's just.
Yeah. But I love Rand Paul. He goes, if you vote for a socialist, guess what you may get? Socialism.
That's right.
If they can do it. And he was giving all the examples, as we've talked about many times, of now show me where socialism is number one. It's a dangerous, dangerous form of government. 16 minutes past, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'll take the endorsement, Rick. Thank you. I'm feeling much better. Thank you for asking.
Yes, the Democrats, they're having some...
Nothing makes me feel better than a 95% tax rate.
Yes.
Thank you.
I heard one of his mini rants last night, and it was just a good night.
Is Bernie ever happy about anything? Have you ever just seen him
cranky.
smile and just say, you know what, that is great? Never.
It was funny. I talked to...
He's just a grumpy old man that don't have a clue.
It was funny. The generation, I guess this guy's in his early 30s, and it was funny. We were talking in a meeting other night at church, and he said something that sounded like what all of the older people of the church would say. He goes, "Oh yeah," he goes, "Our generation, we're a new kind of cranky."
Yeah,
and I thought that's pretty funny.
You know, people,
a new kind of cranky.
People like Bernie Sanders, to me, I really think are the lowest of the low. And I'll tell you why. It's kind of like that Jack Nicholson speech that he gave about, criticizing, loving the freedom that I give you and the protection I give you, and then criticizing the way I do it.
Oh, yeah.
Bernie Sanders is one of those people who has made millions of dollars in the American system of capitalism. He's been an elected official. He's been on the public trough. He has done all of this and then turns around and is critical of the very system that has allowed him to make millions of dollars, have multiple houses, which is fine. Good for Bernie. I don't have a problem with that. Sure. What I have a problem with is when he turns around and tries to cut the ladder so nobody else can make it up that way.
I just appreciate if he just said thank you and went on with his day.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Bernie, look, go enjoy whatever family you have and enjoy the time you got left. We don't really need you. Thank you, but no thanks.
What about this? The squad now goes with Bernie. Is that going to cause a cat fight with Elizabeth Warren?
Rick,
the ladies.
Rick,
are ladies
how is a lady still in this who openly confessed and professed to be an American Indian, got beneficial treatment, has changed history 2 or 3 times. Out of her own mouth, we have video of her telling the same story but different ways. How is she even still considered a viable person to be, one, as a senator, and 2, a president? Are you kidding me? Rick, come on. We got to raise the bar, folks.
Yeah, we do.
It's all, on both sides. Let's raise the bar a little bit.
Yeah. Well, look,
it's like we're the people who are really smart enough to do this and to do a good job won't go do it because the system's broke.
Yeah. So we have that. Undoubtedly, last night I couldn't watch very much of it at all. Now some of the Democrats are mad because they thought the debate last night spent too much time everybody talking about. But think about the fact that Ellen said it at a ball game with George W. Bush. This is just something people are just obsessing over, and that they spent time all talking about people they disagree with that they would hang out with. And a lot of the people, even in the Democratic Party, are going, that is this what we're spending our time on right now? I mean, of course they want to talk about climate change and all this stuff. Which Bernie shouted climate change a few times last night. Just it didn't tie it to anything. He just shouted as a catchphrase.
As he flew in his airplane to the debate.
Right.
Hey, guys, we got to get real on this. If you really believe it, you need to look. Ed Begley Jr. I give him props.
Right.
He's riding a bike all over Hollywood.
Yeah.
At least he's doing something about it.
Yeah,
if you really believe it.
Yeah, and and I will tell CNN it's okay if y'all have any male moderator that's straight. It's all right.
Yeah, you don't.
I mean, you can have both. Just
Here we go, 20 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. So we'll update you on all the stories today. Get your phone calls in at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So I was talking to the guys in the break, and this is just a man's thing. We're men. We don't apologize for being men. We've all come out of the closet as men. And we are heterosexual men and all that we're open about. We're not ashamed of it, and hear us roar. But so even though sometimes when things make perfect logical sense, there's something in the manness that we just can't do it. And I experienced that today. So you heard all the stuff we're having, with ice and all this, and our vehicles are frozen that won't fit in garages, and none of our big trucks will fit in the garages. And so my wife got up, because I got up early, because I knew there'd be some prep to get here today. It was an interesting day to watch Bubba and I turn into each other. And so Bubba played me today. I played him.
Can I tell you what really threw me off? Of course, we had to go down to the construction site yesterday, and it was so warm. I mean, it was really nice outside. And I just in Span's voice yesterday, he didn't say this, but I just detected he was backing off of it a little bit. And I thought, this is going to be one of them where we all get excited.
The problem were the temperatures, and they felt really solid about them. The precipitation, I agree. Matter of fact, if you looked at the hour by hour, it backed down all night long. It was at one time at 70% where we are, and it went all the way down to 40. So we didn't get a lot, but it was just so cold that everything that we got froze, as he said it would. Yep. But anyway, so we're walking. I'm up this morning a little bit earlier than I normally am, just for prep, as you taught me over the many 30 years together. And so my wife, it wakes her up. And so she starts walking into the kitchen, and I'm like, baby, I didn't mean to wake you up. She goes, no, are you good? Are you going to be able to get to work? I said, yeah, I think it's fine. All the guys, I was looking ahead to see what y'all had. Yeah. And so I said, my biggest problem is the truck's froze solid.
Yeah,
so,
like a block.
Big block of ice.
So here's what she said. My wife drives a Subaru, okay, which is 4-wheel drive.
Yes.
And it is small.
It's light and maneuverable.
And she looks at me, and it can fit in the garage. So there's no icing trouble on it at all. At all. So she looks at me, and she says, just drive my car. I'm not going anywhere today. I'm going to hunker down and wait till this stuff thaws out. And I said, and she goes, why would you not just drive my car? It's 4-wheel drive. It's easy to maneuver. It's built for this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Why would you not just get in my car? And I was like, And she goes, why? I said, I just can't do it. She goes, you can't drive my car. I said, well, not when I got a big lift kit sitting out there. I said, it feels like if I've got a big lift kit sitting out there, froze solid or not, I'm supposed to be in it. That's why we have all this. You know what it is? It's a man who wants to use the things he has, who never gets to use them.
When I saw it froze solid is when I would have went to the other vehicle. Because it wasn't just a little froze. We talk about a block of ice with 4 tires
and it's also kind of a baby blue.
You're right.
I mean,
I would have made fun of it.
Yeah, and I drive it. I can drive it with her in there with me, but I don't need to be out in weather, treacherous weather, and they go, "What's Rick driving?" And they say, "A baby blue Subaru." Now he's running through it like it's nothing.
He's going everywhere.
Yeah.
Rick, if you did, you'd have to get out and put a storm spotter sticker on the back window.
Yeah,
thank you. But it was funny to watch her face going, I don't understand this at all. This is illogical, and I thought you're supposed to be so logical. And I said, well, no, you got me on the logic. You absolutely had me. I got nowhere to go. But I want you to understand what it's like to be a man with a 4-wheel drive lift kit.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I know you can't really grasp that. She goes, it seems like that's actually going to be bigger, more bulky, and more difficult to maneuver. And I said, but I feel like but it's like a tank. I think
them tires, though.
I said, them tires. She goes, well, my tires are all-terrain as well. Yeah, but yours are on a Subaru.
They're smaller.
I think I'd have went with the Subaru.
Yours are on the
Two things.
I think I would have.
No way.
The garage kept vehicle is a daily convenience that I do not have either.
Right.
And man,
it's a game
I got
changer.
in a warm car this morning because I did drive my wife's Subaru this morning.
Well, see, that's different. You can look at you.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got.
What does that mean?
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Adler, with your
mean?
hair,
Nobody's
they probably
surprised.
just thought it was a female.
That's a
driver.
good point.
No, because I can.
They don't see the beard.
The Subaru always gives people,
maybe an ugly female.
We even have friends that make fun of the fact that Sherry's got a Subaru with all the supposed to be all the stereotypes.
Granola.
Yeah, and so you look like a Subaru person. No
What
one
does
would
that
even
mean?
question it. No one would even question it.
Y'all,
You do.
So first of all, so
You
that
see
was
me in one?
fantastic this morning. That was great because I'm wearing. I will admit, I wear gloves sometimes on the drive to work because it's.
I'd keep
the
that to
steering wheel-
myself.
The steering wheel's so cold.
Yeah, you don't have the warming steering wheel.
the
on.
warming
No,
steering
I don't
wheel
warm
is
seats or
awesome.
anything. I
It's
drive a
awesome.
passenger van. I drive a
Oh, that's
delivery
right.
truck.
I
to-
thought
to
that thing
work.
has so many bells and whistles it would have a steering wheel warmer, wouldn't you?
And
That's a game changer. You're
Secondly,
right.
I was gassing up my wife's car yesterday, and my neighbor actually pulled up on the side of the road. He's like, "Hey, what's up, man?" And I felt the need to explain, like, "Yeah, my wife didn't have any gas in her car. Gassing up my wife's car."
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody
So
loves
I feel you. I feel you, Rick.
What color is your wife's Subaru?
It is more of like a blackish,
Well, that's.
darker.
I think you're fine.
It's cooler than baby blue. I'm sorry.
Have you ever seen Sherry's though? People really talk about it.
It's cute.
Yeah,
It's a cute.
it
car.
is.
That's a good way to describe
Kind
it.
of wish you'd have driven.
The
that
only
thing.
thing I've gotten out of this conversation is that I think I need to put Amanda in a Subaru.
Right? Yeah. No. Let me tell you. For you and Speedy, the frugal people.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. The price for a brand new one
Yeah.
is outstanding. Outstanding. Which is the main reason we have it. And then one of my sons got one for the very same reason. Like,
And they are very safe.
He's like all-terrain, safe. I can get all my gear in it. Cheap, not cheap, inexpensive.
Gotcha.
He said, I'm in. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's a very
and
functional car.
For
very functional car
for the windshield and being unfroze. But when you really get into a man situation, though,
I got you.
You need those bigger tires.
I agree.
And not all 4-wheel drives are the same.
Those bigger tires didn't help me this morning.
Yeah, I don't think today was that example, but you're right on some. I just couldn't do it because I couldn't get in that Subaru. I just couldn't.
Yeah.
You think I'm going to drive
it.
up to this place in a Subaru?
Right.
During treacherous weather,
you look like Fred.
If you don't have a storm spotter or a weather brain sticker on there, no.
Our riding shotgun with Adler. Adler, I want to tell you something. Your setup and your look, you're free to drive one, and that's not a dig.
You keep saying that.
It feels like
it's
not
a
a
I
compliment.
don't know how to take that.
I don't think anybody. Now you see me get out of one, don't you think people go, "Whoa"?
Yeah.
But if you see Adler in one, you go, "Yeah, it looks about right."
That's about right. He's kind of hip to it.
Yeah, he kind of looks like the camping. I'm
He'll
gonna
go hiking.
I'm going to go hiking, climb a mountain kind of guy.
You literally look and think
one.
you can see him with a granola bar in his hand.
Yeah.
I have no idea what y'all are talking about.
You are a Subaru person.
Yeah, I think you
all
could be in a
right.
commercial.
You look like a Subaru commercial with that boggin on.
Let me tell you,
Scared to drink bottled water.
Let me tell you what I think about the Subarus that I have and that one of my kids have. I feel the same way about these Subarus as Bubba and I felt about our Townie bikes. We acknowledge there's negative connotations that come with it, but doggone it, we love them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're functional. They get the job done. Yes, they open you up for ridicule in certain circles.
Yeah.
But let me tell you something.
What are you referring to?
Well, you.
I'd give you a pass, I think. Nah, probably
What
not.
if I had driven it and that thing I had on at your grandkid's birthday party,
pot holder shirt.
which is matching,
It's the same color.
the same color as the car.
Now, that would have been a step
Rick, that
too
style
far.
is in though.
I know. But
Totally in.
But I'm 59 years old.
No, but
Style and 59-year-olds.
that's not a young.
I want to see him come rolling out of it.
Yeah. No, it looks good. Now
That's funny, Greg.
I hate to say this, and this is terrible. I love my son. I love my daughter-in-law. But I have to admit that when they told me they bought it at a thrift store, there was a little...
The car?
No, the gift.
Wait a minute.
The thing that I wore to Greg's.
Really? I didn't know that. You really had
They
something
said,
to
"Look
it.
what we found for you, Dad, at a thrift store." I'm
They
like,
got the wow.
So you're wearing
really?
somebody else's
See
shirt.
what I'm talking about? They're very frugal.
Oh, my boys would
Did
be
they see
impressed with
Speedy
that.
over there? They see Speedy
They're
over
very
there?
frugal. Of course, they all have cash, and their siblings don't.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Doesn't have to belong to some fringe group. Is that what you're saying?
How about this? Have that represented.
Yeah.
How about one straight guy? That'd be great. So anyway, you want to have all the different views there. But that was part. It was just a bizarre night if you watched any of it. And I did that. I tried to watch for the show, and I just couldn't do more than 2 little 3-minute looks. Pelosi says, Bubba, once again, there'll be no House vote on the impeachment.
Well, yeah, they're not impeaching the president. They're just putting on a 3-ring circus.
So
that's more proof of it, guys.
Yeah.
This is all. It's really a bizarre election plan that they've come up with to appease their base and make them think they're impeaching the president when they're really not, and just to have a ongoing smear campaign of the president. But I for the life of me, I don't think they understand. They're only galvanizing Trump's support.
Yeah, and can I give a kind of bizarre view on this? So Watergate was problematic because one party broke into another party's area to try to find dirt on that party.
It basically was
oversimplified,
a political break-in, and then the cover-up behind.
You know what this impeachment inquiry feels like? You keep hearing the term, they interviewed somebody else behind closed doors.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not going to have a vote, so it's not an official. It sounds like they're just meeting with people, try to find dirt on Trump that they can use in the upcoming election. I mean, it's almost, that's what it sounds like. Hey, we're going to have private meetings with people that may tell us something we need.
And there is no
What you got?
The news media is a willing partner in a lot of this. There is no subpoena power until they take a vote to do an official impeachment hearing.
Right. You're going to say, "Oh no, Rick, that's not true. Check that story." Well, we think that's why the story has only came out today, because it was kind of percolating a few days ago. But I think people thought this can't be true. But Bubba, I think you and I, and we said something in the break about something else we were discussing. But I think this is the phrase here. I mean, just get ready for anything now. I mean, never say that any scenario is off the table. I mean, there is no telling what you're going to hear and see.
Listen, we have just, Rick, words can't describe what has happened to our country in a very short amount of time.
Well, and you know what, Bubba? I know we keep saying that a lot. So here's an idea. Those of us that feel this way, why don't we do something about it? Let's just not let this go on. Right? Let's try to correct this if we can. Okay? All right, so here we go again.
Take a lot of work.
I know it will, Bubba, and I felt that tired feeling too when I said it. All right, so here we go. Believe it or not, a Rutgers University professor suggested on a recent appearance on the Oprah Winfrey Network. Are you ready for this? Brittany Cooper, who teaches gender studies, oh my goodness, at the New Jersey-based university, Rutgers, as I mentioned.
Gender studies.
Gender studies.
Does it require study?
Are you ready for this?
Pretty simple.
Research shows black women lose weight more slowly than white women, and the Trump presidency may be making the situation worse, according to Professor Cooper. We are living in the Trump era, and look, those policies kill our people. You can't get access to good health care, good insurance, increased stress could be changing black women's metabolisms to the point where it becomes more difficult to shed extra pounds. I hate when people talk about black women being obese. I hate it because it becomes a way to blame us for a set of conditions that we did not create. This is also another form of racism. When you're experiencing and the struggle to make ends meet actually means that diet don't work for you the same. Listen to this. She continues to argue that black women have stress responses to racial stimuli that affects their long-term health. If you want me to break this story down, she is saying that the Trump presidency is adding so much stress to African-American women, it is making them fat.
Rick, can I raise my hand on this? Have you seen her picture?
I have not.
She's pretty large.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now I want a picture of her 3 years
There she
ago.
is.
Rick,
There
let
she-
me see her 3 years ago before Trump came into office. I bet she looked just like that. What do you think?
Greg, I'm not going to argue with you on that because I bet you I wouldn't win it.
I'm just saying, the man's been there less than 3 years. I doubt he's responsible for certain women being fat.
Right.
Haven't been there long enough.
I know.
They were fat before he went in office.
I know that stress can
Right.
can
Yes.
cause you to add heat. You know, apparently I'm under a lot of it every day.
Right.
And and it can be depressing watching the news. I give you that.
Sure.
But I don't.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, here we go. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us today. Relief Factor. Relief Factor just loves the response they're getting from all of you, and you know what? You're loving the product. You realize that now over 1 million people have got the Quick Start Pack? Over 1 million. And let me tell you something. 70% of those people are saying that we see results so good that they are ordering more. And, of course, I'm in that category. I love this product. I've loved it from the time we first started using it years ago. Now, it's for botanicals. It helps the body's natural inflammatory response. So it doesn't have, some of the negative side effects that come with some of the other drugs out there, for one thing. And then you get into some of the over-the-counter stuff. They're not designed to be used every day. They plainly tell us that, so I want to be clear on that. But then you get to the opioids and you get all the addictive properties. You got problems there. What if there was a natural solution to your chronic pain? Would that not be, And it's helping me so much with my arthritis. My hands really have arthritis pretty bad. And Relief Factor has really helped me get good movement and my grip and all that because it's a natural response my body has to these botanicals. So go to relieffactor.com right now or call 1-800-4RELIEF. Get a $19.95 3-week starter pack. You'll know in 3 weeks whether it works for you or not. And then hopefully you'll join the rest of us and it'll work for you. So, Bubba, a couple things still to cover, but you said you wanted to give a little bit of a shout out first.
Yeah, I want to thank the Hoover Police Department here locally that were out checking the roads this morning and gave us the go ahead to come down to Big Hill.
How did they get? Did they do the come forward? Did they have a green light out there?
Well, we communicated and got the green light. So that gave us the good to go ahead and slide down the driveway.
Yeah.
So I talked baby brother into going
and
getting his windshield wipers up. Of course, hey, mister, I'm going to make fun of you. He couldn't get them off.
How'd that work
He
for
couldn't
you?
get them off.
Don't you? Of course, you may not need them, but if it gets a little foggy or something, or it gets a little something on there.
I just want to tell you that something. It's getting worse.
We're
Straight
gonna end
up.
getting stuck.
No,
Well,
straight up. I mean,
as far as
because I walked
freezing-
in here from where I park and I was fine. Now it's like you're on a skating rink.
Yeah. It's because
the roads are doing that too, by the way.
Yes.
Almighty.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, well, it's all right.
We might be sleeping in your Subaru.
Subaru will be fine, buddy.
I should have driven the van.
No, the Subaru was the right call.
But I could have slept in the van.
Yeah, you could have.
Yeah. So the
Dadgummit.
yeah, well, we'll see.
It'd be all right.
It'd be nice if we had a big
It's early.
camper out there.
It would.
Yeah.
But the good news is, I think this time is that we're here, and we know worst case scenario Wednesday afternoon we can leave.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's
so
a good point.
I mean,
That's a
really,
good
honestly,
point.
that's the worst case scenario.
And we do have plentiful snacks.
Plenty of
upstairs.
snacks.
Of course, I
Yeah,
need to
right.
go up there now
Right.
before
Everybody
make sure
Rob,
Rick
before
don't- we
before
gotta-
inventory gets low.
Well,
Let's
here's
make
the-
sure Rick don't walk into the glass again.
All right, Greg, that happened
Greg,
one
they
time.
fixed that
and they changed it
years ago.
No, it's
What did
not
they fix?
fixed.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Yes,
Well, you
that's
can
been
fix
fixed.
Before they didn't have it set up the way it is now, where you can obviously see it.
I couldn't obviously see it the other day. I was looking. I thought
didn't-
somebody's
yeah.
still going to
What
walk
did they
into
do
that.
different?
It's
They
still there.
actually came back and reworked it. It used to not have the framing around it. It was as prominent. There wasn't a door. That's what it was. There wasn't a door.
Yeah.
So you would think you were
I think
walking
there
into
was
the
a
whole
door.
place, and no, there was no door.
They've changed
Well,
it.
how'd you get in there?
Because it was just an open spot, and then it was glass. That's how I ran into it. There was not a door you opened and went
Right.
I
in.
think there was.
Greg, there wasn't.
Greg, there was.
But well, they added a door, but the glass. It's still people
It's
can
still
walk
bad.
into it.
It's still bad, but
It seems like a sticker on it would solve the problem.
right. Well, some of my blood was on it one day.
Well, I mean, here's an idea. Why they were doing all that? Just put the rest of the wall up and take the glass out.
They think they're being sharp because they think
all
you can
I'm
look in there and see the snacks. So but
You
yeah,
see 'em through the door.
The good news is probably most of the rest of this building is not going to come in today. So
hope
we
not.
so
Then
we
we can-
so we shouldn't have a run on the snacks. It's probably just going to be our own individual run, which is still pretty stout.
Yeah.
but it's so I think
Listen, I'm excited about going to the bathroom without flip flops.
there you go.
I mean, that's the kind of
If
thing
he
I'm
wears
thinking.
flip flop today, he's real.
Yeah.
We should really have
He's a
access.
man.
We should really have access to that bathroom really with no
problem today.
problem
No,
whatsoever.
right.
That's going to be a blast.
Adler, you might
take a
even
deuce
use
and
the
piece.
ladies.
Right to the
Yeah,
water
like
gets
you used
shut
to
off
do.
because it froze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a unisex bathroom that I used to use.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, if you're
You made it
comfortable
one.
using that bathroom, you might have it to yourself.
I'm not gonna do that, friend.
Friend, yeah. So I think we'll be good.
Workplace best friend.
Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. The good news is we're here and we're doing the show, and we'll see what happens after that. Now, it's not probably the first thing that most people should think about. But we did think about we don't know how we're gonna get breakfast other than snacks.
Yeah,
And I wish I'd have brought a little more deer sausage now.
Yeah. Edgar's Bakery is opening up a few hours late today, as you can imagine. That's
We don't need to bother
pretty
them
standard.
today.
And so they notified me saying that it would just be later in the show. And I asked the staff, and it was yes, let's still have breakfast. And then I stepped out and said, hey, y'all don't need to be trying to get out. I'll come over and get it. And then I just stepped outside.
What are the odds that Bubba and I can make it to our vehicles? Not high, is it?
It's we had to walk in the grass to get there.
Yeah.
slick
But I
out
gave Bubba a warning on that because he and I have fallen enough. We know.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
there's so
Bubba-
much black
Bubba's
ice out
definitely
there.
not going home. We might can
And
make it home, but not him.
You know,
Yeah, that'll be tough.
I'm in the possible broke hip zone now,
Right,
so I got to
yeah.
be real careful.
Yeah. You're probably your original hotel plan is probably going to be in play today.
yeah.
Well, the problem is if we leave, we can't get back.
That's right.
That's the issue.
The smart thing would be is just stay here and wait till it actually thaws, which is tomorrow afternoon, and go home.
Right.
Got a lot of hats.
Let's
Stephanie.
just wait and see.
Well,
before we make that call.
Greg, we'll make that call. We'll see what happens.
My wife is stuck at home with a 10-month-old and a 3-year-old, so I don't know if my marriage can survive that. So I'll probably try to go home.
Yeah, sure, fine.
Alex, she's probably got it
you
kind
know
of
what
like
I
she
say?
likes it right now.
You know what I say? To each his own. Y'all just teach me how to flip it on.
We'll check it out.
Yeah, but no, I think it'll be fine. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be about what it was on the way in, just a little worse.
All right, so
let's get some traffic out there and beat it down.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
There'll be car parts laid everywhere. We'll use it as gravel.
Yes, yeah. There's a muffler.
Listen,
Here we get up on that and get a little grip.
Here's what I love is when they do. If somebody does a story, 2, 3. Rescue crews were called to the parking lot of the Rick and Bubba Big Boy studio. Members of the show were laying on their stomachs all over the parking lot. As rescue
Couldn't get up.
Turtle laying on his shell.
Throw him a rope.
Bill Bubba Bussy shown right here being pulled to the grass.
Guys, we have show members everywhere.
Like we're dragging a deer out of the woods. We're trying to drag him to the door.
Rick screamed out, "I avoided the hip surgery last time, not this time."
Hey.
We're going to have to use a snatch block.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We just talked to Hoover Police. Someone said, bring more people.
Did y'all see? Speedy sent me this, and it's just so funny. Southerners do not know what to do.
No,
this needs volume here, okay?
We don't know what to do in any of these conditions.
So
the
interstates were getting shut down. There were some wrecks and all this kind of stuff. This good in here is over on the left lane, and then emergency vehicles are trying to get through, and they won't move. Okay, so take a listen to this.
Okay.
This is...
Get back in the lane. I've got an ambulance trying to come through. I need to exit the emergency lane. Get over. Get out of the way.
Oh, my goodness.
Keep going.
They got their flashers on.
Keep going. And then they get through.
And they finally go.
What's the problem? Why are they even stopped?
He wanted to hang on that rumble strip.
Yes.
Well,
good gracious.
And that goes back, Bubba put in his text this morning. People who live with this all the time said they have everything they need. We don't, because this never happens very much. So our best plan usually is just to shut down. We don't have if you live in this every day and this is how you have to go to work and have to do stuff. We were laughing when Joe Cribbs talked to us, and he used to play at Auburn, and he grew up in Alabama. And he was saying when he
From Sullivan, Alabama.
When he got drafted by the Buffalo Bills, he gets up and it's snowing, so he just stays at his apartment and starts getting calls going, "Cribbs, where are you at?" "We're practicing." He goes, "Practicing?" He was like, "This happens here all. This is you got. I mean, you see. Did you see? By the way, the Bills Mafia? Did y'all see some stuff they were doing in the park?
Shirtless guy sliding down the.
Did you see him jumping into tables on fire?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I did see that.
Oh, yes, they're crazy.
Yeah, and they threw snowballs at the Steelers during the game. Like they think they call some incompletion.
Yeah, and this
like
one
the receivers would come out, Greg, and they would throw snowballs at them like in the end zone, so they can't see the pass. They were trying to hit them in the face with it.
That's a fact.
Now, that's pretty good.
That is good.
But the fact they got the field cleared is really something else. They paid fans $20 an hour to come help. And
the
get
big
the
shirtless guy that was sliding down like a big half pipe there on
the trough.
The stuff they were doing in the tailgating area.
Oh, Rick, the Bills Mafia.
Unbelievable. And the other thing is they said, which this doesn't surprise any of us.
No, look.
If you've seen the workforce,
yeah,
they were saying that even though they paid the fans to shovel out the rows, some of them are still not shoveled out. They have people like literally trying to get to their seats in waist deep snow.
I saw that.
Because some people they were like, well, we tried to get them to come shovel it out.
But
I mean, they're having the shirtless time of your life.
Look at that. So they've put him. I guess that's to get the snow out.
Yeah.
It's like a little ramp, and he's in it, shirtless, of course.
So JC and his teammates were having the time of their life yesterday at UAH, and I told him, I was like, well, see, yesterday was fun because it's snowing.
Yeah,
it's not too cold.
Yeah,
and I said, so enjoy it today. And this was me talking to him yesterday. I said, but tomorrow is when now everything's iced over from the fun you had.
Right.
And then you're stuck at the house.
Sure.
You know? But hey, they had a blast.
Oh, I bet they did.
The Bills fans were able to sit wherever they wanted to if they could just get to a seat. And this is the first time in modern NFL history that was the case.
Wow.
Look, please look.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hi.
I don't buy into this that necessarily you have to lay that at Trump's feet. If the political environment bothers you, it may be the news agencies you're put out with. I mean, and of course everybody's experience is different, but at least from a financial standpoint and a numbers standpoint, for African Americans right now, they've had some very good economic news over the past 3 years. So, you know, unemployment historically low, wages are up, a lot of things going on. So I don't know. Maybe it's the news media who's beating you up with all this crazy stuff every day that's making you stress, not Trump.
You know what else it could be, too? And I'm speaking again from someone who struggles with this same issue. Here's what it could be. It could be that you eat high foods that are high in calorie.
Right.
And you don't exercise much, and you overeat and don't move around a lot. It could be that.
Yeah. Could be.
You're talking about personal responsibility?
You mean the basic math of you have to burn so many calories a day, and if you take in more than that, it's stored as fat.
Right. And I promise you, she was big during the Obama administration.
Here's a picture of her from 2015.
All right, we got a 2015 picture.
Large.
Still large.
See?
Still large.
Okay.
And see that the young lady that's sitting on her lap isn't large, both African American. So they're both in the same presidential era right there, and the one who's large now is large then. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't.
That was during Obama's administration.
Y'all, we're having to have college classes on what is it she taught? Gender
studies. Yesterday on one of your bucket list trips. I mean, it had to be a great experience.
Rick, there's no way I'm ill prepared today to reflect exactly all that we got to see and do and talk about yesterday.
Well, in all fairness, I know that you're working on a mostly empty tank because you didn't even get home or get in bed till 8 o'clock.
Rick, I didn't get back to town till about 8 o'clock last night. So that's out in the middle of the night for me. So,
you probably didn't even get to bed till 9.
What in the world, huh?
Stop it.
Well, this all started. I have a good friend from high school, former neighbor, Annie Dara, and I'm not used to that last name yet, Annie, but she had tried to get me to come up and see some of the things that they were doing for years, literally. And so we decided to go ahead and do that, and it's long overdue. But what a great visit yesterday. I want to thank Amanda Dobbs, who took us on our tour yesterday. And right out of the gate, Rick, we met Jody Singer, who is the director at Marshall, and talked to her for a minute about some of the things going on. And, this is an exciting time if you work in the space business because the U.S. is about to get back into it big time. We've had this lull between the space shuttle and the Space Launch System, the SLS, and this thing is really going to be neat when we get this up and going. We have a president who is very much behind it right now. And, that's a green light to get some things done. And, boy, they are moving and shaking right now.
So what was the coolest thing you saw?
Well, let me give you a couple of things. Right. Marshall has been around since the 1960s, and they have almost 6,000 employees out there and an annual budget of about $2.8 billion. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people, a lot of moving and shaking. They're currently, and their mission right now has been to support the things that are going on, the space station, a lot of our deep space and other scientific projects going on. But with the Space Launch System, it is going to really be at the forefront. That's also going to use the Space Launch System is going to be part of the Artemis program that'll get us back to the moon by 2024, and then a long-term human presence there by 2028 is the current plan. So they're doing a lot of that. They're doing a lot of structural tests right now on. They do the math and they do the engineering on paper and they build these things, and then they have to see if they really stand up. So you saw the big orange part. That is a hydrogen tank that is part of the new Space Launch System, and they're doing physical tests on it. They're basically squeezing it in a big vise, twisting it, bending it, and they have sensors on it to see if the numbers match what's going on in real life, so they have models. You have to know that. And, it's amazing to me, too, the detail they go into. Of course, we do stuff. We like to just go and do it. But
we're back, 9 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Our number 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get into some of your phone calls, stories from around the world as well. We mentioned the Bills fans and even showed some of you on YouTube how they acted. They did defeat the Steelers, so the Bills move on. And also Kansas City, as we already told you, waxed The Dolphins pretty bad. So those two teams survive in very, very bizarre weather, but they get it done.
Yeah.
And for the Bills fans, that they're accustomed to all this. So they just just
Adler another day at the park.
Well, Adler did say though it was historic that the snow was so bad that they just said grab any seat you can grab.
Yeah,
it turned into a general admission playoff game.
J.J. Watt was having fun, kind of getting on them a little bit because they said that their open stadium is what they want because they want the elements involved with their games.
Yep.
And he said, so why do y'all keep canceling games and pushing them back?
Yeah, Bubba.
He was kind of having fun with that because, I mean, this is people trying to get to their seat, Rick, and you mentioned it earlier. Please look at them. They're making their own path into the seat.
That was the one I saw.
You really want to go see a ball game.
Steeler fans were having to come through waist-deep snow to get to their seats.
Yeah.
Beard leading the
and
way.
Bubba, this is what you always said that Minnesota should have never given up.
Yeah, well, they had a huge home field advantage.
Right.
Yeah.
And now it didn't help them when they got to the Super Bowl in a warm environment.
No.
Yeah.
But when you had that winning record and you could make the Rams or the Redskins or Dallas or whoever come north, that was a huge advantage.
So other thing, really probably, are we most surprised by how bad the Tampa Bay Buccaneers beat the Philadelphia Eagles?
Hey
32-9.
Guys, the Eagles were 10-1 at one time during the season.
Yeah.
Little Bakey was on fire.
Little Bakey was getting
Well,
after.
I laughed my head off in the kickoff hour when you said somebody was on fire more than Baker Mayfield.
Yeah. I told him he could leave if he wanted to.
So little Bakey's he's come up to the Bucs and
He's slinging it right
he
now.
just beat the Eagles 30. I know he's got a whole team that beat him,
First half.
but he led a team that
Yeah.
beat the Eagles 32-9.
Yeah.
32-9.
And he was a big part of that.
Yeah, he was
hammered
completing
them.
deep balls.
Bubba, does that surprise
20
you?
yards over.
Does that score surprise you?
You know, I saw a little bit of it. The Eagles just fell apart mid-season. What they lost.
They started off,
six
Bubba,
in a
to
your
your point,
Yeah.
they were 10-1.
They lost their best receiver last week.
Yeah, A.J. Brown wasn't there
But-
last night.
And I don't know what else has happened. Something went south. They just and you could tell from early on Tampa Bay was dominating that game. They jumped out. I mean, it wasn't even close.
Well,
really.
it's kind of weird because the Packers-Dallas game looked just like it. It's like Dallas's defense couldn't stop the Packers, and Philly's defense couldn't stop the Bucs.
Their
and
secondary was getting smoked.
Right, and then the offensive lines for both teams, Dallas and Philly, they couldn't stop the rush. I mean,
didn't Dallas have the number one offense in the league?
Yes, and the Bucs, I mean, they were in the backfield by the time Jalen put his plant foot down. It was unbelievable.
Well, so anyway, we won't have to worry about the rematch between the brothers. That's over.
Also, and on that note, it looks like Jason Kelsey has announced his retirement.
Yeah,
That's breaking right now.
The older brother that's the center.
Yeah, the Eagles center.
Well, if you saw that special they did on Amazon Prime, thank you, Helmsley, for that heads up on that one. If you watch that special, he almost retired after last season.
Right.
Yeah.
And actually was, I'm talking about like really close to retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody thought he had retired. And he talked to his wife. I think she wanted him to retire.
Right.
And then they finally got into discussion that he said, I think I'm going to come back for one more year. So he almost retired after last year.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
gotcha.
and
I mean,
you think
it looks like he retired literally on the field after the game, the way he was hugging
it
everybody.
looked like
crying.
some of him and his offensive linemen retired in the first quarter.
He went ahead and retired.
But you know, one thing that do you think when you get late in your career like this? I know you don't think about it because you can't play scared. But do you think they go, "Hey, I finished a season and I'm healthy, and I'm older. I've got a family." I know there's an opportunity for that competitive edge and financially. Hey, if I go back, man, I could get another couple of million or whatever. But boy, I'm healthy.
Well,
you know, if you're set up for that,
sure.
I mean, no one leaves this game playing that long and playing the position he played unscathed. Unscathed. He's got injuries, but he just doesn't have any major injuries. And that was part of the discussion it seemed he was having with his wife is, look, let's get out while we're ahead.
Yeah.
And
it's almost like he's telling his offensive line coach here, he's gone. This is it.
Yeah.
I mean, look, you can tell the coach is like, what?
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, this is it.
Yeah, you really can.
Yeah. So, and I know
Well, you might want to go home and think about it. That's kind of an emotional.
It was.
You just got eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, you need to let it. You need to let it breathe a day or two.
That's like for love of the game when Kevin Costner wrote on the ball telling him he was done.
Right.
Yeah.
Before he went out for his last. That's
But to Rick's point, if he knew this was it anyway, so he was probably hoping he would end with a Super Bowl ring.
He's mad.
But
yeah.
And
had a shot at that last year. Could have done it. Didn't
so
you?
then the big story in the NFL that even bigger than the playoffs maybe is that Belichick is talking to the Falcons.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
I think he might be talking to the Cowboys for the week.
That's what I heard.
Can anybody?
Pat McAfee stirred that up yesterday. I thought it was pretty funny.
Well, also
Jerry
somebody
Jones is getting desperate.
We also have that Mike Tomlin walks off the podium amid questions about his contract.
Yeah, that was before the game. Apparently, he was doing a press conference, and they go into his contract. He literally just walks left.
He won't talk
and
about it.
I'm gone.
Did he
I'm
tell
out.
him already that he wasn't going to talk
I don't know,
about
but this is
he
this
won't
is
talk
it.
about the game?
This is
Hey,
it
you
here.
guys toboggan on.
Yeah, second hand.
Okay.
Anyone? Mike, you have a year left on your contract.
And there he goes.
Wow. I mean,
Yeah,
he was
must,
ready to leave
he
on
must
that
have
one.
said something earlier that I'm talking about the game. I'm not talking about contract.
Right.
Wow.
And then when she brought it up, he just walked out.
Yeah, he didn't even think about
He
it.
did not look thrilled.
No.
Did he?
Look cold.
He
but
did
not
look
thrilled.
cold. Real cold. Real cold.
Real cold.
Anyone? Mike, you have a year left on your contract.
I'm out.
And
And
I'm
that will do it.
Yeah, that looked like
One
there
to
was
get where there's some heat.
there was already a setup to that.
Yeah, either that or not to get fined. You got to show up and at least take a question. And he probably said, "All right, I've taken some. I'm out."
Wow. So there you go. So the wild card games are all done.
Yeah.
And now we'll move to the next round.
Yeah, Saturday it starts. The Texans are at the Ravens, then the Packers are 49ers, and then Sunday it's Bucks at Lions and Chiefs at Bills.
Let me ask you this, because I was reading about it this morning. I did not see the game last night, the Bills game. What is this? The fake slide that
Josh Allen did?
Yeah, and then somebody got a late hit because they thought he was
Right.
fake sliding again.
Well, this happened in college.
Yeah, I remember
and
that.
Yeah, they've got a
and they
fake
had
slide rule.
on it.
Yeah.
And it looks like here he's about to go down, but he on the left. On the left, it looks like he's about to go down, and then he doesn't.
That didn't look like he was
I
about
don't
to
think
take
it
that.
was.
And then this one here on the right, he's sliding, and they come in with their shoulder pads above the shoulders.
I don't see how they think he's.
Looks like he's
gonna
making a
slide.
cut.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, when Kenny Pickett did in college, it was
that was a
complete
fake.
thing.
How about that was a good one?
Well, I mean, when you get it, the rules named after you.
Yeah.
It almost looks like he slipped too, and I'm not saying that he
who
did.
said- that's ridiculous.
But
if they claim he was
that's
gonna slide.
that's the story that
Like
he
a
fake
head
slide.
And I believe the penalty. The guy he checked up.
He
He,
did.
tried. He
It's
just fell.
tough.
I wouldn't have called that.
That's so hard to get
See, look at
a
him.
yard from the hit, and you don't know what to do.
It didn't hurt his soul.
By the way, Josh Allen is a big man,
Yes, he
and
is.
so if you
And
think
fast.
well he's going to slide, and you come up standing up thinking he'll run you over.
I don't think they should have threw a flag on that.
They're making it really hard to play defense.
Especially if you looked, I think his shoulder touched his shoulder. There was no head contact or anything.
Anybody impressed with the state of the field? That's a pretty good job.
Yeah, really
real
is.
good.
Top of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More stories to cover as the Rick and Bubba show churns on. Thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, our brother Glenn Beck and his Colony Ridge documentary continues getting Glenn involved in debates with the developer. But to the developer's credit, he's being interviewed by Glenn, and to Glenn's credit, he's not holding back. So what everybody is wanting to know, and we've talked about it on the show a lot of times, Bubba, you've talked about the Democrats, their desire to turn Texas blue. That we have an unvetted border and we have illegals coming in from everywhere. And it looks like, and this is what Glenn Beck is studying in his docuseries Colony Ridge, there is some sort of neighborhood type setup, and there's over 35,000. Now that's what the developer will give you. People who live there think it's at least double that. Hundreds of thousands of people living in Colony Ridge, and if this continues, that there will certainly be hundreds of thousands in just a few years. So what's going on here? Well, Glenn is trying to find out. So if you have been watching this, it's very intriguing. But if you're not a Blaze TV subscriber, you can't watch it. Well, why don't you resolve that? And if you want to just say, I want to enter into the Blaze world and see all the programming that's there, including an hour of this show every day, go ahead and subscribe now using the Colony Ridge promo code, because that's going to get you $30 off
an annual subscription. So not only do you get Colony Ridge and get updated on that with Glenn, you get to watch all the other programming that is there, and you will love that. So why don't you go now to blazeoriginals.com today, subscribe using that code I just gave you, Colony Ridge, and get $30 off your annual subscription. If you've been thinking about being a Blaze TV subscriber, now more than ever, it's important. Why don't you do it now? Go to blazeoriginals.com, subscribe using the code Colony Ridge.
Joe Biden's out of office, there will be about 10 million new people in here. If you have 10 million people coming in, where are they living? Look at the size of this.
The fastest growing development in Texas. It's just a 30-minute drive from Houston. Any idea of how many are illegal? The majority. The majority. The majority.
I'm like Sears and Roebuck. I have a product, I created it, I sell it.
Does it bother you at all, just culturally, in America, to have 150,000 people that are speaking another language?
Own something of your own home. That's what we're trying to create for people here.
If it's the American dream, why don't you advertise in English?
They are going against humanity, against Americans, non-Americans, a lot of races, a lot of people.
Like, we were dumb for even falling into this. But I mean, what do we do? What do we do?
If you import the third world, you end up becoming more third world.
I've served in Afghanistan. Every war-torn or third world country always has that same distinct smell, and it's the smell of burning trash.
You can see all the undeveloped lots. This could become massive.
Gunfire shooting up there, just pow, 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 coming in front of my house.
My wife's advice was, don't piss off any cartels. I said, I'll try.
Is this the future for America? Because this is the path we're on as an entire country. This is a completely new population.
You know, people's lives are going to be on the line with this thing, and they're going to make sure that it's right and it's rated for space flight by humans. And there's a lot of testing has to go into all that. But it's really amazing all the things they're doing right now. So we saw that going on. I don't want to leave anybody out, and there's no way I can mention everybody we met yesterday.
No, buddy, you're going to leave somebody out.
But there at the test stand, we did meet Tim Garner, who was a former UNA quarterback, and so we got to relive a little, UNA Jack State history and all that. It was cool to meet him yesterday. And then, Rick, also Clay Robertson over where they're working on the habitat. You know, you don't think about the problems that you have to deal with in space, and although we've had a lot of practice in low Earth orbit space, we haven't had as much when we start shooting people out to Mars. I mean, we've been to the moon, but it's a different deal when you go to the moon. It's 250,000 miles, and I think the quote yesterday was that Mars is 30 million. So it's going to take a while to get there, years. And to put humans into a box, and they have to completely recycle everything that they're using, you know, all the water, all the waste, all the food, the way that they're going to have to live and to get that right, because once you get out there, you can't go, oh, we messed this up, we're going back, you know. So they're doing all that. And also the what you're seeing there was the payload operations at the International Space Station. All that is handled at Marshall. Of course, Houston is the mission control where they're in charge of the vehicle. But what's going on as far as testing and payload operations are all done out of Huntsville. They also serve as the backup whenever Houston's having weather, hurricane, flooding issues.
It is 7.5 minutes now past the hour. From Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from a frozen Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world, here we go. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready for another hour. Put your hands together and welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. And I know a lot of you are enjoying the cooler winter temperatures today, so we'll be here to entertain.
So let's talk a little bit about the political setup right now. First of all, as I was getting out and trying to journey into the office today, I was looking for any kind of update I could get anywhere, hard to find. But I hit a national news story, and they were interviewing a former Army general in our military about Iran and these pirates and how you covered that, Bubba. We went after them, we attacked them. We're glad we did that. We support that, and that Iran kind of supports them. And they said they're going to do a little something back. And now our consulate and everything there, they're threatening all that. And I was listening, and it was I couldn't believe I was listening because it really was a mainstream show on mainstream media, and I was a little shocked. I thought the host might even might start openly crying on the radio as the general was saying, "Well, I'll tell you what we need to do." And Bubba, this is kind of more your area, so you can help me with this. He said, "Here's what Iran responds to," and we've said this 1,000 times. He said they couldn't give a rip about what we're doing to these pirates.
No,
doesn't bother them at all. They're not intimidated by that. They're not afraid by that. They'll threaten things against our people. They'll do all this kind of stuff. He said that has no impact on getting them to back down and getting them back in line. Mm-hmm. He said you're going to have to go into Iran and bloody their nose. And he said, and here's what they know. And he took us back. See, do you remember all the details of Praying Mantis, the military movement called Praying Mantis, when we blew up all the oil fields and we took about half their Navy out?
Mm-hmm. Not per se, but I know we've dealt with the pirates in this area before. Mm-hmm. We had the Barbary pirates shortly after we were
this was Iran. This is when we actually
right.
attacked Iran.
Right.
And he said when we did Praying Mantis, he said they immediately drew back and they stopped doing what they were doing. He said this out here with the pirates is going to have no impact on Iran. He said, and here's what they know. Thanks how many times we've said this, Bubba. He said what they know is in the current state of things, the United States of America can take away their will to wage war, and we would defeat them easily in a military war. And they know that. He said, but what they also are banking on is that this administration in the current state of America doesn't have the stomach to do it.
Right.
And he said, but if we don't do something like the Praying Mantis deal where we bloodied their nose, he said they are not going to do anything but continue. This pirate thing is just going to be you do this, we do that. You do this, we do that. Mm-hmm. But you go into Iran and blow up a key building like we did last time, take out half their Navy, burn their oil fields. He said, then you get their attention. But he said, but the big question before the Biden administration right now is, do they have the stomach to do it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, that's or whoever's calling the shots.
Yeah, because this is going to be there's going to be an effect even on our economy with these cargo ships being attacked.
Right.
Because the supply line and everything, it always affects what's going on here. I think one of the ones had to do something with Tesla, I believe. They can't get a win, it seems, right now.
Right.
And what I saw yesterday was this huge cargo ship, and it's just been hit. It's on fire.
That means your Amazon packages may not get here.
Yeah.
Folks,
but the point the general is making is they don't care about the pirates.
No.
If we kill every pirate there is, they don't care.
No.
He said, but you're going to have to bloody their nose inside Iran, and when we do that, unless we
tell the pirates,
unless we fool around and let them get nuclear capability, he said until right now we can defeat them, and they know it. They just don't think we have the stomach to do it.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't just blow up a symbolic building. You have to cripple their ability to make war.
Right,
you have to take their toys and break it. And then they can just sit there and get on the internet and gripe about it,
right.
but they can't really do anything about
Correct.
it.
Now, back at home, the Iowa caucus, Bubba, which I know you've been following in great detail.
Yes. How about it? Did everybody get out and caucus last night?
Did you see the overwhelming victory from one Donald J. Trump?
Yeah, 99 counties. He
99
won all
counties.
99 of
He
them.
got every single one of them.
In sub-zero temperature.
Right. Yeah. And then I thought it was interesting in 2A, ahead of the caucus, CNN, the bastion of conservatism, took a poll asking voters in Iowa if they think Biden legitimately won in 2020. And here's the package that says the overwhelming answer was no.
So asked folks, do you think Joe Biden legitimately won the 2020 election? 68%, more than two-thirds of those in these early entrance poll results showing up early to the caucus sites say no, he did not. Wrongly say no, he did not win legitimately in 2020.
So now let's look at CNN continuing. Do you know how long it took them to project that Donald Trump would win the Iowa Republican caucuses?
Well, it should have took them about 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 minutes, and they were calling it very fast. Here we go.
Okay. All right, John King, we can now make a very important projection. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the Iowa caucuses. CNN can make this projection based on his overwhelming lead in our entrance poll of Iowa caucus goers and some initial votes that are coming in. The former president pulling off a huge early victory in his bid to return to the White House.
So 30 minutes, all 99 counties, so overwhelming. Vivek Ramaswamy. He has announced he is stepping down, and he will endorse Donald Trump. Here we go.
As I've said since the beginning, there are two America First candidates in this race. And earlier tonight, I called Donald Trump to tell him that I congratulated him on his victory. And now going forward, he will have my full endorsement for the presidency. And I think we're going to do the right thing for this country.
So now Trump hears that.
He finished way down. DeSantis finished second, narrowly beating out Nikki Haley.
Trump says after Vivek announced he was stepping down, he gives him a pat on the back. Here we go.
I also want to congratulate Vivek because he did a hell of a job. He came from zero, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people.
He's just preparing for him to be put on the cabinet.
It will be a good one.
And he was loyal to Trump, so he gets a pat on the back.
Yeah.
Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Any topics we've hit already today, you can join us. We'd love to chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We will come back, and we will hear from you as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we They switch over, so they're a backup system there. This is something that I did get to see at Marshall many, many years ago when they were first working on it. They have to recycle your wastewater in space and your sweat and the humidity and turn it all back into usable drinking water. And that's quite a process. And we got to see the various steps of that.
Did you get your pop off of it?
No, I didn't. I passed on that. But
Did you donate your urine?
It was amazing how they do that and the science that goes into that and the chemistry and the engineering to be able to do that and do it in a small area and on the power budget they have to do it on and the time they have to do it. So it was just really cool to see all that kind of stuff. So it was very, very interesting. It's a pretty big place, and we really just scratched the surface yesterday. But it was a lot of fun, and I appreciate everyone that took time out of their busy day yesterday to show us what they were doing and how they were doing it. And it was kind of funny. You think about it on the way home. You have people there that are doing such high-tech scientific work. Then you leave Marshall Space Flight Center and you go out and you have to deal with like being at the drive-through.
I know.
And you think, wow, it's just two different worlds.
Yeah. There's the understatement of the day. Team Rick and Bubba takes the field for another hour. Rick and Bubba University student hash brown hero working on that degree in common sense, which has now been deemed a superpower. Welcome back for a brand new hour, rocking mic number 2 for 25 solid years, Mr. Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba experience.
We're talking about Bubba's trip yesterday. He was honored to go up and visit the Marshall Space Flight Center, and you gave us a little bit last hour, a little bit of an update, and you had something else you wanted to cover.
Well, just quickly, the space launch system that'll be coming online, they hope to actually fly next year. And when you're designing a new system from the ground up, it takes a little time, and there's going to be a few problems along the way. And the joke I told yesterday was the fact that they're trying to get it up by 2020 flying. I said, well, December's a long month. Don't forget that.
It
is. We may have one heck of a New Year's Eve party in 2020 when they try to get this thing going by that before we go into 2021.
Where are we going? Where's it? They're testing it? Where are we flying
This
to?
will be part of hopefully a platform that NASA will be able to use for a long period of time getting into space. Now, I think kind of the operation of it all, they didn't say this yesterday, but it kind of looks like the low orbit stuff is what we're going to basically hire that out to SpaceX and Blue Origins and, all that kind of stuff. And NASA concentrate more on the long, big picture of going to the moon again, establishing a base there, going on to Mars, and, the technology that'll be generated from that, transferring that into the private sector like they've done before. But just a little idea, the SLS system, to give you an idea, it's a little bit shorter than the mighty Saturn V rocket we had. Mm-hmm. The Saturn V was 363 foot. The SLS is going to be 322 foot. But listen to these numbers on what it can lift. The Saturn V generated 7.5 million pounds of thrust. Okay. The space shuttle generated 7.8 million pounds of thrust. The SLS system will be able to generate 8.8 million pounds of thrust in its final configuration. So it's going to be the strongest rocket we've ever had. And what that means for us, it'll really be cool to see it take off. Okay, that's the bottom line for us. So we got to get down to a launch when they get this thing going, no doubt.
All right, I want you to hear me out, and I realize now that you've said it. These may not be the people we need to talk to. It may be the other bunch you mentioned, your SpaceX's and your Blue Origins and all them. Mm. For our 25th anniversary, do you have any idea where the funmobile is now? Could we find it if we could go get it? I think Mabla's too big. But could we go find the funmobile? Do we know where it is? Whatever happened to it? Because I want to launch it into orbit is why I'm asking.
Right, like SpaceX did with Tesla.
Yeah, for the 25th anniversary, this thing starts orbiting. And but that sounds like that's not going to be them. They said they're kind of contracting out, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, we may have to get with SpaceX or Blue Origin on that.
Feels like the first time, though, baby. It is 20 minutes past, and let's chat with you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess is on the phones. If you want to join us, you can talk about anything that is on your mind. We've covered a number of topics, but you can always go in another direction if you so desire. It is not a time for you to bog down. Talk to Greg now. Everybody's, I get that. Greg's on the. Talk to Greg when he's in here on the mic, on the show, surely. Don't get him distracted in there. He's already got enough he's worried about. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'd love to chat with you and find out what is on your mind. Sarge is in Sweet Home, Alabama. Sarge, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today?
I'm good, gentlemen. How are you?
We're great. We're great.
So, Adler, they have upped the age to enter the military to 40. If you can get there and sleep in some of those arrangements, that bench at Dallas-Fort Worth will be like sleeping on one of those Helix mattresses you guys advertise.
Wow, I did not know that about the age. That's very interesting.
Is that true? Did they raise it to 40?
I think the Army did.
Really?
Yeah,
Well, they're struggling with recruiting. I wonder why.
Yeah, I can't believe that no one out there wants to actually be in the military run by this administration. Who knew?
Right.
Who knew?
Well, Sarge, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
See you, buddy. Yeah, and then you were telling me that Nikki Haley just announced it's a two-person race.
Yeah, I'm looking at the headlines here, and I'm like, I'm not following there because she finished third. She just
right.
What is she talking about? I like Nikki Haley. I really do.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I like DeSantis too.
If you want to have a little fun with some of our leftists, 4B Adler. So Joy Reid of MSNBC, she says that the reason Nikki Haley lost Iowa was because of racism. And I know that Nikki, has talked about her ancestry and all that, but I mean, anyway, so here is Joy Reid's take on that. Here we go.
New Hampshire. And I think to the point that you made, Steph, I mean, it's the elephant in the room. She's still a brown lady. That's got to try to win in a party that is deeply anti-immigrant and which accepts the notion that you can say immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. She's getting, birthered by Donald Trump. And I don't care how much the donor class likes her, which will ramp up a lot, the better she does in New Hampshire. So it's still a challenge. I don't see how she becomes the nominee of that party with Donald Trump still around. I can't picture it happening. Maybe it could happen. Ron DeSantis' only argument for staying in it is he's the white guy, that he can still make the appeal to white evangelists.
It must be tough if you have to look under every rock for a racist. It's just got to be. It's got to be a long, hard day for you.
But doesn't that make her one?
Well,
I mean, she's the one that always points out the race on everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, everything goes through the race filter with her. That's what I'm saying. It has to be tiring after a while to have to look at the whole world that way.
I'd go as far as, would I add one thing to that? Yes, tiring, but you know what else I'd add? Lazy. Can you not get a new thought?
Right.
Can you not walk out a different narrative, something a little deeper, a little more complex?
And I hate to bring this up. If you want to be look at true racist by her definition of it, you couldn't tell Nikki Haley was from foreign immigrant parents.
I didn't know.
I didn't know that. To be a true racist, I would think you would have to visibly be able to notice somebody's different.
Well, racists are not real good about going and getting your family.
Birth certificate and all that. I mean, who cares?
Let's throw this out. Let's help some of the young people out there that are trying to find their political way. I want you to understand how the left works. They just did it, and I'll give you another example of it. She said that the party that they don't want you to vote for because you don't want to be mean and evil, they are anti-immigrant. No, that's not true at all. As a matter of fact, if you go back and look at some of the Republican administrations, they were full of families that had legally immigrated to the country and always have been, at least in modern time. So they're not anti-immigration. They are anti-illegal immigration because they think an unvetted border is actually illogical and dangerous to all citizens and to the country. Okay, and to those that are being used by the drug cartel and all this and all the horrible things that happen to them.
And if you're just piling in anyway, you don't even have a border.
But if you're a leftist, though, you just say the other party is anti-immigrant.
Yeah.
Okay, now what's the other one? If someone on the left is trying to go against a candidate that is pro-life, you know what they will say? That candidate and that party wants to deny health care to women.
Yeah.
Right. They want to deny health care to women.
Yep.
And then the other is if they don't believe in man-made climate change, they are anti-science.
Yeah.
So look for these broad statements that they will not give you details on it, but they know that gets your attention. Well, I can't vote for a party that's anti-science, anti-health care for women, and anti-immigrant. But see, that's not what the truth is. So you're going to have to work a little harder. And then, of course,
they've got all their phobic names they put on everybody.
Sure.
And really, this is what it boils down to for me. I'm a hellophobic.
Right.
I don't want to bust the gates of hell wide open. And so I'm going to try to follow a guideline to prevent that.
Right.
And some of those things you're trampling over when you follow these policies of the extreme left.
Now, if you try to be negative about some of the radical Islamic terrorists, the left will stop you immediately and talk about how you are being racist, you are being, you're xenophobic.
Yeah.
But then if a Christian says
Well, I believe in my religious beliefs that one man and one woman should be in marriage, and there are two genders. That person is not committed to their faith. They're now, to Bubba's point, they're homophobic.
Yeah.
And they're genderphobic. So you see how it works. You got to watch out because it's all based on emotion, so it's kind of hard to follow. But all this is propaganda. These are not platforms. This is not ideology. This is not we believe one thing, they believe another. It's propaganda. And really, it would be great if they would say, here's who we are, this is what we believe, and then you want to vote for them, that's fine. And here's what the other party believes, and here's what they do. And if you think, well, that's not me, sure, you vote for either one, but you're not getting a clear picture on what the two parties represent because of propaganda. That's why you have to kind of study it yourself. And if you want to have a blast, watch the next one, Rachel Maddow. Here comes a meltdown. I don't know if we get a cry here or not, but after Donald Trump wins all 99 counties in Iowa, here we go.
And the big picture takeaway from that, and I don't mean to be, again, too dark, as you said, on this, but it is not, if we are worried about the rise of authoritarianism in this country, we are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country, if we're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government, the leader who is trying to do that is part of that equation. But people wanting that is a much bigger part of that equation.
Right. We know how you feel.
And the American electorate is made up of two major parties. One of those parties has been flirting with extremism on the ultra-right for a very long time. They've brought them in a way that they haven't been central to Republican electoral politics ever before. And I know because I've been studying this. But once you have radicalized one major party so that those are the preferences of the people who adhere to your party, the leader is interchangeable. And yes, Trumpism is sometimes what we call it. MAGA movement is probably a better way to do it.
All right, now keep in mind, Rachel Maddow, young people keep listening.
Do you think she was dropped as a child?
Could have been, Bubba.
Probably.
But she wants you to think that the right is radical. They've been radicalized, not the current modern left. Has anybody seen the current modern left?
Again,
they haven't been radicalized.
They're masterful of blaming you for what they're doing.
Yeah. They are the fascists.
Right.
They don't know the definition.
No.
I mean, that's what's sad.
Yeah.
They are the
brilliant
socialists. They are the communists.
That's why you got to do your homework.
That's it.
That's why you got to do your homework. It's all just propaganda out there. You got to do your homework. Bottom of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
SpaceX probably, Boeing, they're doing some stuff too. So United Launch.
Should I ask Bones? Bones probably knows where it is, doesn't he?
Yeah, Rick, it was your van. I don't know.
Whatever happened to it?
You were probably the one that had the paperwork on it.
Rick, how do you lose a van?
They took it back.
Have you lost your van?
I remember
I don't know where it is.
Somebody saw it on the other side of a fence in some abandoned little area.
I don't even know when was the moment we decided we were done with it.
When it wouldn't move anymore.
I don't know what happened to it.
Did you do something with it after Mavda came online, or
what? Did I get $1,500 for it or something? I don't know what happened.
Did you ever get a reverse in it?
Yeah. That was that we did a deal there where we would we traded.
For years it didn't have a reverse.
We traded some of that out. The deal was we'll make it the station van if y'all can give me reverse.
Right.
So the station got somebody to put reverse back in it.
What if
I don't know.
What if we
I don't know
launch
what
Big
you
Boy
do
into
with it.
space? We know where that is.
Oh, hey, I like
that'd be a
this.
great idea.
I like this.
I do. Now,
This would solve a lot of problems.
Listen, we might could get Big Boy on the Pegasus rocket now. You know, that's the one they dropped from the plane and launch it in.
I'm calling Elon.
My only issue with Big Boy
is a different one.
Our only issue with Big Boy is you can see Big Boy and it not automatically mean Rick and Bubba. The funmobile, I mean, there's our logo.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, every time you look at it, it has Rick and Bubba.
Well, we know,
even though it's the old logo.
We know a vehicle can be launched into space. I mean, they did that.
That's what made me think.
It's bright yellow.
No, but think about this. It is the old logo, but what was the old logo? What was in the background? The Earth.
Oh, that's right. It was.
You remember that? Had the big tower with the Earth behind it. There goes Big Boy.
Wow. There it is. Look at him.
I mean, that would be cool.
How did we get that animation that quick?
I don't know. Look, that would be cool.
It's out there.
No doubt about it. But you could almost see that, and everybody starts staking a claim to it.
Yeah.
You know?
We could put a Rick and Bubba logo on it.
Yeah. Now, if I'm open, we'll do that. And,
Rick, where is the old funmobile? That's a good question.
Bones would
because
know.
you had the title to it. You had to sign it over to somebody.
I don't know what happened to it. I really don't.
I got to tell you guys, we
The mobile assault broadcast vehicle's too big. I don't think.
By the way, I went to take a look.
Park it and forgot about it.
I took a look at it last.
Looks rough.
Boy, does it.
Maybe it was on my birthday.
Yeah. I drove by there the other day.
Boy, it's not. People written stuff on it. There's stuff written all over it.
Well, we haven't used it in a long time.
I know. Bones asked me some questions about generators. I didn't know what to say. And I'm texting Bones. Do you know where the funmobile is? The funmobile. Do we have any pictures that we can find quickly to show everybody the funmobile? The funmobile. If you want to look back on the 25-year memory.
Yeah, I just got some the other day. Somebody sent me about it.
The funmobile. Let me tell you what the funmobile was about for those of you who don't know.
Let's see if I can.
So I had a van. It was your classic. You remember they were selling them by the roads.
Astro van.
Yeah, they weren't a great vehicle. Let's just be honest. But so it was the van that I got when I started having a bunch of kids, and so I got the van because it also was used for us to travel to go to places and do things. And I'm talking about just as a staff as well. We needed something that had more seats in it. So when Bubba and I first started launching the show, we would just put shoe polish on Bubba's Jeep Cherokee.
Right. It was a red Jeep Cherokee.
And we would just take shoe polish and put Rick and Bubba on it and all that. Yeah. So then any station that we worked for, their vans were always just in terrible shape. And so we had one that had the station logo on it, but we thought we need a Rick and Bubba only van.
Yep.
So here it is. All right.
There it is. There she is.
Now this is not the finished product. This is it in one of its stages.
That's where the Cheech and Chong horns got on.
Yeah, we put giant horns on the top and had lights on it, too.
This was the van after it was painted and reverse was put in it, and it had Rick and Bubba Funmobile on each side. And if you notice right here, Go Speed Racer Go.
Yep.
Because that was if Speedy wanted to take it out and do something on location.
Boy,
and I think the back window had that logo that Speedy's talking about.
Yeah, it did.
On the very back window.
It was a globe with a microphone.
But we took this thing to the next level and had two gigantic horns put on it. When I say horns, I'm talking about speakers like you'd have at a football game.
Yeah,
those that sit up on the pole, and we had those put on the top.
Bullhorn.
We had those put up. We had those put on the top, and we had a
intercom,
an intercom,
PA
that had sirens. It had lights. It had everything you could think of on the inside of it. And this thing, it was legendary in parades and things like that. It was just it really served us well. It didn't, huh? And you're thinking about what I used to do at parades, aren't you? I knew Greg. Greg, our parade humor.
Oh, I remember.
That just used to slay Bubba. So
I couldn't get on the mic. I would get to laughing, so I couldn't do it. It's nothing worse than somebody trying to do a PA joke and start laughing in the middle of it.
So what Bubba and I would do, we would take the funmobile to a parade, and they would have us where we're supposed to be in line. This is before I
kind of line.
This is before that. This is before.
5 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Well, we came into a new year. I know. And you're thinking to yourself, so many things are new and new beginning and all of that. But let me warn you, if you came into this year still owing back taxes to the IRS, guess who hasn't released you and hasn't forgotten? No, the party's not over. When it comes to them, and in my opinion, the party can't begin until you get this done. So all the celebrating, all the new beginning, that is over. Your burden to owe them, unfortunately, isn't until today. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You may have already gotten yours, millions. And then, of course, what have they done? We've talked about this on the show. They've added over 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you, to find me. You know why? They're not really going after the super wealthy. You know why? Because they have all, between the super wealthy and them, is a lot of good lawyers that know tax law and they know all this. What they're hoping is that you and I don't have access to those kind of lawyers, so they can just terrify us into paying up and strong-arming us. That's why you need Tax Network USA, okay? They've got strategies that they have been using for years. They know how to get you in the best situation. You can find out more about them by going to TN, that's Tax Network, USA.com/Bubba. You need to do that now. these proven war room strategies solving your IRS problems quickly, and they'll do it in your favor. One of the things they know, they have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They work with them already. They know the agents you want to avoid. They know the agents that'll work with you, okay? In short, they're willing to waive, the IRS is on these new programs, they're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So at least the penalties could go away. So why don't you schedule your free confidential consultation to get this set up and get this burden off of you by going to tnusa.com/Bubba, or you can call one of their agents. Tell them you heard about them here, 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000. Bubba, there's a lot of things that robots do, and there's a lot of things we let them do, and they do it better, and we're so glad they could do it. Here's the question that Tesla would like to answer. Can we find a robot that can fold shirts and clothing better than we can? Or at least get it off of you, fold them good enough that you don't have to fool with it.
Well, Elon has talked about this before. He wants to see a point where we can give some task over to robots, and on long space missions, which is the ultimate goal,
right?
You're going to have robots that can repair the ship or go outside and do work that has to be done. And Tesla is working and on the cutting edge of a lot of this robot technology right now, and this is really amazing what this robot can do.
So we're going to look at it. We'll have to narrate it for you. Now the key is it's going to have to be able to fold a shirt better. It's going to have to be a step up. So here comes the robot taking the shirt and trying to fold it.
Well, I'll assure you it's already better than me.
Yeah. Right. Well, now I'm going to tell you that thing that the merchandise department gave me for when I had to pack myself for that trip to Europe.
Yeah.
It folds a shirt perfectly.
Is that like a board thing?
And frankly,
I think Sheldon had one on.
And frankly, it folds it better and a little quicker than that.
He's struggling a little bit with a little bit of fabric there.
Yeah,
but for a robot to
not
be
bad.
able to do that,
not bad.
Is really incredible.
Now the board, I think, is a lot less expensive than the robot.
Right. Probably But I think the bigger picture is where you can develop, because once they get this perfected, it's going to be able to not only do that but other chores too.
Right, and then go on to take over your home and take all of you hostage. But I will say
Take
this:
your wife.
yeah,
Throw you in the middle of the night.
Right, but if it's doing this, I hope for what I want to pay for a robot of that level, this is not all it does.
Right.
I don't want to write a check for the folding robot. I'm going to need the robot to fix dinner.
Yard cutting robot.
It's going to have to do a lot of things for that kind of investment. And I do wish it folded the shirt a little better. I don't think my wife would be satisfied with that fold, based on my past experiences.
Well, it's better than mine.
I'm not worried about the speed because you can give it a task. We can go to work, come back. It's fine. But I do need. Can it put it on one on a hanger? Okay, we got to have that. And to your point, there's two things that I struggle with, and that's emptying dishwasher and doing dishes and putting those dishes up, and laundry. If I could get those two, I'd invest good money in a robot.
Yeah, I've one of the things that we have struggled with at our house about when you've had a big dinner and a lot of folks over, family and stuff, getting the dishwashers put up, is we can't quite seem to get our family to know that we don't have at our house a trash. What is it when you pour stuff down
Disposal?
the sink?
It's really amazing you don't.
We don't. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm septic tank. And apparently, when they were putting it in, they wouldn't put one in because of that at the time versus being on the plumbing of the,
sewer system.
Sewer system. Yeah.
Really, I didn't know that was an issue.
I didn't either.
We had one at our last house with a septic. But
I don't know why, but we were told that would come back to haunt us.
Yeah.
I think they lied to you, Rick.
Yeah.
Maybe when that house was built,
maybe
when
because it's 21 years old.
Yeah, that's
So
my builders probably just put one in.
Mine probably didn't care either.
Didn't care.
Right.
Apparently, they didn't care about paying bills.
But people
either.
keep dumping stuff down our sink, and we're like, you know what? That's actually making our life harder.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not a trash disposal. So I have to do, just remind me because I had to do it last night, when I'm doing something that has stuff that's coming off the plates, it needs to be caught by the strainer.
Yes.
And not go down the sink. That does make it's a different world.
Yeah, it is.
And then of course then it floods and you keep pulling the thing up saying, no, I want you to let the water out. And then it sticks again and you have to pull it up again. So and then you end up catching all the stray pasta in it.
I didn't know we were in the same world, Rick. I deal with that every single night.
Yep.
The little strainer is my enemy. I deal with it.
Yeah.
We wish they would function better.
Yes.
I sure like flipping that switch on.
Oh yeah, sure, no question. Yeah, but on those strainers,
chop suey.
I don't know why we couldn't fix the strainer that when I pull it up to let the water drain. Why don't you stay that way? Why do you keep falling back down and stopping up again?
Yeah.
When I pull it up, stay up.
Yeah.
Why won't that let?
You got to kick it over to the side a little bit. Rotate it.
Yeah, you do, because if you don't, it won't do what it's supposed to do, which means sit in there and
It'll blop right back down.
Yeah.
Do you do the mesh net, or are you doing like metal strainer?
Metal
kind of
strainer.
thing? Yeah, that's what I do.
Metal
too.
strainer. Don't do
That's
net.
what I do.
Yeah. And it was you're not going to believe what we had for dinner last night.
What?
Salmon.
Again?
Yeah.
Did you play it off?
Sherry just came and she goes, I don't want to hear about the salmon.
Okay.
She said,
She just went in and announced
She
it?
says, we'll be having baked salmon tonight. We'll be having some pasta with that, which was really good. And we'll be having some spinach. And she said, so I've heard everybody's let me know about your little salmon speech. But this is delicious wild-caught salmon. You're going to enjoy it. It's going to be fine. And I would appreciate if you would eat salmon tonight with a good attitude.
Yeah.
And I did. It was good. I mean, there'd been a little bit of space in between it. It's I don't know what it is with me and salmon. It's a great dish. And when I ate it, I was fine.
Yeah, I love it.
It was good.
I love
It's
it.
just this. I don't know.
I love
what it is.
salmon sushi.
It's like I said before. You could bake chicken for me every night, and I don't think I would ever grow weary of it. But it's something about salmon. I can have it, but I just can't have it a lot.
Yeah.
You can overdo it.
When you bake chicken, do you use a sauce for your chicken or go straight?
Varies. I usually will marinate it in some way.
And see, I think that is the reason we're okay with chicken, because I don't do a whole lot of sauces and stuff with the salmon.
Mm-hmm. Sherry's good.
And you can be
her
variety.
seasoning on is really good.
You can have a variety with chicken. Like I may use Asian zing one night. I may use barbecue sauce one night.
Oh, big variety.
So I think that's
big
why.
variety. Big variety.
Because I'm in the fish, getting tired of fish camp too.
Did y'all ever grow up?
Did you just say tired of fish camp? That's funny.
Yeah. Did y'all ever grow up, or really even into adult life, not liking something, and then finally, like Sam, I am, you tried it,
tons
you're
of things.
and you're like, oh wow,
Plenty
I
of those.
actually like
Tons.
this.
Yeah.
Is there something that
Sam's
you didn't
one
like,
of
but
them.
it's a go-to?
Last night, do you think I would ever eaten spinach? As a
Ooh.
kid, ever?
No.
No matter what Popeye said. I
I didn't like
touch-
broccoli when I was a little.
Broccoli's a good example.
love it now.
I didn't eat that as a kid.
No.
Would you eat broccoli without the cheese though?
Yeah, I need it.
Okay,
I'm fine.
good.
Just steam it a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Had a broccoli salad the other night.
I don't have to have all the.
Where are we on asparagus?
I like. I
it's
didn't,
not
but I do
bad.
now.
See, that was another one. Of course,
Betty
Well, it'll
likes
make
it,
you,
but I don't.
you know.
Oh, yeah.
What about squash?
Don't follow me in the restaurant.
Love squash.
No.
Well, that
Love
happens
squash.
quick too. The asparagus thing in the bathroom is a quick
Very
transition.
fast.
Should
Yeah.
there be a study on that?
I think so.
But I will tell you that
It goes through you pretty quick, doesn't it?
I mean,
does.
wow.
well, it's
Makes my eyes water.
It's
Yeah,
the,
it does.
it's the aroma.
Yeah, it is. It's a
Massive aroma.
yeah, it is.
Huge.
Yeah, but
Almost wrecks it for me. Because
yeah.
I like asparagus.
Yeah.
I always forget about it. I always
Almost wrecks
forget
it for
it
me.
does
And then
that to me.
boom.
I know.
But back to squash.
Like,
To
what
me, there is no presentation of squash I want to eat.
Oh, I love
Squash
squash.
is it.
Yeah, I like
Love
squash.
squash. Okra, love it.
Yeah, I do too. Don't like it boiled. A little slimy for me.
Mm-hmm.
What, okra?
Yeah. You ever had it boiled? It
It
lays in your plate like a snail, like you got snails laying.
Some. You know, I like the, and you introduced me to that, cooking it on the grill.
Oh,
That's
Game-
maybe
not
my
bad.
But that
favorite.
goes over in Game Changer.
Yeah, it is. It
Yeah.
really is a game changer.
By the way, is Greg just playing out in the snow right now?
He's in
What's
there.
going on?
He's in there for
Oh.
some reason.
He's holding court.
You want to know what my family, some of them stand on their head to say I'm not eating it, is black-eyed peas, and I didn't know that was such a controversy.
Oh, I love black eyed
Love those.
I am
love
too,
them.
but two of my boys are like, man, I don't want
Little
to.
pepper sauce.
I'm like, no, on New Year's Dad's like, no, man,
I'm
you
one
gotta
of you
have a
boys.
few.
I don't like black-eyed peas.
Put them on. Just dump them on cornbread and eat it all as one
You
thing.
seen people put mayonnaise in it?
No.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Parade tank ran out and I couldn't do parade.
Yeah.
This is back
I still love
when we were
Many
in the-
years ago.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to one.
Two things I can't do anymore: parades and car lot remotes. I can't do either one. So anyway, so we, I would get on the PA as if I was the parade coordinator, and let's just grab a random. Say we were competing with Magic 96, okay, another radio station, whatever. And I would look, what was down? So because he loved it, because I had the tone and everything, didn't I? And so I would get on the PA. Now they'd be station vans in the Christmas parade, just as far as you could see. And I would go, ladies and gentlemen, would someone from Magic 96, please report to the parade coordinator? Now, keep in mind, that's a real general statement. Nobody knows who that is.
Okay.
And you would watch.
And we already had a
people in
visual.
Magic 96
we
shirts
had a
just start-
visual on
just-
who we were talking about.
And they would just start scattering around trying to find the parade coordinator.
And that, you could see them, the confusion, people running,
Right.
people getting on phones, and we're laughing so hard we cannot breathe.
Every now and then-
One, you think that the people might go, where did that come from? Where did that voice come from?
it was supposed to be used for good, but we would use it.
It was used for good. It was fun.
Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. A new Rick and Bubba segment called Do You Remember? Celebrating our 25th year this year, and we've discovered that the body of work now is so large, there are things that people bring up that we have no recollection of. So we have the things we remember clearly. There's things we call a spark is firing, and then we have the things we don't recall at all. So this is your chance to say to the Rick and Bubba Show, hey, do y'all remember? And then you do this, and we let you know if we do or we don't. So we'll start with Chris in Alabama. Chris, welcome to Do You Remember?
Do you remember that Tom Speed took the funmobile to Talladega Super Speedway and the cops showed up?
Yes. He got on the track illegally.
I do remember that. Well, the funmobile, that's when we call when the funmobile was in its prime.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the funmobile's most glorious moments.
Yeah.
We go to Josh in Alabama. Josh, welcome. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are y'all doing?
Good.
Great.
Hey, I've actually got two of them, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, fire it up.
Do you remember the time that y'all was on TV around Christmas time singing Christmas carols in red long john pajamas?
Yes.
And also, do you remember the Jack's cartoon animated commercials that y'all used to be in?
Jumping Jack Chicken.
Jack's I remember clearly. By the way, you can go to YouTube and find those now. You can go.
Can you really?
Yeah, Rick and
Those are
Bubba,
hilarious.
Jack's commercials, and you can find them.
Funny.
I do remember wearing the long johns for the cover of Birmingham Magazine. We were.
I don't remember doing a video singing.
I don't remember.
When y'all were in Nashville at that house, were y'all not in them there?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Y'all were at the
We
Christmas
did.
guys.
You wore them multiple
Buddy's
times.
house.
We did. Okay, that's probably what he's talking about.
Yeah, that was on
Did
some
we-
kind of special, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
It was at Buddy
Killing.
Buddy Killing's
Killing.
house.
Okay, so I do remember that.
I don't remember us singing in long johns.
I don't either.
Did y'all not have? I thought y'all had them on there.
We
for
did
some
some number out front where they had snow falling on us.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do a little bit.
Kind of.
That's a spark.
But we shot the thing overnight, and we were so
We
sleepy
were so-
we didn't know
who
what
we
we
were. We didn't know who we were. I'll go back to this. I remember, and I've told this story before. So Bubba and I, the show was new to Birmingham, and we were getting a lot of press. And they put us on the cover of what was called Birmingham. It's still out. It's still available. Birmingham Magazine.
Yeah.
And they put us in those classic old red long johns. You know, that have the little
that picture's
little
on the
thing you
back
can
of the
open up in the back.
Yeah.
And so it's in
Union suit.
Yeah, and we had that on, and my wife was working then at a local TV station, and she came home, and I had it laying there on the table, the cover, and no, I had the long johns on. That's what it was. And she said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Bubba and I just did a photo shoot." She goes, "No, not in that." I said, "Oh yeah, in this."
Oh, absolutely.
And she said, "What are they going to do with this?" I said, "You're looking at the cover of the magazine." Hey, you're looking at the cover of the magazine. She goes, "Please tell me no." So when it came out, I would lay it out on the coffee table, and she would hide it.
Yeah.
and I would keep taking. So
we
anyway,
have a copy of that framed in our
the-
lobby.
Yeah, it's back there.
look, Bubba. There's the old logo. See, it's in front of the Earth.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
See, that'd be perfect for if we launched the Funmobile into orbit.
For Adler.
Mickey and Coleman, Rick and Bubba, 25 years. Do you remember? Mickey, go ahead.
Do y'all remember coming to Coleman and playing softball at Heritage Park?
Oh yeah,
of course. Yes, we do.
That's when Chris hit the RV out there with a home run. Chris, how do you say Chris?
Gambrell.
Gambrell.
He could hit a softball. Good.
Yeah, he
night
could.
alive.
Boy, he could. Yeah, we remember that. That was a big crowd, and
It was a great event. That was a very, very good crowd.
Yeah. We're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us as we come to you from a frozen sweet home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Thank you for being with us today. All right, so other things that we need to cover. This ongoing transition in college football of the Nick Saban era being over at Alabama, and then who we now have the DeBoer era has begun. But I didn't know this. Speedy was telling me, the state of college football, which I think we all agree, somebody's going to have to. I mean, we're going to have to get everybody up and kind of work through this a little bit. I did not know that as far as this transfer portal, and I saw a bunch of articles yesterday that the transfer portal is destroying college football and all this. And one of the things I did not know is that when a coach leaves, the players are allowed to go in the portal, but the university where the new coach isn't allowed to use the portal during the dead time.
Right.
So the players can leave, but you can't start looking to replace them because of if you're in a dead time.
Dead zone,
right. Unless you want to talk to a player that's got a coach left too.
Technically, you're saying by the rules you're not supposed to.
Oh yeah, they're privately doing it for sure. But,
I can tell you it's going on.
Oh yeah,
sure it is.
Of course it is.
I got firsthand experience that's going on.
Yeah, it will happen.
Yeah,
but so you're kind of it's So yesterday it was the back and forth on whether the quarterback was going to leave, but it did turn out that he is staying. Is that right?
Yeah, but there was an erroneous story put out that they
right.
had to issue a correction.
Right, and so it's it'll be interesting to see how it goes, and no one knows, and we love making these kind of predictions, but. And Greg, you mentioned it earlier, just for fun. Do you think DeBoer will we look back and say, look, all Alabama did was take the Saban baton and hand it to the DeBoer baton? I mean, hand it to him, and he just kept on moving. And they never missed a beat.
Mm-hmm. Following a legend's tough.
Really,
it is.
We have examples at Alabama.
Good news, though, if you can get them to stay, you have a lot of talent where you're going.
That's right.
I mean, I've been some of the top recruiting classes forever.
As far as for him, it's probably as good a scenario as you could face.
Yeah. One of the DBs said he met with him for like 2 hours yesterday, and he came out going, "This guy's legit. He's for real."
Course,
and he kind of made a statement to all of his teammates: before you make a decision, you need to meet with him because this guy's like legit.
Well, think about it this way: this guy was able to convince a lot of good players to go to Washington.
Yeah.
So if they do leave Alabama, I'm fully convinced he can reload just like anybody else does out there.
Well, I did hear, and I believe it might have been our brethren Dunaway and Brown that said it. I can't remember where I heard it, but I thought it was a good point. They said if you look at what he did at Washington, he had no expertise with that area of the world either.
Yeah,
that's right.
And he got there with no connection, no whatever, and still built a winner there.
Yes.
As well, but the problem is it's not. You know how we say sometimes the problem in our country sometimes isn't the leadership and the choices we have. It's our own brothers and sisters,
the people who are putting them in charge,
and what they're willing to do. I do think there is a problem that is just with this transfer portal and the lack of limits on it, because we're telling young people who grew up, their minds are not even fully developed, who also grew up in an instant gratification society. The thing of why don't you work with someone and be the starter next year, they have no concept of that. And now they've been given the ability to make
lots of money
and also choices that are just back in. They're not being required to sit down and think about it. Nothing makes them sit down. And think
they
about
don't care because if it don't work out, I'll go somewhere else.
Right.
I mean,
That's
they're leaving every year,
and sometimes that's not even the best thing for them.
No, it's not.
And so I can't imagine what it's like to try to balance all that. And I still think all this played a big role in Saban retiring, but. So you don't really know, but I think, Greg, you might have said it best. I think it was in the kickoff hour, maybe I think it might have been off air. We were standing in here. Is that you don't understand the kind of success that DeBoer has to have.
Yes, the bar is. Very
he may
high.
be successful, just not successful enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Think about
the tough act to follow.
The
standard. If they don't win it, that's a bad year.
I'm telling you, the fact that they haven't been there the last few years and won it helps him.
Right. So I guess we could say, though, but if you don't make the final, well, of course, the 12 will help you do that.
It will.
But if you don't find your way into the Final Four, you will be considered not doing as well as Saban. I mean, I'm not saying that's the way it should be.
No.
I'm just saying that's the way it is.
I think next year, if he gets in the top 12 next year, it's a success. If he gets to the top 4 the following year, it's that he's considered a success.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
But,
I give him 1 year to get in the 12.
But I know that.
Which is ridiculous to even say that. Think about what I just said.
Yeah,
that's
but
how
that's the
high the
standard.
expectations and standard is.
Oh yeah, but it's and it's not even the way it should be, but it is the way
it's real.
Everybody acts like it took Saban a long time to turn it around, but it
really
didn't.
didn't. See, that's another bar. that he
Season
set.
2, here they go.
Yeah,
and
he took over a bad program,
real bad. I'll never forget. And y'all have heard me say this before.
The board's taking over a good
I had friends that would invite me to different college football games or whatever, and I was invited to an Alabama game during the time that no Alabama fan wants to remember. Okay. And I think they were playing Southern Miss, if I remember it right. And I could not believe the product I was seeing on the field. I couldn't believe it in that uniform. Right. But I was leaving with these friends of mine, and they said, "Well, what do you think?" I said, "I can't believe I'm saying this about the University of Alabama, but your team has average players that don't play hard."
Yeah.
Alabama not playing hard.
Of course, Saban came in and fixed that.
Oh no, he fixed it. But I'm talking about that was.
You're
Right.
right.
I'm making the point.
You couldn't
that's
believe the state it was in.
I could not believe the state of that program.
Because that's never been the case.
No, and he fixed that. So fixed it, and for 16 of the 17 years, they
Was
were
in the hunt.
they were
Yeah.
a winner.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting. I'm just the standard that he's facing is just. Are you going to play Roll Tide Willie again?
I mean, he makes some great points here.
He does.
If you guys want to hear it, it's one minute.
By the
long.
way, for you do you know that he made the Hard Knocks? Tua started saying what he always says, and they played one of his videos on Hard Knocks.
I did not
That's
know
hilarious.
that.
Look, Alabama ain't gonna go hire nobody that don't need to be hired. You know what I'm saying?
I figured Nick Saban got somebody already in mind
He ain't gonna leave Alabama
without a coach.
And listen, whoever fills his shoes, I don't care who
They
it is,
gonna fill a big man's shoes.
They gonna have to
One of the greatest coaches of all time.
the greatest coach of all
You
time.
got that right. Ain't nobody gonna ever beat him.
Well, hey, it is what it
Well,
is. We love Nick Saban. We thank his family.
I love Nick Saban to death. I wish I could hug his neck right now.
I know, and we appreciate
No
everything
shoes
he's
on.
done. We've been with Alabama
got
since
on
the
today.
bad days, and we've been with them.
Through the good times and the bad times. We never turn our back on Alabama.
No matter who the coach.
No
Right?
matter who the coach was. When we had that sorry, no good Mike Shooter, I stayed with the time.
When are we having lunch with them?
Now, he is turn on Alabama.
he
We've
did.
seen the video.
When they got beat by Tennessee, he abandoned. He abandoned the players. He abandoned Saban. He abandoned everybody.
No, he didn't. Never.
Ricky leaves in the middle of the game and is going home, and the guy has to call him back.
Unreal.
No,
Never
he's
do it.
never not been with him.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a big day. Don't forget about Rick and Bubba archives every day. You can catch those on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Any audio or video that you miss on the Daily Show, you can always go back and get it. We'll be right back if you're leaving us, so have a good day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't remember anything but that detail from the game, but I
I
do
remember Chris hitting that RV because nobody thought we could get that far.
There's the cover of the Birmingham Magazine we're talking on. So this guy's claiming that at one point we put those on and sang Christmas carols. I don't remember that, but then Greg brings up that we sang.
Y'all didn't have those on at the Buddy Killing
We
thing?
may have.
I don't know.
Yeah,
In my mind, you did.
And I think at one point we had them on sitting with Waylon Jennings.
Yeah, that picture's in the hall, isn't it?
There is. I just don't know if we had that on.
Well,
maybe you didn't.
All right, look right there. That was the cover of Birmingham Magazine,
Mhm.
The Sexiest Fat Men Alive. And my wife hid that magazine from company for so long. There it is.
Funny. I remember the day we did the photo shoot for that.
I do too. Yeah. Look at that right there. That thing sings, doesn't it?
And Adler, I've zoomed in on the old logo with the
Yeah, we have
Earth.
we found the old logo too. There's the old logo that used to have the microphone in front of the Earth.
I've still got the, the print ready stuff for all that.
Chris in Odenville. Chris, you go with the no remember. Do you remember?
Hey, do you guys remember the time you were on location at the beach and you tried to play Name That Grass?
Mm-hmm.
And the game got so frustrating that you said the winner of this is going to get a brand new car?
Yes, that's when Karen couldn't work the
And
hold button.
Didn't I ask that the mobile assault broadcast vehicle run over me and kill me?
Yeah, and back over you.
And I said, by golly, don't you rest? It better take me out.
Yes.
All right, Greg has a report.
In the hallway, there's a picture of y'all with Waylon Jennings, and y'all are wearing the red union suits.
Yep, we are.
Y'all are sitting on each side of him, and I guess his wife.
So we did have them on. Yeah, we sure did. There's a picture of us with Waylon Jennings out in the hallway.
Look at Bubba right now.
You see it?
Now, I remember the scene. I just don't remember having that on.
Is it official? Yeah. They're saying it's official. It's in the hall right there.
Yeah, it is. It's on one of those pictures in the hall, one of those multi-pictures.
Yeah. Y'all seem to have the red union suit on.
I think-
Bubba's got some kind of belt
So do
around
we
his.
count that as you can't remember?
Yeah, where does that
one?
land?
That one is a spark because I remember doing it. I just don't remember having that on.
We put it under spark. We can't remember. We can't remember the details of it, but it sparks some memory.
Okay.
I think if I remember right,
Has Bubba not got some belt on?
Didn't Edie may have been the one that wanted us to wear those red?
Of course it
outfits.
was.
Yeah.
All right, what?
All
right, do you have it?
Let's see here. I think I just took a picture of it for Adler.
All right, Adler will have it in a minute. Gulf Shores, Alabama, sunny 105. Let's go to Beverly. Beverly, go ahead.
Hey, I was just wondering if you guys remember the time that Speedy punched that mannequin at Mary.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, loud
we bring
and
that
clear.
up a lot.
Yeah,
The tongue moved.
Loud and clear.
What happened?
The tongue moved.
Bubba, there we are.
Rick?
We got them on. And there's Edie in there, too.
Yeah,
There y'all are with Waylon.
I think Edie was the driving force behind that one.
And you got these antlers on your
Don't
head.
forget the antlers. We've got antlers on as well.
And right in the middle is Waylon Jennings. As if it wasn't weird enough.
Yeah, the punching of the mannequin, to make that story funnier, if you remember it, Speedy did not know that he was punching some antique porcelain mannequin that was like a showpiece in the house. You thought it was just some normal rubber plastic.
It was just going to bounce around or whatever.
It was the biggest break we'd had before the chandelier.
Yeah.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. And then the staff ran and left me
tried to act
standing
like you
there.
didn't know what happened.
And y'all, every
What
important
happened?
person on the city council and stuff was behind the camera.
We've caused a
following us
lot
through
of
there.
havoc.
And they all
over
just
the
looking at me like, what the?
Bubba,
When you're moving forward with that much energy, you're going to have minor things
He
happen.
was trying to make something happen.
by the way,
What going well?
forgot all about that guy.
Drove all the way there.
Get something going to happen.
Alan in Asheville. Alan, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Doing good, guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. What's your do you remember today?
Do y'all remember doing the Funky Bus Tour from Marvin's?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember the winning best breakfast contest that you had? And
Spark. That one's going to be a spark. I don't remember that clearly.
I figure with being with food, y'all might remember what it was.
So what was it?
What was it?
That's when you
It was chocolate gravy and biscuits.
Oh, wow. So I was having.
Was that where did we get that in Hattiesburg?
That was trustful.
Yeah. No, we're
That
not.
was the very first one.
We're not remembering it like we should. That falls under Spark. That falls under
Spark or no?
Spark.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Skype
Well, see,
out.
some of them we remember the event, but maybe not some detail. Somebody's
taking my scalp out. It's gone.
Huh?
Who messed with that?
What the?
Where's my scalp out?
What the?
I don't need that on WFP2. I don't ever
Come
use
on.
that. There we go.
Greg probably did it.
Yeah.
No, I don't have no.
Done it deliberate.
All right, so here's Speedy. Here's the mannequin.
2003, y'all.
Okay. Well, she grabbed around the right. She got fought.
We wish the audio was better.
She grabbed me.
That mannequin looks real up close, doesn't it?
No.
Are you about to hit it?
Oh, no.
Yes.
Who's that, Mr. Allen?
Here's a hit. Here it comes.
Watch the tongue move.
She's been moving all night long. Go for it. I mean, all night long. D.
So Steve goes to touch it, and he's trying to scare Don Juan. 6 minutes now past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world. It is the Rick and Bubba Show, and you can reach us right now. We start the hour with a phone troll. Calvin Speedy Wilburn now takes over controls, and you can reach him at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll get you lined up ready to go. 30 seconds a pop means you talk about whatever you want to. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. His time on the program, or your time on the program, comes to a close. We go to another person. Meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, those will not be allowed. They'll get an instant buzzer because you are now programming the show yourself, picking the topics on your own. 10 lines make it easier to get in, but the buzzer keeps the line moving efficiently. So if you want to try to get us now, you can. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilburn standing by. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy, for a brand new hour.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on this very wintry day across North America.
Yeah, we may be iced in to where we are through to tomorrow's show, and then tomorrow afternoon probably it gets above freezing. But one of the things that is hitting us pretty hard is the lack of food.
Yeah, we may have to play the new game, How We Gonna Eat?
Yeah, we're going to have to. We have a snack bar that I did find out that some of the trucking companies came in, and they said that they would fight us for the food in the snack bar. But we can do that, and it's that's the one thing, because if the roads are treacherous for anyone to drive, it would also be people that drive food.
Yeah,
and so that's when it starts to hurt you. At first I wasn't really worried about it until I realized that the people that drive food can't drive.
Yeah, that's right.
And because I'm thinking, it's a whopping 24 hours, and then we can go home tomorrow afternoon. But but then I started worrying about that a little bit, because I'm not sure they're all serving, and it'll be difficult to find food that someone else prepares. But we do have a snack machine, so we're gonna hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, it's snowing more than I want it to outside.
Yeah, well, that really isn't the problem, because it's not a whole lot. What the problem is, anything that falls will stick. But your real problem is what's already down. Where we live, it's not going to go below freezing. It's just going to stay and harden. That's that. And it's that. And that was
colder.
Yeah, it's going to get colder throughout the day and through tomorrow morning. Then after that, it relinquishes a little bit. Sure. Let's go to Ben. Ben standing by. You can join us. You can join us too. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Ben, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Just wanted to suggest real quick and get your opinion on what it would be like if you got Gary and Roll Tide Willie linked up.
I was more thinking. I was thinking more like Dickie and Roll Tide Willie. I mean, you talk about a powerhouse.
Yeah, that's all started in there.
Yeah, and because Gary does that thing too, where he thinks he acts like that he's done with college football because of the state of it. He had Hey, I don't even care about it no more. I mean, are we paying players?
He worked his way back in.
Oh, sure, because there's too much Bama in him. Hey, I mean, he's paying the players and. All this money these coaches is making and what they charging people to come to these games, I don't care about it no more. Hey, did you hear the Saban's retiring? Well, I thought you didn't care about it. Well, I mean, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah,
but I thought you didn't care about it. What do you care? You're not watching anymore.
No.
Who you think they're going to hire? Well, I don't know. Who cares?
Yeah.
And I kept trying to get him on the who cares.
If you don't watch, what does it matter to you?
You're right. And before I knew it, he did care because it's just too much.
Yep.
Well, I've been pulling for Bama my whole life. I mean, things could be worse. You could be for Auburn. I know, Gary. I got that. It's not worse. You're not in a bad situation. You don't even care anyway. Hannah in Tennessee. Hannah, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. You're on. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning, y'all.
Hey, Hannah.
So we are definitely snowed in Tennessee too.
Oh yeah,
but
more
I
so.
have my husband also has a job where he has to go to work and leaves me here with the kids. So I'm just curious how Adler's wife is going to handle having the little ones for herself.
A minute ago, he seemed to indicate not well. That he was trying to avoid that situation. So I don't know how many hills and places he has to deal with.
The drive in was pretty easy, frankly, in the Subaru. So I'm hoping the drive home will be the same. But she's home with a 3-year-old and a 10 or 11-month-old, and it's It's not good for our marriage, at least.
Right. Well, yeah, and that was me too. My drive in was easy. I'm concerned is my drive home and then back in tomorrow going to be as easy.
Right.
That's where I'm struggling.
I'm keeping an eye on.
Yeah, but yeah, today wasn't any big deal as long as it'll stay right there. But I don't know that that's what it's doing.
Yeah.
So,
I don't either.
Right, and I don't have to go out on any main road, so that's good. So I don't know. But then there's that side of me. See, I don't have that on me. If I had that on me, it was just like you go back to Snowmageddon.
Let's not.
Yeah, and I got home from Snowmageddon with no problem. Now, it took 3 hours. But I got home because it was people that blocked the road is the thing you got to be concerned about.
Yeah, it was all the people clogged the road up. I could have been fine. I had a Jeep. I could get around, but when the road is totally blocked with cars piled up, you can't do anything with it.
Y'all, it's real deal snowing outside. Like it's really snowing.
Well, I wouldn't call that real
That's
deal
a flurry.
Those are
flurries.
flurries. Those are snow flurries.
I'm
That's
from
a flurry.
Texas and Alabama and Florida. This is a blizzard to me.
Yeah, the Hannah that just called from Tennessee, they saw real snow. You're not looking at real snow.
No.
North Alabama saw real snow, but that's flurries.
Thank you for calming me down.
Yeah, but now again, that doesn't change the fact that it's going to get colder over the next 24 hours and the ice more hard. That doesn't change that.
You always gonna have that.
Yeah, where we are, and look, we're Southerners. We don't deal with this. This is not our thing. It makes us nervous. I can't imagine what it must be like to be somebody who deals with this all the time, looking at that parking lot and going, "Y'all are concerned about that parking lot?"
Right.
Let's go to Scott in Alabama. Scott, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, if y'all get snowed in, how long is it before Bubba turns cannibal?
It's funny.
Yeah, don't get to moving too slow.
Yeah, I tell you one thing. I've never been so glad I've lost weight because I mean he's looking because he gets looking around the room. I hope I'm off the list.
Yeah,
but you do desperate things in desperate times, and Alabamians dealing with snow and ice, it's desperation.
Yeah,
and we start thinking we may starve to death.
Well, too, a lot of our roads are just not built to deal with it either. With a lot of the bridges and hills.
No. Well, it goes back to this, and I wish everybody would give us a break. Yes, it looks silly the way we act, but you're not taking into account that we're not prepared. We don't have the stuff y'all have.
Right.
Yeah. Like Bubba said today, I can't imagine.
The training.
Like Bubba said today, I can't imagine what it's like to be in Alaska. But it's nothing to be in Alaska because they have everything they need because they deal with this all the time.
But just having to deal with it and having to engineer around it and the stress on the equipment, man, it's just,
No, I got you. It is. But I mean, if it's
plug-in heaters in all the cars.
The problem isn't something when it's your norm. The problem is when it's abnormal. That's when you have trouble.
Right.
Just like when they come here and don't know what to do when it's 101. And we say, please do not go out on the beach in the middle of the day, and they go anyway.
Yeah.
Right. Consider it hot, and then they're like, why am I sweating profusely? This is called humidity.
Yep. But it stays with you.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show is coming your way, and we'll hit more of the stories today and continue to hear from you as we roll on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She got fought.
We wish the audio was better.
She grabbed me.
How's that mannequin looks real up close, doesn't it?
No.
Are you about to hit it?
No.
Yes. Who's that, Mr. Allen? Here comes a hit. Here it comes.
Watch the tongue move.
She's been moving all night long.
Go for it.
I mean, all night long.
D.
Just D goes to touch it. He's trying to scare Don Juan. What?
Touch it, D.
What?
No, D, touch it. If it does anything, I got it. Go.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
Speed racer.
Oh my God.
Shut up, see that? You broke that thing. I didn't mean to.
He didn't just break it, Rick. He shattered it.
I didn't mean to.
Oh boy.
Then put the hair back on.
You see it move? Put the wig back on.
All right, Speedy. So the city council, what does their face look like?
Oh, well, it was kind of dark, so I couldn't really see them.
But they were not.
But there was a lot of.
My favorite is Chris Molesky. That's Christopher Columbus speed racer. He knew
Y'all,
he messed up.
It was so bad. Y'all know, I think it was
Guys, you caved in the thing's face.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Speedy.
You broke something.
It
That
was
was like,
But I didn't
nice
know.
too.
Probably
But
should have touched it and
Yeah,
felt of it.
yeah.
But I thought it was just going to bounce off. The little head would bounce off.
Wait, you're going, did y'all see that?
Did y'all see it?
It moved.
Let's go to John. And
Yeah, it moved
I
all
was
right.
freaking out. I didn't even know what I said.
You know what, Helms? I have to say, we
And your
remember
head was
the
freshly
Funky Bus
shaved,
Tour. We had no memory of the breakfast contest, so that does go into no memory.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. All right. So we got
Change.
we got a memory and then a no memory in the same
Yeah,
story.
some of them are combos.
Yeah.
a
John,
lot of Marvin stuff.
John and Hoover. John, go ahead.
Hey guys, I got two at Talladega. I won the grand prize thing and did the Richard Petty. Do y'all remember Ryan Greenwood's dad? I think it was Ryan Greenwood's dad doing about 60 around that thing and y'all making fun of him.
I do remember that.
Oh, yeah, he was barely going. I remember
We
that.
told him to slow down.
Because it had Ryan wheezing. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you know,
Speedy with the Viper. What about Speedy and the Viper? Wasn't it a Viper? They broke into the speedway and
Yeah.
went around it.
Yeah. Yeah. I do remember that.
Yes,
I remember both of those.
I remember finishing and then the people from the track going, do y'all realize what you just did, how dumb that was?
I know.
And we were flying.
It was dumb.
Boy, it was fun, though.
Andy and Glencoe. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, y'all remember coming out to the store and did a remote? We give away a customized mellow yellow van with a big Q104 on the side of it. Y'all remember doing that?
That's a no.
Now, what store was that
Chevron.
at?
Yeah,
And
and Glencoe.
It was Chevron out in Glencoe. And we came out there and did a remote, and everybody had registered all this long time, and they'll give away a customized mellow yellow van. It was yellow. It had a big Q104 logo on the side of it.
No, that's a no. I got to put that under a no.
Andy,
Sorry,
I've got to tell you, do you have a picture of that might jog our memory? Because I don't remember that.
I might have one because the guy was a regular customer.
Yeah. So see if you can find no memory there. I didn't get anything on that one. Did you get a spark? Bubba?
I didn't even get a spark on that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's a no memory whatsoever.
Helms was working
There's
there
the
then.
ego bowl.
Probably was, by the way.
Before we were talking about it yesterday, I think history will, if mankind continues hundreds of years into the future and the Lord tarries, I think we will be looked at harshly because we went to the moon and we stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't keep going. We didn't keep exploring. And it's not as much as what we find there, but the things we built and discovered and had to invent to get there is affecting life every day. I mean, it made everything better. I don't think anybody would say that we're not better off because of computers and the internet and satellite TV that we have.
Sure.
And, 300 channels on TV and the computers we have, all of that came out of the space program, not to mention a lot of health things that we do now and the scans we do and our ability to find tumors very early on. So all of that was kind of the as they say, invention. What is it? Necessity is the mother of invention.
Yeah.
So you have to have a project to work on to have these kind of things spin off of it.
Well, you go back to this, and we were talking about something in the break, and I think this is one of the things that the new modern day socialists have grossly miscalculated. Now, I know it doesn't seem that way right now because we have a generation of people that seem to love the thought of socialism over the constitutional republic and free market and capitalism. And the reason why they're okay with that thought is they've never really lived under that.
Right. The sales pitch is not reality on that.
But you were talking about just like in many places, and just like I talked to my dad when in
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
20 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba possibly iced in at the Big Boy Studio. If not, we won't be far from here. But so now the biggest problem we have, and I know that a lot of you are thinking, all the potential problems that come with winter weather, your automobile crashing on the side of the road, God forbid you losing power or something at your house, your pipes bursting, frozen in. Our big concern, how we eat.
Right.
And that's one of those things that's kind of at the forefront. So there was a big push to the snack bar in the break. We have vending machines. Mm-hmm. I was going to get some chips to go with my sandwich, but I couldn't get the chips to scan. That hurt. But I don't even know what this is. I've got some sort of.
So you're eating it now.
It's an Italian sandwich.
I ain't big on them sandwiches that come out of the machine.
Yeah, I wasn't either until I was starving.
I was going to say, being picky's over.
Yeah, I've now become the cat that says I want to eat certain things.
I'm going with Ritz crackers.
I'm the cat that wouldn't eat a peanut butter sandwich, and suddenly 4 days later, I'm eating a fool out of it.
Yeah.
You remember when we had the big ice in last time? I think one of the key things we did is I sent Adler up to get all the hamburgers we could get immediately. You remember that?
So smart.
And we had them for days to warm up.
Yeah, it was great.
That was step one.
Some good hamburgers, too.
I'm going to tell you this, okay? I don't even know who you are during all this.
I know. You've like.
What have you become? I mean, you looked at this winter storm. Normally, you have a winter storm panic. And you get everything. I mean, you just treat this thing with such disregard.
He's got his ding-dongs over there, though.
Yeah, he does.
Suddenly the ding-dongs.
I've never seen you like this when it comes to weather.
Well, it's it all goes back to the full plate. There just wasn't any room for panic on there.
Right.
I don't think panic. We're just talking about 5 Ps. Normally, you're the 5 Ps guy.
There wasn't room. There wasn't room for that.
Nobody's panicking.
Just 2 days ago,
y'all have no idea.
Bubba,
no idea.
Bubba,
No
2 days
idea.
ago, you were telling us to get a hotel room, and then you didn't even park your vehicle at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm just.
Bubba,
that's what we're talking about.
It was raining, and I had to lock my truck in 4-wheel drive to get up your house on Christmas party night. That's how steep it was. And it was just raining.
I can't remember last time I had a ding dong.
Well, right beside you.
Right beside you.
Well, there was 2 of them last break.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that.
I wasn't either.
Let me tell you something. Whatever this is,
not
I'm
bad,
eating.
huh?
Not bad.
It ain't great. No, I'd never eat in a circumstance where I had lots of choices. But let me tell you something. As far as a choice, you know what you don't.
Bad.
You know,
right there.
The key is
you'll
going to
kick
be
your little health regimen out the gate real quick.
Well, that's why I went up there earlier before y'all got up there, because I found some chicken and rice.
Yeah, and the little reheat thing.
Yep.
You think I'm caring about white bread right now?
I am a little upset with myself. I felt like I've left myself down because we're not rookies.
No.
You know, I mean, we've done this before. I mean, over the 30 years, I no telling how many times we've had situations where we've tried to get here. For some reason, I was hung up on getting here this morning, not even thinking getting home would be a problem. Yeah. I don't know, and I don't know why.
You know what I should have done? When y'all texted and said you were good, I should have just stayed at home.
Seriously,
because I should not. I had a wreck, guys. I had a wreck this morning.
Yeah.
We can call it what we want to.
But
I
you're okay.
slid
You're
20
okay.
feet into a curb that would, if it had been a ditch, I'd been in it.
Yeah.
If it had been a car, I'd have hit it. I had a wreck this morning.
Right, and
I did.
And our profession is a little different, and media has always been treated that way. Is you get to work because I mean you're in media. I mean you got to have a show. And
on
so,
with the show. Here we go.
Yeah. His car is on a wrecker right now. There's somebody's car on a wrecker coming into the parking lot right now.
We know who that is.
Sliding in.
We know who that is.
But what's upsetting to me is so you didn't pack a bag. I mean, just in case.
I know.
I got a bag.
But I'm just saying, like, I have a pantry full of food. Why in the world didn't I do that?
You know, I knew that I had enough clothing here if it was just a one-night thing.
She's gonna fall. She's gonna.
I'm
get out.
actually the opposite of you. My whole attitude was just get there today and stay till it's safe to go home.
Right.
Be careful, Dana. Oh, gosh.
The guy slid in, and he's letting her out right there. Oh, boy.
Dana, be careful. Oh, my goodness, Dana.
Somebody tell the audience what y'all are talking about.
Okay, sorry.
Dana, who works middays for our flagship station, she voice tracks at different stations around the country. She is getting pulled in by a wrecker because she had a wreck this morning sliding into a
Car
meeting.
looks pretty good.
And so she has been texting with the staff. And how about this? She was actually trying to bring.
Get the hamburger.
I think she was trying to bring us some goodies too, which is even sadder.
What? She's not bringing us anything?
No, they're still in the car. The car's in the back. I think somebody come up here and get the stuff out.
She left the door open.
She almost fell.
She's gonna fall.
She's gonna fall.
She left Pal's door open.
No, you know. Now she's trying to carry snacks for everybody.
Somebody go help her. Speedy, go help her.
You can tell she's somebody's mom.
Look, now she realized she left the door open.
Rick, why did you say
because her maternal
her maternal instinct
close
the door.
Okay.
Her maternal instinct.
She's going back. She almost fell again.
For all of us.
I can read her lips. Wow, she's really mad.
She is mad.
Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have showed that on YouTube.
Here comes
Oh, she almost fell again.
Not mad and falling.
So comfortable.
Oh, no.
Oh, Speedy.
Could have a couple
Speedy.
fall.
Oh, my goodness.
Speedy, Dana. Oh my goodness, they're gonna fall in the parking lot.
When they try to shut the door, it's going to push them on the ice.
Oh, no.
It's like being in space.
I hate to say this. Could somebody at least convince him to get the snacks out?
Yes.
Speedy,
please.
climb up on the back and get the snacks out. Speedy's getting her purse.
Right. Speedy, get the snacks. I hope the snacks are in that bag. Speedy's.
We were joking about her getting hamburgers on the way in. Did she really stop?
I don't think she got
I'm
hamburgers,
starving.
but I think because there's no place to get hamburgers. But I bet she's got something.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
she
what
was
if Speedy
bringing.
falls,
She was bringing that fiddle faddle stuff.
Oh,
How did you know that?
I was done work the deal out with Dana.
How did you have that detail?
She texted me earlier.
So, yeah, we really want
Wanted to know if she wanted to
Speedy-
speed something on the
Speedy's
way
going
in.
slow.
Right before
Real
she
slick
wrecked.
out there, so slick. Well, if you those you watch on YouTube, you can see it.
He's
Now-
going slow.
Now, I know if you live up north, I got it. This
I
is
know,
funny to you,
but
but
that's
we don't
still
know.
us.
We don't know. We don't know what to do.
It's
Speedy,
still
be careful!
We laugh at y'all when you don't know how to use the sunscreen.
He really wants her
Don't
to
worry
hurry.
about it. Okay. All right.
He should have worn gloves.
So are they going to take her? What are they doing with her
Is
car?
Speedy exaggerating? Is it that gingerly?
No, it is that
Icy.
gingerly.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's that gingerly.
There's Greg up checking it out.
Yeah.
So
Greg right in our shot.
See,
Thanks.
well, that's right, Greg. You're part of the shot.
Part of the show, Greg.
Yeah, that's right.
Just step to the right.
Yeah. So I think I hate to say this because I know our concern should be about her car and her. I'm really like to know where the snacks are.
Yeah.
and
did she take the joke about getting hamburgers real?
Right. If there was a place selling
You're
hamburgers.
right.
So
right,
hopefully
right.
there. I don't.
Does Dana realize now she's going to be here probably 2 days with us?
Oh,
Right.
Greg's going out there?
Don't sing Greg out.
Greg.
Now watch Greg. He'll try to walk.
Oh.
Greg will try to walk like it's not slippery. Watch him. You know, he's less dramatic. He's less dramatic than Speedy, so he's not going to do as
But
much.
gosh, if he could get decleated, wouldn't it be great?
Great.
How many of you thought he was rolling up a snowball ready to throw it at
I
Speedy?
did.
I didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah. So all right, Greg has that
Speedy's
look-
getting colder than he thought he was. He's put his hood on.
Yeah, he is, and that head. I mean,
He
he's
didn't
got
put his
nothing.
coat on before he ran out.
How about
there.
he's got nothing to protect that head?
Zero.
Yeah. So anyway.
So I think this is probably a good time for a public service announcement here, being
Yep.
that Dana's jacked her car up this morning a mile from the studio.
Right.
Yeah.
If you
Like
don't
that-
have to be on the road, I would not.
Yeah. Now, unless you're in a primered camo,
You're right.
Camaro.
Yeah.
A primered Camaro, for some reason, I know you're still going to try it, but
And
look
they
how-
can, and they apparently can go through anything, Rick, with 2-wheel drive.
Right.
I
And-
mean, you can have racing slicks on there. huh?
It's got prime on it, never painted, and the Camaro is ripping up and down your street, showing you how they can do it. The biggest problem I see Alabamians making,
I'm shocked
Southerners.
Dana got a record, aren't you?
Yeah, you know the Southerners. The mistake we made is like I saw that car that they just showed on the news here on the other screen.
Went flying by.
Because they put their brakes on.
Yeah.
If you're going fast and you think you're too fast, take your foot off the accelerator. Don't hit the brakes.
You know what?
The worst thing you can do is hit your brakes.
One of the problems I had this morning was all the sensors were iced over.
Correct.
And so you got all these tones going off constantly. You know, front,
Correct.
backside, and you can't tell what the devil is
you
going on.
don't know what your car's telling
Yeah,
you.
it's like you're in, you know, you're in some kind of overstimulation tank with all the tones going off.
Right. Yeah.
I will just on the whole
Still
wintry.
trying to get Dana to the. Okay, here we go.
Wintry car note. People are saying, Rick, don't pour warm water on your windshield. It'll crack your windshield.
No, that's hot water. It was lukewarm water.
Okay.
Lukewarm's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't put hot water on. I know that. I'm not an igmo.
Okay. I was just clarifying.
Right.
Or another good use for Jack Daniels.
Right.
Oh, they made it. Speedy made it. Thank goodness.
No, they got to be careful. It's still slick.
Do they have snacks? And I know I should think other things.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Same deal with the families, and I asked him the question one time: why do athletes seem to struggle more with heat, even though we know more about hydration, nutrition, and all that than we did in your era? And he said, but you have to understand, we didn't know anything other than heat. When it was hot, our house was hot, where we worked was hot, where we ate was hot. We were always in hot, so we didn't know about air conditioning because we didn't experience it. So there was no acclimation at all. Now you go into air conditioning and comfort, and then you're forced into discomfort, which makes it a more difficult thing. Well, I think the same thing about people who were born inside a socialist or communist country, and they've never known anything but that. They don't understand that there's a better standard of life out there, so it doesn't mean that much to them. But now what these modern-day socialists are grossly miscalculating is that Americans, we have lived in the capitalistic constitutional republic government for generations. And so we know the standard of living that is possible. And when you're trying to take people and move them backward and take their standard of living and downgrade it, to take their freedom and downgrade it, to take their liberty and downgrade it, I think you're grossly miscalculating. Right now, you don't see much because nobody thinks you're going to be able to pull that off. But if you ever start making serious grounds, and I'm not trying to be some alarmist or, hey, man, I'm just telling you the truth. I think it's a big miscalculation for these giant government people to think that there's not a remnant of American people that at some point will say, this is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. You are not going to take this country and this form of government and this free market. We've given ground a little bit, but I think there's a line. Mm-hmm. And when some of these, if they ever start to get their way, and if the American people ever look up and say, wow, this is really happening. See, it's one thing to tell people who've never known another standard of living, this is what you're stuck with. You can probably keep that at bay, sadly. I mean, it's hard to get revolution going in that mindset. But when you start trying to go to people that have a standard of living that you're going to take away, now that's a different game.
Well, and here's the problem, too. Do you know of any socialistic country that has risen up that had a free media or the individuals own guns?
No.
Let's run the list of them today that exist that have free media and guns. There's none.
Right.
So the first thing the socialists know they have to do to have control, and it's just another form of I want to be in charge, okay? You can put that under a lot of different forms of government.
Oh, yeah.
They have to get control of the media, so they tell the people what they want them to hear, and they silence the other voices, and they have to take the guns away so they can't fight back. Now, after you have that, you can have a socialistic system. But as long as you have a free media and you have guns, you cannot, because people won't tolerate it. Nobody goes into socialism voluntarily.
Right. And I think that's a gross miscalculation for the socialists out there. They just think if they get elected that they'll suddenly try to take this system they've been elected in and turn it in to a tyrannical, giant central government, taking this away, taking your arms away, taking this away, that the American people just will go, well, okay. I'm telling you that
it wouldn't work.
That's a gross miscalculation. Yeah. I think there's some.
But it also shows you why they try to keep control of the media and why they try to take your guns away so they can move to that.
Right. Well, and even the ones who think they want it, it's easy to think you want it if you never really have to have it. And so some of those people will start out thinking they're all in for it, and then they'll go, this is a bunch of garbage. And then they're going to join the others, and then you're going to have a problem.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. You can reach us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. SimplySafeBubba.com. SimplySafeBubba.com. 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. If you don't have this system yet, it just continues to get accolades. SimplySafeBubba.com. Go there right now. It's comprehensive protection. advanced sensors that not only detect break-ins, but fires, God forbid, in some of this winter weather, floods from burst pipes or whatever, other threats to the place, and get you help when you need it. With the new 24/7 Live Guard protection, monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and confront intruders. So you got a porch pirate, they can talk to them. Hey, put that back down. We see you. So put them to work for you. It's available only from Simply Safe. They actually offer you and me an opportunity to stop crime in real time. Takes about $1 a day, maybe even a little less, highly affordable. Half the price of what you find from the traditional home security folks. Go to simplysafebubba.com for 60 days risk-free. If you don't love it, return your system for a full refund. Keep your place and family safer than ever this year. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan, which you're going to want that, by simply going to simplysafebubba.com today, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There is no safe quite like simplysafebubba.com safe. All right, so we have the colleague that works also for Summit Media, and Dana, who does middays on your Birmingham affiliate, but also voice tracks for stations all over the country. She did crash her car, unfortunately, trying almost, it was said, less than a mile from the studio.
Yeah, it's the same spot.
Same one that got him.
Where I wrecked this morning.
Same one that got him.
And I'm serious. I was feet from hitting that same curb. I just barely missed it. Just got
lucky. You got to understand, too, when I made the turn this morning, I was going less than 10 or 15 miles an hour. I never touched my brakes. And when I turned, I just started doing this.
Kept going.
Just
fishtail.
And seriously, if the whatever median, whatever was there, I don't know what it was. It looked like some trees and pine straw. If that's not there, I'm in a ditch, hit a car, something.
Yeah, it's kind of the front entrance.
And it did mess up my tires and rims. They're all scraped up, messed up pretty good.
Well, poor Dana, she
a little bit.
She is her car's messed up pretty good. It's undrivable. Yeah, it kind of threw everything off when she hit. Luckily, an airbag didn't deploy or it'd be totaled.
And didn't she say her husband told her not to try it?
Yeah, don't try it or whatever. And again, it's that media mentality where we got to get here. The show's got to be here. We got to be here for the people.
The show must go on.
With the show, here we go. This is it.
And she gets here, and then an email gets is sent out. Hey man, if you can't get here, don't worry about it. Yeah, but she's here.
Luck.
So
I don't want to. Is she okay?
She is. She's frustrated because she grew up in Detroit,
right?
And she thought she had this, and she hit the same spot.
As a northerner, she feels bad.
She hit the same spot.
She's let northerners down by not being able to navigate Alabama ice.
She's been here too long.
And snow flurries.
Yeah, it's so sad to see her car out on that wrecker there, and also with all this going on, somebody stole Speedy's butt.
Wow! Didn't know you were. I didn't know you were checking it out.
Going on.
Lots coming out. So Ada looks at my butt.
Okay. That's what it sounds
interesting. I thought I was going to ask you the most uncomfortable question. I realized now it's not. Because based on what Adler said.
I'm sorry, Speedy. Somebody actually, I stole that from a tuber. A tuber said that, and I thought it was hilarious.
Again,
sorry.
it's no good deed. I'm out there, the only one out there trying to get her in, and y'all looking at my ass.
A couple of things that now you're out for the quarter. Bubba's been out from the quarter, but the
got it knocked out of gear.
Two things I've noticed: Bubba's lack of preparation for the storm, shocking, and you were a little slow to get out there to help. I mean, you had to be prompted a little bit.
Sorry about that.
And
we were all wondering if she was going to fall.
Normally you run to stuff like that.
Well, I'm trying to be better.
If she'd have failed, he'd have caught her before she hit
I know this is sad, but y'all have helped me not be so observant.
That's
because I felt like if I did run out there, y'all would have made fun of me for running out there. So I tried to wait a little bit.
It goes how I just would like for see it. Surely there's some way some of us can influence each other in a positive way.
Right.
It just doesn't seem to happen. I've got Bubba not preparing for storms. We've got Speedy afraid to go help people.
Right.
I mean, this is not the directions we should be going. I don't think.
We don't want that.
And here comes
Rick's
the question.
eating white bread.
Yeah, I just ate white bread.
I know.
Yeah. Bubba, by the way, if anybody's wondering the effects of processed food on the body, we'll know today.
Well, maybe I got a surprise coming for y'all.
Okay.
I know what surprise is.
Work the plan, buddy.
I've just never seen anybody eat two ding-dongs with a side of cheese.
You know, the fact I know
Ding-dong cheese. Ding-dong cheese.
I know we don't have any food makes me start. It's kind of like when you used to talk about you'd go out and your dad give you a sack lunch for the day.
Oh my God!
And you eat it before daylight.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. But so now what I thought was going to be the most uncomfortable question, of course, it's not because so many others have happened.
Yeah.
Right? Did she bring any snacks?
I don't know. I was really looking for him.
No.
Matter of fact, I tried to peek into a car that was on the flatbed.
I saw that.
And I just maybe it's
We were
riding
afraid
shotgun.
you left the snacks in the car.
Right.
Yeah.
on the
Well,
back of the
I think
record.
you had mentioned something, Bubba, and I thought. I think when you were texting with her, she might have something with her.
Yeah.
Did
And
you look for that, anybody?
Well, I don't. Did you ask her?
No.
Because then Bubba can have this plate, 2 ding-dongs, Cheez-Its, peanut butter crackers, and for dessert, fiddle-faddle.
That's not a bad deal.
Hey, is the Buffalo Wild Wing still in the refrigerator?
I don't know, but
that's
I'm getting a message that we may have Waffle House at some point.
Count me in.
Always open.
Yeah.
Waffle House.
Somebody say good.
Give me the W.
You know, Waffle House just doesn't let you down.
It does.
Well, they come through, didn't they?
Well, you know why? They just say we're never closed. How can we be closed?
Well, they couldn't go home, so
That's true.
probably open.
Yeah,
Well,
just
that's
stay
true.
here, sir.
Yeah.
If you ever see one of them closed or a Huddle House or something, you need to just go on back.
That's when I knew the pandemic was bad. When you saw that
Well, you're
show.
right, Greg.
Yeah.
That's when I thought, wow, we're all going
Because they fought through anything.
no, I did. I thought, well, we're not going to make it.
Hell,
to
that's
this.
it.
That's the end.
I mean, they were closed for a while.
Right. So Greg also, because the temperatures are in the teens, and Greg is now for us, you know, we don't get that hardly ever.
Right.
I know because of man-made climate change, this will be the norm now. But anyway, Greg he starts saying things like, "Who can stand outside without their shirt on?" the longest?"
He's been saying that since
been
we
saying
got
that.
here.
Don't start all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
First thing he said to me when I walked in the door.
He failed the last challenge because I asked him to get out in the breezeway at our old studio and
it was
stand there.
tough.
He
A
didn't
lot of
make it.
wind
He didn't
that
make
day.
it 30, 60 seconds.
A lot of
He was
wind
back
that
in.
day.
Yeah, do y'all want people to like to get sick?
He does.
That's not the best thing.
I think we ought to
Don't
turn.
technically get
I
you
think we
sick.
ought to turn something negative into positive.
Well, that's.
I think we ought to pile into one truck and see if we can get to your farm, Rick.
Oh my God!
And
then hunt this afternoon.
and then just hunt this afternoon.
Oh yeah.
I think we could venture out and go. I think we could do it. Just one road, interstate, right off exit, and we're there hunting.
Here's the problem with what you just said, and Greg will back me on this, and we've said it many times to Span. I said it to him this week.
Yeah.
The day that Snowmageddon happened. Now we're not going to see that situation, okay? But just kind of how you get kind of like you gun shy about something that happened to you in the past.
Yes.
The day that Snowmageddon happened, we were all going hunting.
That's
Okay,
right.
and we were taking my dad and even an 80-something-year-old man, that veteran from World War II.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
We were taking them to hunt that day.
Imagine that. Yep.
And everybody said, well, y'all can get down there. It's not a big deal.
Oh, ain't nothing to it. Rick, if you're long above Montgomery, you're good.
Yeah, I don't know that we add I-65 and bridges to our problems.
Well, I'm just saying if we
Right.
wanted to be adventurous and turn something bad into a really positive,
Yeah.
I say
Now, it would be.
Or all five of us are stranded on the road with nothing to eat and freezing to death.
No, I think us we're pretty resilient. We could,
sure.
I think we get there, we hunt, have a great time, come on back.
Kill a deer, eat it. Yeah. Right. By the way,
We could do that.
I have plenty of deer in the freezer down there. We have no problem.
Well, let's go.
Unless, of course, our power goes off because our pipes.
Guys, I don't think we can.
Well,
get
there's
there.
that.
Huh?
There's
Oh,
that
we
big
can. Hey, look at me.
obstacle.
Hey, Helmsy. Oh, we can get there.
Yeah, we can get there.
Huh?
Yeah,
So we're
that's-
going.
I'm feeling better.
The last time I was told we would get there, I was on the road for 10 hours
Yes.
trying to get to
That
Maddie,
was
who
tough.
was like months old. And,
Right. Yeah.
That
you
was-
know, ended up in a hotel room
The
with,
three of
with
us-
people that I didn't really know.
Do y'all
was
remember
worst case
stopping
scenario.
at the gas station at the bottom, down close to the interstate, and we went, "Wow!" So what have we done?
Oh, yeah. That was me.
Ain't
and
no
you.
turning
Yeah,
back. at
yeah.
that point.
I remember thinking.
You and I looked at each other like, "What?"
on Snowmageddon, Speedy and I were trying to get home, and for some, I forget why. I guess we need to get. I think we had to go to the bathroom, and we knew
Yeah.
we were going to be stuck in
Yeah,
the car
I think
so
so.
long.
I think so.
And we got off to go to the bathroom, the whole world, it just looked like you and I began to discuss, is this the end of time?
What in the world?
You know, and it was
and that's when we realized we're not going hunting.
Right, and it hurt.
It did.
It really,
really excited about it.
Really
About 7 hours later, I got home.
All right, so we're hunting.
Yeah.
Yep.
The sound of Bubba eating Cheez-Its.
Serious business.
Those are actually, I thought they were Cheez-Its. They're really not. They're cheese crackers.
Yeah. Greg, when will you make the decision
I thought it says cheese
to go back to Jacksonville?
Well, I think it's cheese.
Today.
It clearly says
no, but what time?
It clearly says cheese on the back.
Hey, Rick.
No.
That's like peanut butter.
Come on, it's just, there ain't much of it in there. It's mainly cracker. You know how that is.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Burgess, friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
At least I know it won't be long, but heck, I've just enjoyed. Yesterday I just said I don't even have. I have a few things I can piddle and do, but it has been so long since I have been to the farm that it wasn't 1,000 degrees in misery.
Oh, I know.
I just said I got to go down there just to remember what it was like, and to be in like cool weather and just enjoy it. A little cobalt blue sky yesterday where we live, and man, it was good. It was really, really good. You know, you actually enjoy being in the woods when it's like that.
Yeah, it was almost perfect weather yesterday.
Yeah, it really was.
We were out a little bit, and it was really, really nice. I could take another helping of that today.
That's the kind of day that I just love because it's not so cold that you have to be bundled up, but it's not hot at all. I mean, if you've got on, a nice short sleeve shirt, you could even really have some shorts on. If not that, some Columbia pants, that were made with the hair follicles of angels and just be cool. I mean, you're not worried about changing your underwear. You're not sweating profusely. There's not bugs all over you. It was just so good. It was just wonderful. And of course, I wish that we had scheduled. I wish that weather that called me to the outdoors had not come on the same day we interviewed Bigfoot Bob.
I know.
I would have preferred those two things not to have found themselves together because every little snap of a twig, I was like,
what's that?
Uh-oh.
I enjoyed meeting Bigfoot Bob yesterday.
Bigfoot Bob, yeah, that was an interesting interview. That's Rick and Bubba University, Episode 5. It will be ready for you when you get up to start the weekend tomorrow and available throughout the weekend. Just wherever you get podcasts, just search Rick and Bubba University. It is there. And we talked to him, about, something that's been around for a long time. And this is the kind of guy, and there are people like him that have the time undoubtedly and devote the time and don't have any fear.
No fear, Rick.
Of being out in the middle of nowhere trying to find out about things that are as the great Charlie Daniels said, those things in this world that you just can't seem to explain. And are weird, and they're willing to go deep into these forests and national parks and thousands of acres to encounter strange things.
Will you give me Woolly Swamp today?
Sure, I will. How about coming out of this next break?
I like it.
Would that be all right?
I like it. We could have a CDB day if you wanted to.
Yeah, so we do all the the Rick and Bubba University stuff, and we talk about. And I thought Buffalo Bob, and I wasn't sure.
Or you mean Bigfoot Bob?
I'm sorry,
not Buffalo
Bob was Howdy Doody's character, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, Bigfoot Bob. I honestly thought he would be stranger than he was. So it actually made it actually made the interview better because he seemed to be somewhat level-headed about it.
Okay.
Somewhat. I didn't say completely.
We don't know him other than just our conversation yesterday. And
he said he had a blast.
Yeah, I didn't take from him that he was one of these people. He even took on people he thinks are trying to put together shows and they themselves probably don't even believe it. Mm-hmm. He is just a guy who says, I'm just trying to find out.
Yeah.
He's not really one of these people like, hey, man, they exist and this and that. Now, I think he thinks there's some evidence of something, and he's got some things here. And, of course, we had the great discussion about the Patterson film because, I mean, there it is. I mean, if that's real, we got them. If it's not real, then we're still looking. But If that thing right there is real,
yeah,
we got us something. But so we talked about that a little bit too. It was interesting. It was an interesting conversation. Of course, I wasn't ready for the ferry conversation, but that's fine. There goes old Patterson again. Good gracious! I mean, if that thing's real,
if that's real, we got something,
right? But
and if it's not real, if it's fake, they were ahead of their time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've noticed something with us in the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard for us to not talk about it more. It's almost like on Thursdays y'all see a movie.
Yeah.
And
well, you know where I stand on that.
And on Fridays you're dying to talk about the movie and what happened, but you can't because Saturday is when it hits.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just. I know it's hard. I can tell what y'all struggling with right now. Y'all want to go really into detail.
Well, when I talk about it, I'm just being me because anytime I see something, I talk about it.
No, I thought it was a good logical breakdown of discussion, and he had a lot of insight because he'd been out there doing that.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Deep South and a deep freeze, and that's where we're located. Southerners and winter weather. It's always a blast. And so here we go. We are, trying to make the best of the situation. I will say this. When you were a kid, winter weather was a joy. It was a celebration. You couldn't be more excited about it. As an adult with responsibilities, it's nothing but a hassle.
Yeah, not as much fun.
There's no fun in it whatsoever. I dread it. I don't want it. I never want it. I'd be fine if where I live it never snowed again. and there was never any more ice, whatever. There's nothing fun about it when you're trying to run your business and run your family and take care of all your responsibilities. It just makes all that harder. And then, of course, one of the things that, I know it may not be at the top of everybody's list is, being able to get enough food.
Right.
And
it certainly gets on your mind after a while.
The snack machine has been good. I'm fine as far as food for now. What I'd like to do now is start thinking ahead to lunch. And that's what people in the big community always start thinking. What happens to me after? Do I continue to eat out of the snack machine? How does that go? Now, I understand we are working some sort of plan.
Yeah, they don't take orders on the phone anymore. You have to do them online. So we're looking that up now.
Okay, all right.
Online.
What's wrong with Waffle House going online?
They said
it's like you if you're doing a carry out or something like that, you have to go to their website.
I want to talk at Waffle House to the woman whose voice is hoarse because she smoked for 30 years. Okay, she's gonna call you sugar. She's gonna call me sugar and honey on the phone, and I'm gonna make it simple and say, give me 6 all-star breakfasts.
Well, I don't know. Adler has started a specialty
hash
order.
brown.
Don't be that guy. It comes with hash browns.
It's the all-star special. First of all, it's special.
Okay,
just make it easy and do that for everybody.
Well, I think. Isn't it grits normally that comes with you have to ask for hash browns?
You can ask for ask which one you want.
Okay,
tell them you want hash browns.
That's all I'm asking is hash browns.
And now you're going to get all.
Hey, I'm with you. I like hash browns.
I do too, but I thought that's a given. If we call all-star special, you just say hash browns.
And sunny side up eggs. Sunny side up eggs.
Oh, you got to get weird with it.
And bacon, actually.
Good night.
Oh, and raisin toast.
No,
I want everything Adler's getting with the exception of the raisin toast.
Add jalapenos to the.
No,
you
stop.
can add jalapenos as well.
No,
a little cheese on top.
Note to self: never ask Adler to order.
Yeah. If you're going to eat what we're getting, you're probably going to get whatever everybody else gets.
I've been a lot.
Didn't I see you playing the role of Sally in Harry Met Sally?
I'll have what he's having.
Right. So anyway, we'll get that done maybe.
And does everybody know what number Waffle House that is?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking up over.
There should be one that's. Can I tell you which one it is?
Got a number.
Do y'all remember? Yeah, I don't know.
1151. Look right.
Do they have the address by it?
I've got.
Do they have the address by the number?
No.
Oh boy.
2087.
By the way, if it's the one we should be trying to get, okay, the one that we should be trying to get is the one, Greg. You know, you love this story. That weird day when and Sherry said she never seen the side of me, and when I was resolved that I wasn't going to the grocery store, and she parked me and told me to get out and walk home. It was at that Waffle House.
Well, that's a pretty good walk.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. Remember,
I know.
Remember, I said that I would be a skeleton, that she would look over and see a seatbelt on a skeleton before I would get out of the car.
But that was a long walk.
Yeah, it was. That's why I took a pass on it. It was also 1,000 degrees.
Oh, yeah, right in the middle of the heat.
You're right in the middle of the heat. Of course, right now we can't even imagine heat.
No. It's
cold.
No.
Rick. I don't know
See,
if it's cold.
August seems so far away.
I know.
I got it.
Okay. You think you got it?
Yeah.
I want what Adler's getting, minus the racing.
All right, so
toast.
I got All-Star Special, right?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
Are you
We
ordering
want,
it, Speedy?
we want hash browns. We need 6 of them.
He's not paying attention. Speedy.
No, I'm
sorry.
listening. I'm saying there. You said
Yeah.
you got it.
I've
didn't know if
got
you
the
had
right
to-
store, and you told us to order, so that's what I was doing. But
Okay.
unless, are you ordering?
I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. Well,
So
then
you
I'll
don't
let
want
you
Speedy order?
So that's so confused.
Who's ordering?
I have a
Hey,
question.
by the way, Bubba's ordering.
How are we going to get this food? We probably already said this and I missed it.
Police officer.
Oh.
Yeah.
How
Or
about
we'll go
that?
get it.
Hey,
Oh,
Adler, look at me.
You
Police
realize,
officer.
you know how
Nice.
when you start thinking about redemption, that's one of the things I never even really thought about. Police officers bring me food now versus taking me in. You know,
I view them so differently now.
they used to give it to you by pushing it under the bars.
Yeah.
You know,
That metal tray.
right?
Of course, part of me
It
thinks
was
if,
always McDonald's for some reason.
if they're riding around, we can too. But I mean, I know that they're
wanna
special
go
in
get
what
it?
they do. No, I'm just saying that makes me think that maybe I can get home.
Let's
They're
go.
After what happened to me this morning, I'm not driving until I get an all clear.
That's right.
That
You know,
sunshine.
by the way,
helps.
you're not going to get that.
No.
That sunshine is
you're
making
right.
me feel happy right
I think
now.
the sunshine is helping a little bit.
Sunshine. Of course, it's 11 degrees. Kind of
Yeah, but
meaningless.
there is this thing. There is a deal with the sun affects.
I know. Greg
Yes.
James Spann
Yeah.
told us about
That's it.
that.
That's who told me.
He's got that look.
Take it
I
easy,
know.
Bill
He's got-
Nye. Okay, Bill Nye, the science guy.
Greg and I are going to try to go to Jacksonville later.
Yeah, what you gonna do next? Put a weather map behind you?
There you go. Let's get outside and play who bells. Let's go. I'm tired.
I think I could stand there for half a day.
Yeah.
Not have hypothermia and be able to take to the hospital.
Sure.
How about this?
finger?
How about
But if
this?
you think I'm coming in, if you and I are standing out there, I'll never come in. I'll stand there till we're both rushed to the hospital.
Or just a challenge. Got to go out with a live mic and just do one segment out there.
Oh, that's easy.
Well, how about
Is
this?
it?
He
Yeah.
wouldn't
I mean,
do
it's gonna be
this.
uncomfortable.
I asked him to take the door off his truck and let me pull him around the parking lot. He wouldn't do
I
it.
don't think Hendrick would like that, but yeah, if it went for that, we'd do it.
Do y'all find yourself kind of what Bubba's talking about? Do you find yourself a little bit, and you're kind of touching on it until you do bad? Do you kind of want to do a practice drive just to see how it is?
Yes.
And I know that's not smart.
I want to go to your farm and call back.
Why
and
would
say
I go to the farm? Hey, we just try to get home?
No, I want to go to your
no
farm.
worse than it was when I
We're
came
not
in.
going-
I want to make it back and get my hunting gear and then meet you at the farm.
No, we're not doing that.
That's an adventurous idea, buddy.
I think so.
I think
Especially
with
if we're in
this
your
sun,
Subaru.
it's actually going to be better than when we came in this morning.
Okay, I like that attitude.
I think the
I
sun
really
is going to
do.
help us.
All right.
I really do.
Here comes the sun.
I've
We need
always,
a couple more hours of that.
I will
I've
tell you
always
this.
wanted to be the guy in the helicopter giving traffic updates.
No.
Let me tell you what's
I'm
happening.
not big on helicopters.
Like
Too
eye
dangerous.
in the sky
Ever since
kind of
Davey
thing.
Allison, I've been scared to death.
That's
Yeah,
a great
good
call.
point. And they don't look right in the air.
So
So a plane looks like it belongs
broke my
in the
heart,
air.
by
Well,
the
they
way.
took out the Black Mamba too. Don't
I
forget
know.
that.
You're
Oh,
right.
really?
I wish y'all could go to like me and go, let's go to Speedy. He's in the air over. Thanks for the update. Well, we got clear skies.
How's 280?
The sun's coming out, but it's still 11.
When you were kind of fired up about radio, did you kind of think the traffic guy in the copter was cool at
I
one
did.
point?
That's why.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I
Does
did.
everybody realize there's no budget for that?
Yeah.
Then it's now just people sitting in a room reading the same stuff we read.
Pretty expensive piece of equipment to take up in the air and
It
just
really
tell
is.
everybody about the traffic.
Yeah.
Hit that again, Speedy. Keep
We
doing
can drone
it.
it now.
Yeah, let's see what you got.
Yeah, doing, okay. We got trouble on Highway 280, but good thing about it is Bubba's got a ding dong. He's got them and some Cheez-Its, and we're good to go.
All right. 5 breakfasts, I said.
Do.
Yeah, that was Kevin Calloway. That's who
That was
That was-
Calvin
that was
Calloway.
Back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And how about this?
R&B.
How about this? I can do old DJ Rick pitching to the traffic.
Oh, okay, I got it. All right.
All right, here we go. WRB, Rick and Bubba coming in. Track is out there. We're going up to Kevin Calloway up in the copter.
Okay, Rick, we're up here right now. It's pretty cold, about 11 degrees, but 280 is really at a standstill. I would not suggest getting out, but once you get up on the interstate, you're pretty good. But hey, look, if you don't have to get out, don't get out. This traffic report brought to you by
Ding dongs.
Hostess Ding Dong.
Here we go. In a world gone wrong,
Yeah.
we still got the ding dong.
I would like for you to share one, Bubba.
He's not sharing those. You don't know what's going to happen. We could be here for
He'll bite your hand
another
off.
day or two.
Yeah. Ding dongs are not for sharing, you know.
I would share it if I knew you would eat it.
The good news is, if we leave it here a month later, we're good.
Oh, yeah.
Top of
Pick
the
up
hour.
where you left.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thing. So I thought it was good. I mean, I don't think we're going to change anybody's mind, but at least we talked about the issues.
This is what we're talking
I
about,
know.
right?
I'm
And it
sorry.
really frustrates me because I want you to tease it, no
Okay.
doubt. We need to promote it, but don't.
Well,
get
that
into
was a
details.
tease. I thought that was a good tease.
It was. You know, I will say this. It did dawn on me that even though we hunt, because it hit me as I was talking to him, people like this guy, they go deep, and, and stay. We really, when we hunt, for some of it's strategic, some of it's just because we don't want to. We really just go peripherally into the woods.
Yeah.
On the
Yeah.
peripherals.
Yeah.
We ease into it, look around a little bit, ease back out.
Yeah.
We don't go. The only time we get deep is if a deer's on the ground and we're tracking it.
Yeah,
If
you're right.
If it doesn't, we don't really go deep in there. We just kind of eat. We just kind of look into it, see what's going on in there. You know, we might walk around in it a little bit, but we don't do like these people do.
You're right.
These people go thousands of acres into the middle of it and lay down and stay. Y'all were just doing a whole hour about how you wouldn't really want to do that.
No.
These people do it on purpose. Wow. We'll be back 16 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Crawling things that fly and things that creep around on the ground. And they say that
Chapo.
There it is again.
El
Good
Chapo
night.
this, El Chapo that. Is it disrespectful to Native Americans to even say Chapo?
Now
But
he's
anyway,
he's in Supermax now, right? Isn't that where they're
Yeah.
they've got him now?
Yeah. He's escaped to different places and all that.
Well, he has. He's not now. He's in Supermax
We
out
got
in
him
Colorado,
boxed.
right?
Don't we have him boxed in now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Supermax.
Well, of course, the violence follows behind him. Violence seized a city in northwest Mexico Thursday night as the son of the infamous drug lord El Chapo was arrested, then released by military police who struggle, to contend his heavily armed supporters, according to reports. He was arrested by the National Guard, these places in Mexico I'm not familiar with, on drug trafficking charges after he was discovered in a house with 3 other men. His arrest sparked hours of a gun battle with cartel members who surrounded the home and outgunned the security forces.
Mm-hmm.
The cartel also blocked the main roads out of the city. Vehicles were torched, and they basically made the decision. Now, this is the Mexican military to release him. The drug cartel outshot the military.
Yeah.
Okay, Bubba and I were talking to the kitchen. That's not what you want.
No.
That is not the scenario that we're looking for. Is that we have a country that is trying to take on a drug lord, and the country backs away and says, "Hey, look, they got too much firepower."
Guys, I don't know if you've seen some of the footage.
I'm going to say that again. The military representing a country did not have enough firepower to take on the drug cartel's firepower.
No.
So, and they gave him back.
Look at that.
The streets became a war zone.
So, don't you think it's pretty important we keep a pretty good border defense and not let that come north?
Yeah, you probably don't want that. That's probably not good. Look, I can tell you, there's parts of our country right now that law enforcement can tell you, look, if it comes to firepower, we've got our hands full with some of these gangs and some of the same thing.
But they're dismantling them slowly but surely.
Yeah.
I know they've had a lot of luck with MS-13 this last
Oh
year,
yeah,
but they're still out there.
Of course, where'd all that come from?
Mexico.
Right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. You talking about right on through a border that's not vetted?
Yep.
Bubba, are you telling me that if you have an unvetted border, that not everybody coming in is just a loving person looking for a better life?
No, exactly what I'm telling you. Especially if there's money to be made north of the border.
That seems pretty easy to.
No, I think if
consider,
you
right?
don't think that, you're extremely naive, borderline ignorant.
Mm-hmm. Your mind was not like it's supposed to be.
Yeah. You're kidding yourself.
Right.
You obviously have another agenda.
Right. Well, that's true. So what happens now? I mean, does the military back off, try again, and come?
I don't know.
I mean, because
and in all fairness, the military is at a huge disadvantage because these drug cartels don't care who they kill; they'll shoot everybody up. And the military probably does not want to bring in bombers on their own city.
You'd rather not do that. You can avoid it.
But it does underline the problem you have in Mexico that they're going to have to lance that giant wound one way or another.
Can you imagine, like this thing we're seeing right now on the YouTube? Can you imagine this is like where you live, and all of a sudden it's on?
Oh yeah,
right.
I know.
And
look, I mean, why is white trucks the choice of bandits and outlaws all over the globe? You know, you remember you always see them in the white Toyota trucks in the Middle East.
Look, and then you have, I guess, because is there something really special about the tailgate? It sets up a machine gun really well, or something.
Yeah, I don't know. That one had some running boards on it there to kind of give them a little more cover.
I was about to say, but you got to have a little something in case somebody shoots back.
Yeah, right.
But I mean, does the tripod just fit perfectly in the back of that?
I don't know. I guess they get them. They must buy them in bulk. I don't know what the deal is.
Yeah,
or steal them something. I don't know what the deal.
Right.
Yeah. So
this video is unreal. Just people going through their day, paying their bills, going going to work, walking the streets.
So the National Guard gets him, and then 30 years, still here, from the Big Boy Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology, from a frozen Sweet Home Alabama to the rest of the world. On various platforms, live and or archived. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, radio's dream team is here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us on this very, very chilly January day.
All right, things that are coming up you need to be aware of. If you're out there and you're thinking men's conferences, we have 3 of them coming up. 2 of them that we're actually running. One of them we are a guest. The one where we are a guest, well, we should have Pastor Robbie Gallaty on the show Thursday. We'll talk a little about this. This is a little bit about that. This is Long Hollow Church in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Their men's conference is the 26th and the 27th of January. David Pollock will be there. I'll be speaking there. Scott Dawson will be speaking there. I don't know that they ever revealed the mystery guest. Maybe Robbie's going to do that on Thursday. That's going to be speaking there all next weekend, 26, 27. Men in and around Hendersonville, if you want to be with us, make plans to be with us. And then coming up in February and March, the 2 Man Church conferences are coming. We did our first one last year. We were blown away by the power of the Holy Spirit in that room, with men from all over the Rick and Bubba listening area and all over the country doing the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. So Birmingham, you're February 16th and 17th. We're down to about 15% of the room still available. But there are some good reserved seats, because sometimes when people look around in the room, they'll go, well, I'm going to buy a less expensive seat. So some good seats are still scattered in there if you want to grab those. Robbie Gallaty will be there. Also, Rich Wingo will be in Birmingham. I'll be there. Andy Blanks will be there. Chuck Hooten does our worship, and we'll be introducing some 2024 resources and let you network with other churches that are doing our strategy all over the country. Then March 8th and 9th, just interacted with Granger Smith yesterday, and Granger and I were discussing that he made the mistake of booking himself. And I said, I've also made that mistake, and I realize his handler is not as in the loop as he needs to be, but we're bringing him in. But March 8th and 9th, Granger Smith, Starkville, Mississippi, Mississippi State University, the Bettersworth Theater. That room also probably has about 15% of the seats available. Same situation I told you before. That one probably is going to sell out because it's a smaller room than Birmingham. So Granger Smith, Scott Dawson, James Spann, Andy Blanks, and I will speak there. Chuck Hooten doing the worship, and we do the 2024 resources. And you can network with churches from all over the country coming there too. Mississippi is a really big state for themanchurch.com. Lots of churches there doing our men's discipleship strategy and loving the feedback that we're getting. But men are coming from all over. I actually got a an email from somebody coming from Arkansas to Starkville, wanting to know where to stay and all that. So anyway, that's coming up. Let's not get caught like we did last year. Don't be sitting here on the Tuesday before these conferences going, I don't have tickets or a hotel room. Let's not do that. Get it done by going to themanchurch.com. All right, so I think that we're feeling a little more comfortable. Have we? Yeah. Are we working? We like the sunshine outside.
I took a picture earlier.
Makes me feel better mentally.
I took a picture earlier of this, and now that I'm looking at it, it looks like it's starting to go away.
Okay.
So I'm feeling good about it.
Okay.
And I'm getting emails from areas in which I need to go to today, where they're like, "Hey, I'm where you need to go to, and came to where you are, and no problems at all."
Okay.
If I could, since I want to go to the farm,
you're still on
and
that.
go
That's
hunting.
great.
Their guy says, "Hey man, I just want to let you know I'm hearing you wanting to go hunt at the farm. I just made the drive from Birmingham to Prattville, and the interstate is slow, but it's possible. It's just kind of
okay.
You just ease on down there.
We're not going to the farm.
Okay.
Today. Right now, I'm going to concentrate
we going or
on
not?
everybody getting somewhere and doing another show tomorrow.
Oh.
And then after that, I think when the temperature goes above freezing, then we can start being a little more
Wait a minute,
cavalier.
Rick, so the trip's off.
So what you're saying is there's not a good chance we're
right,
going.
Yeah, right. Not today. I don't know who I've turned
Sounds like trip's
into.
off.
I'm now Bubba on the show. I'm sitting here with every single scenario I need to be back for the show tomorrow. I don't even know who I've become.
Right.
I have no idea. I'm totally prepared for whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
And who am I?
I don't know what's happened to you.
I know
Crazy bearded
Maybe you
man.
picked up a good habit for a
I
change.
think I did. Thank you,
Wait a
Bubba. I'm
minute.
sorry that I've now ruined you and you don't prepare anymore.
Yeah, well,
Y'all just split
it was
flop.
an isolated situation.
Right. Well, I've never seen you like this when it comes to weather. That tells me how.
Well, I'm beat
That tells
down.
me how heavy the burden is.
Yeah, just beat down.
Yeah. I thought we were out of the rough patch.
Well, we are, but it still requires plowing.
Oh, that's so good. That is solid.
That is so true.
The crops won't grow by themselves.
No. Still a lot of plowing there.
Yep.
Still a lot. When storms are gone,
And
there's still limbs
placed
laying
it-
everywhere. Aren't
Yeah, I placed an order. Now I can't figure out if it went through or not. So.
there? Okay. Is that for the food?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So
Very
How about
important.
that?
yeah, like I said, I'm focusing now. Like I said, all people do in the large community on my lunch situation. I think my breakfast situation's fine. I'm just worried, and I know that we've got popcorn now.
Yeah,
That we're
Dana,
doing.
thank you. She brought
We have
popcorn.
the snack.
Thank you, Dana.
We still have the snack place up there, so we're okay, and we're ready to go.
It doesn't look like the truckers have hit that very hard.
No. I think our snack area is fine. I don't, they were out
Not
there.
a lot of people here today, I've noticed.
Yeah, there's a few, but they kind of throw down the gauntlet like they were going to challenge
They
us for
did.
food up there.
They heard us talking about
All right, let's think about those that had Martin Luther King Jr. Day off.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have today off. They've had themselves a 4-day weekend.
Oh, sure they have.
Some of them are going to have
And a
tomorrow.
Pretty good chance they'll have tomorrow off.
If you're in education.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget
You play
too.
this right. And you
don't
make food and chilling out the house. It's not that bad.
well, don't forget where we were.
Could be worse.
Only where we were, and I guess maybe some surrounding areas too. But they also picked up Friday because they wouldn't let anybody go to school because the wind was blowing.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Right.
They're still riding that way.
And of course, that big storm never developed. And
Feels like Christmas vacation
but it
all
was
over again.
Good night.
Yeah,
Huh?
really, it felt weird for kids to be out of school because the wind was blowing. And
Rick, but it was
one
blowing
time,
really hard.
At one time, it rained really hard.
Like, watch it. It actually almost blew sideways.
Wait on just
Hold
a second
on.
here. And,
Hold on.
But I think that played a role on some people in our area not being prepared for today.
They got Bubba.
It did. Well, Bubba told me, he said they've lost the public trust. I mean, that was just right out of his mouth.
He said,
Well, it wasn't
mine.
near as bad as we thought Friday. That's for sure.
No.
And then Span,
Bubba.
I felt like Span was falling off of it a little bit yesterday. He wasn't selling it as hard as he usually does.
Well, yeah, I think the line that got you, and it's on me.
And I try to read James, and
Well-
maybe it was a misread on my part.
No, I think I did this to you because James' response, I took the same note, by the way. I said, James, when I look at these rain percentages, though, you're not saying that everywhere's going to even get rain that would freeze. He goes, no, you could be in a spot you don't get any.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rain percentage or the precipitation, it's not a lot out there, went all the way down to 40%.
Yeah, we didn't get a whole lot, but you need a whole lot. Yeah.
I got that, Greg. But
You sound like one of the swamp people just then.
And somehow, Greg, Greg, is your decision that you made to sleep at Mom's apartment and her guest room and not sleeping at my house?
Yeah.
Was that because you feel like with mom, she's sitting here, she's a little older, and Dad just
She's got a good setup.
But that you also could feel like you were doing something good there, being there for her too.
Sure.
Where at my house, you feel like you just be in the way.
Yeah, good point. Be a hassle. There he is. There's sleep.
See, I do. That's what I was trying to get at. Greg has always had a problem
like all that.
he thinks your family, if you sleep over somebody's house, I know, Helms, you dealt with this for years.
With Mom, it doesn't count.
Yeah, because she's glad her son's
And
there.
she's got a good setup.
She does have a good setup. But you don't think I have a good setup?
Yeah, it's a lot of times when you get in those situations, you're on an old dusty old couch.
No, I wouldn't have you on that. I got you a room, got your own bathroom down there. But you're all up in the area where I like to hang.
Yeah.
Hey, I tried it this morning. Terry's out of town, and I said, "Hey, you want to make it back with me? We got the house."
He ain't gonna do that.
And he looked at me.
Yeah, you'll be wanting to drink beer and all that, and I ain't doing it.
You walk right into that. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Let's talk to America. Whatever's on your mind, we'd love to chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Largest number of people, shortest amount of time. All 10 lines are ready. Get them phones ringing, and we'll talk to you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The cartel goes to war and gets him back.
Yeah. It's the only way they can get out of there. They're outgunned and outmanned.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We seen them watching here, laying in the streets, just shooting.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some pretty good firepower.
They do. I'm gonna go back to the truck for you guys. I want to see. I want to see what kind of truck we got here.
Is it language?
I have not screened it, but
it's in Spanish.
If it's in Spanish, I wouldn't know.
Right.
I should, because I took that in college, so I should know, but I didn't. Yeah. All I know is me amo Calvin.
There's a lot of things I took in college I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, there it is. All right. There's your armored. I say armored. It looks to be slightly armored on the sides.
Yeah, they got some running boards on
yeah.
Jacked them up a little bit.
Yeah.
There you go. What if that's turning around on you on your intersection right there?
What kind of vehicle was it? That's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the normal Toyota you see in the Middle East.
The normal one.
The what?
Toyota.
Yeah. Toyota. Yeah, you're right. That's the Mexicans have gone with the bigger truck. They've gone with the Ford.
That's the Ford F-250.
It's always interesting to me to see what thugs their vehicle of choice is.
Yeah, that's it. So how about this? Y'all took our guy, and we want him back, and we've got more firepower than you do, so we'll take him.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Do you always?
Unbelievable.
Can I tell you another thing? Like in this interesting shot we have here, one guy says, I want to be unknown.
Yes.
Another guy says, I really don't care if they know who I am. I'm behind the gun and I'm firing. So one is masked and one is not.
Yeah.
How do you pick whether you're the masked person or not? Does somebody say,
probably still pretty warm down there,
One guy says, look, I got news for you. We're firing on the National Guard. Why are you covering your face up? We're all in trouble. Unless we got more firepower than they do, then we'll live another day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba Show.
Obviously. Today.
Really good parody.
I'm
not sure. I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
It says here that we're going to have a fan get on the stage,
and then you're going to jump on the fan.
Yeah, and now we'll tell you this: she does jump on the fan, and apparently tries to give him.
She's very thankful for him being at the concert.
Yeah, she sure is.
She is, Bubba.
Wow.
I mean, I've heard of showing appreciation.
Yeah.
And you know what?
And he had him quite a piece of video there right till his knee buckled.
Yeah, we hope all of you that we are grateful for that our simple thank you is enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
But anyway.
A handshake, a pat on the back.
Yes. So just how about a look in the eye and just a face of gratitude? But anyway,
wow.
Apparently she was not hurt. But she's been hurt in the past. They're talking about all that she had fibromyalgia. She had a hip fracture that she had to get a replacement joint back in 2013. The hips seem to be okay. They seem to be working, like a fine oil machine here. But but anyway, so the fan gets on the stage, and and Gaga's not like a large woman.
No.
But he seems to be unable to meet the physical demands here.
Yeah.
And
it's almost like he turns his ankle right off the stage.
His knee buckles.
And fall. I mean, he's right on the corner of the stage.
Yeah.
And so it looks like, watch his foot just kind of.
Hey, Speedy, zoom in just a little bit on that video, Speedy, so
I got
don't
you.
see the cuss word.
Yeah, well, it's blurred out, but I got you. I feel you on that. Hold on, let me get it.
All right, there's some language with the audience because they're watching. They're watching their beloved Gaga. And a moment of appreciation, her and the fan that is receiving the gratitude go off the stage, and they go off the stage as one because they're connected.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wrapped up. Yeah. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good at all.
It's one. It's two become one right off the stage.
Yeah.
So there's the appreciation.
So you can't see his foot in this. It's almost like it hits in a crease right on the side of the stage, and he just.
I love the look. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say that. I love the look, but the face of the guy that fell.
Listen. Again, every time I see things like this, I picture if it was our group. Okay. And somebody gets on stage with Lady Gaga and she's showing some appreciation. So we're already laughing about that. Okay. And then you can't hold her and you fall off the stage with.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes past the hour. There comes a phone troll at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Coach Helmsy. Coach has got it ready to go. Make a comment, ask a question, bring some information to the table. Let's stay away from English shout-outs or shameless plugs. Those not welcome. And because we want to hear some content. We want to hear what's on your mind. We want to hear a comment. We want to hear a question. We talked about a lot. You can get in. There's plenty to discuss today, and you're running the program. Like right now, you've been made program director, and you're saying, I will decide what the Rick and Bubba Show will talk about in this segment. Big responsibility, but you are perfectly capable of it. So lines are available. You can get in now, and we'll move the line quickly. Let's go to James in Prattville, Alabama, I-92, WLWI. James, go ahead, 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, guys, listen, I want to make a public announcement that please, guys, you guys that are getting delivered food, especially on a day like today, please tip your driver. We're trying to make a living out here. It's treacherous today, and every day is wear and tear on our vehicles, but we love you. We appreciate your business, and we just want you to think about that tip when we give that food to you. It's hot and ready to go.
So you are running today? So the food delivery services are running? Good.
Listen, I always tip good, even if it ain't snowing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I appreciate it.
I know how the system works. I actually do custom tip because I know that somebody will grab my food quicker.
Yeah.
Well, there's a story out today. Should you tip delivery drivers more when weather is bad? There's a Pizza Hut delivery guy that threatened a customer over bad weather delivery. He said that he cussed him out because he only tipped him 20% during a snowstorm. Then he threatened the customer's life as he walked away in the snow.
That's a little much.
That is much.
Yeah.
Because I might have to say, well, let me tell you what we're about to do with this pizza, and you ain't going to like it.
Yeah, because I got news for you. If that does bother you that bad, to that point, you might want to find something else.
Let me ask you this.
Because that's going to happen.
Greg, we asked that great question. Is it worth this?
Yeah, is it worth this or that?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yak, yiggity yak.
That person just came in the parking lot, easy peasy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that truck coming quick. That was good. That was reassuring. And we'll tip for Speedy, too.
Well, yeah. Would y'all like me to go cut donuts next segment outside the window?
Would you mind?
Yeah, I would.
Can you keep it off everybody else's car?
That's going to be hard.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
Look at Pal.
Greg, we're asking the question on local. We're watching local morning TV. One of our TVs does that every day because there's nothing quite better. Do you think these people made it in through the ice and snow, or they're running reruns?
We're running reruns.
I think it's reruns because that's the third group I've seen.
Yeah, we're showing everybody that's ever been on there.
Now, Bubba did make a point on the first guy we saw that this was the day they've been having the calendar forever.
Yeah.
And they're about to get to.
Hey, look out!
Yeah, they're about to be seen by the whole by the ABC 3340 crew, and they got there. They did whatever it took.
I'd like to interview that guy.
Who?
The guy that just pulled up. So what's it like out there?
Yeah, I know.
He didn't fall, so that's good.
Greg wanted him to, but
I wanted him to slip a little.
Greg, it looks like that Carl's calling from Arkansas.
Oh, Carl wants to weigh in on the snow.
Carl, y'all okay? I know y'all got a lot of major snow.
Yes, sir. We're going to make it. And it says Carl Childers. Listen now, I need to talk to the folks in Birmingham.
Okay.
Y'all bring in boys some mustard and biscuits or some potted meat and soda crackers. They going to be hungry later on. They're going to need some coffee, too. Coffee will keep them warm. I can't drink coffee. Coffee kind of makes me nervous when I drink it.
This is the best ever.
All right, there.
All right, thank you, Carl.
Listen, we've had a lot of attempts at Carl. That is the real deal.
It is the real deal. I feel like I'm talking to him.
I did. I mean, he studied him, man. He has studied him.
Oh, when you know the thing about coffee makes me nervous when I drink it. When you know that, it always gets the potted meat and soda crackers in there.
Biscuit.
The mustard and biscuit thing he talked about a lot.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I don't know.
Do you like mustard on pig in the blanket?
Yeah,
do you like mustard on pigs in the blanket?
What happened to pigs in the blanket just then?
Because I was thinking about a mustard, and he said a biscuit or
No,
whatever.
I'm saying the way you tried to say it. When you like mustard,
I had a popcorn kernel right there.
I knew something got you.
Yeah, I thought you might have been rushing it.
There was a little bit of that, but it was more of the popcorn.
But to answer your question, absolutely. That's good.
Yeah.
I want my pig in a blanket, little brown.
I never really use mustard except for that.
That's about it.
I like that.
Corn
A
dog.
corn dog, too.
I'll give you that.
Rod in Oxford, Alabama. Rod, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Rod.
Football.
What's that?
Get outside there and play some football. 3-on-3.
No,
we used
look,
to do it.
let me tell you something. In Cheehaw Acres, #1, Oxford, Alabama, if it remotely, snowed, snowball, whatever year it was, would happen. And if you weren't playing in the snowball, you were nothing.
Nothing.
I mean,
it could even be dandruff, and we'd get out there and play.
And if you planned ahead enough that you brought your cleats with you, you were going to dominate.
You dominated.
You dominated.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you who was rough in the snow was old Bill Stone.
Oh.
Let me tell you something. Who the Glowstone? Golly, he was a handful. The only time you could ever stop their offense is when he had to have a smoke break.
Oh, they'd take a smoke break.
And when he was over there, had to smoke a minute, then you could kind of get up on him a little, catch up a little bit.
He was short yardage guy.
But when they brought the Glowstone in at fullback, some gun in the snow, you might as well been out there trying to tackle a 4-wheel drive. I mean, you remember that? Oh, yeah. He was a handful, and he never played real organized football.
No, he'd had to quit smoking.
Because the discipline of what that required was not up to. Bill was not into that.
No.
But you talk about
in a backyard for 15, 20 minutes, he was heck.
You talk about a big old. I'm talking about raw bone. Young man, he was a handful. And of course, he had a beard since he was 12.
Sure, he stunk early.
Yeah.
Of course, those games would last forever.
Forever.
Ever. We'd get out there and get all numb.
Yes.
Because it's cold. Now we're used to it.
Yes. Matter of fact, there was always this angst that started, and it got a little rough, is when the organized football guys would kind of come into the unorganized football guys' world to be on some of the teams. It's like those guys took it. This is our time to show that we can play with them.
Time to shine, baby. Yeah. It's time to shine.
But they had no issue with when football season came back, sitting up in the top right of our stadium and have, of course, your little bourbon and Coke ready to go. And they would sit up there in the corner and cheer us on. They didn't have any problem with that. They'd stand up on 3rd and short. That kind of
that's
stuff.
nice.
They'd have signs called Bill's Boys.
Yeah.
And I love that they had the realization that though they loved our dad, they knew that what he required of them from a discipline standpoint, they could never do. Mm-hmm. So they would just.
So they had an understanding.
They had an understanding about it.
Yeah.
And some of them, by the way, really good athletes. Really, but they just that organized thing they just couldn't do.
They couldn't do it.
The commitment wasn't there.
Yeah.
Over the break, when my dad was in town, me and my boys were sitting around with him. We were talking about like me growing up and stuff, and how we would used to play the sports in the neighborhood and one of the yards or something.
Your neighbors.
And we didn't have texts and calls, and so I talked to him about how Dad used to whistle, and if I heard that whistle, I knew it was time to come home.
Yep.
And you didn't want to hear the third whistle.
No.
Okay, because that meant that you're in trouble.
He had you trained like a hound dog.
But it would always be that first whistle, and it would be, come on, man, one more play. Hold on, we get the last drive. And then you're like, just stay. And then here comes the second whistle.
Yeah.
And then you're like, man, I got to go.
What do y'all think? How did we get everybody there? Was it just kind of known that you would just start flocking to the field?
Yeah.
Well,
how'd you get the word out?
people kind of checked in. They rode their bike.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
You know,
knocked on a door actually,
And I remember
and said, "Hey, can Rick come out and play?"
Well, since Greg and I had knocked out the window pane, I guess Mom and Dad couldn't afford to replace it. Our friends would pull back the plastic, reach in and grab us in the bed and say, "Come on outside, let's play."
Oh, really?
No, they really did do
That's
that.
funny.
Yeah, of course, one time they grabbed my great aunt. She was
sleeping in Rick's. Yeah,
it scared the living.
Scared both of them.
It scared them real bad. A lot of screaming.
Lot
in there.
screaming.
When Greg the Bull Olsen grabs your aunt
And shakes her.
Yeah. that absolutely happened. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As the whole crowd is watching, I'm sure we would be screaming.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it would be. If we think,
I'm laughing. I don't know the guy.
If we think somebody from the flag line chasing Bubba out's funny, that's nothing compared to this.
Right.
I mean,
Well, you should have gave her a piggyback ride. That goes better.
Well, you got your strength. You've got your.
He thinks he's the man right here, huh?
Hey, look, I got lady.
Y'all, his left knee went.
He cannot meet the physical demands of this appreciation. So that was but she is okay. I don't know. Is anybody that care about him? How's he doing? He didn't look like he was in too good shape.
No. Oh, y'all. When he goes down,
we don't get any update on him, how he's doing.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm seeing something.
Wait a minute.
Okay, I see it now.
Wait a minute.
Helmsy, I see what you're talking
I'm
about.
telling you,
it's the right toe, the right foot steps off
so he
the
gets
stage.
too close to the stage.
Right there. You see that right foot?
He got hung. The right foot.
Yeah, it's the right foot, right above the Rick and Bubba.
He's too close to.
It looked like his knee. It looked like his knee.
He steps in a crease, and his ankle rolls, and his knee then buckles.
Yeah. It's almost like he steps off the stage, like you're talking about.
He does. I mean,
something.
I've got a different angle, and it shows the entire. Like you can see it's a wide shot. Now, there's a lot of cussing in it while we can't play it, but
yeah, it's yeah.
So he just gets to the edge of the stage, and the foot goes
correct.
off.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
His right ankle rolls.
Oh,
Well, he's certainly got a memory.
He does.
He does. It wasn't exactly what he was hoping for.
No.
Maybe he can get him a freeze frame before he fell.
Right.
You know?
Right. Well.
And it looks, but like the angle I've got. If you look at
Please
his,
tell me y'all got a shot at me before I fell off the stage.
right.
Is that what you're saying?
Or my knee buckled, right.
Right.
here's what I've got,
Okay.
and you'll see his. That's thing. Oh, good lord! Well, it's a piece of junk anyway.
Yeah.
You
watch
dropped that. You dropped that.
Watch
about like
his.
she did.
Watch his left. Once he goes, watch his left.
Y'all, he is riding. Look at that. He is the man.
Look at his left leg. Look at his left leg right there.
Oh my goodness.
Does that not look bad?
Look
now
at that
you
again.
see me, now you don't.
Yeah. Do you think that did she weigh more than he expected?
Well, you saw him have to readjust.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it
Right.
looks like you see right
He just
here.
steps off. Watch.
Right
there.
Boom.
Rick, he's having time of his life. You know what it is? You see where the stage is real
Yeah.
fat, and then it's almost like you got a catwalk right there. He thought
Did you
the
say
whole
catwalk?
thing. He thought the whole thing was that wide, and then he steps off to the side.
Yeah, that right foot come
Yeah.
off the stage,
Yeah.
and then the left one.
Hey, he says his other knee hit pretty
I'm
hard.
telling
when
you,
he did that.
it's in a position that's not good.
Oh yeah, his
at all.
meniscus is gone.
That's something
Unbelievable.
That left knee. Hey, by the way, that left knee's hurt.
Yeah,
it really is.
Bubba, for a fleeting moment, he thinks he's the man. Doesn't
He can't believe. He just cannot believe.
I want to see if I can see any of his friends. Where are his friends? Are they anywhere near him?
And Lady Gaga got the microphone up in the air. I mean, she is just really.
I love the cameraman. He just sits there and looks at it. Wow, what can you do? What can you do? It happened so quick.
Right. By the way, unfortunately she got a low score because they said she still had 2 more seconds left to get the 8 seconds. she was not there.
yes.
They said,
So, do we have
They
any-
did say though she did save a horse though.
Yeah.
Yep.
But
Yeah, I got you. I got you. So there is no information on how he's doing, right?
No, who cares? I mean, he's just some fan.
Rick, Rick, I got it, and I'm going slow motion here. All right, we're going here.
Okay.
We're,
All right. So,
All right, we are the man right
Can we
now.
watch
Look, hey, microphone right there.
Right now, man. Hey, I got on stage and then
Ankle begins to go
now
right there.
Watch when the ankle goes off. Watch this other knee right here. I mean,
yeah,
it really
it buckles in, then it hits the stage.
Bam,
boom,
right
totally
there.
folded
and
up
now
under.
It's, now it's folded
with weight on top.
And to make it, now I'm gonna fall
look,
on
now
her.
my foot's gonna hang a little bit on the stage.
and
and
I'm gonna
down.
fall. All my weight's gonna fall on her. Boom.
Oh,
So
man.
was she able to finish the show?
They said she returned to the piano.
Had to sit down.
I was about to say.
Did she take a break?
Oh, we got views from
how
everywhere
long?
now.
All it said here in the story was this.
Where did it go?
I think here she's
said-
back on the piano now.
A fan said
What did she say when she comes back?
One fan said we legitimately thought she might be dead, and then it said, then it talks about everything she had before, but it says when they slip off the stage, Gaga lands on her back with a fan on top of her, which seemed to be the plan all along. But and it said fans seated nearby rushed to help them. And it doesn't say after that said that the star was soon back at her piano, performing another song. "35 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. As we work our way back, MyPillow, thank you. MyPillow.com/Bubba. This great American company has continued year after year to say to you, the Rick and Bubba audience, thank you. Thank you for your support. And, we say back to them, thank you for the great products. Thank you for the great prices. It's all working. It is a win-win, and the great prices and the great products continue. In 2024, over 200 or so unique offerings. Join us stocking up for all you need for this year from the great American company. For example, MyPillow hoodies are now just $29.99. Men's or women's pajama sets in an array of styles and fabrics, $39.99. The best bed sheets start at $24.98. MyPillow 2.0s are 50% off. MyPillows are $59.98. Down comforters are 60% off. Kitchen towels are just $18.74. And you can start your day with that delicious My Coffee, 100% Arabica, currently 50% off. And they'll give you a free Go Anywhere MyPillow. So all this is available now by going to MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so some other stories that we haven't gotten to. A lot of eyes, and we mentioned earlier in the program, but a lot of eyes are on the Alabama program because of the legend, the GOAT, retiring, Nick Saban. And now the DeBoer era begins, and now the building of the staff. Of course, a lot of staffs are moving around all over the country, and players too, if you're paying attention. But, one of the things is who is going to be the defensive coordinator, since Kevin Steele came back with Saban, but then retired with Saban. So who's going to be DC? And have you been surprised that the sources now are saying that the head coach of the South Alabama Jaguars, who South Alabama's put a great football team on the field, and he's done a good job there, that he is leaving to join the Alabama staff as defense coordinator.
Yeah, Kane Womack, that was reported by ESPN on Monday. The two did work together on Indiana's staff back in 2019.
Really?
Yeah, they were both coordinators.
Yeah.
Well, how about that?
DeBoer was the offensive coordinator, and he was the defensive coordinator.
Kane Womack, his story is quite.
Well, he was at Jack State when Taylor was there, and then his dad coached all in the SEC, and Georgia Tech, Ole Miss, a bunch of schools. And he got a D coordinator job in Illinois when he was like 26.
Wow.
So yeah, he's done a great job at South Alabama.
He has.
He has.
So talk to me about. I understand it on the surface, so I don't need that. But I'm talking about long term. Is this a good move for a head football coach of a smaller school to go DC?
100%.
And it gets you to the next step quicker.
Because this guy, I
Gets you to the
don't
next
know
step
this
quicker.
guy's goals at
Sure.
all, but my guess is for him to make this move, he wants a shot at a Power 5 job, Power 4, whatever we're saying these days. And to do that, you need to go. He's been a head coach. He's been a successful coach at a mid-major level, and now it's time for him to go be a DC and a coordinator, and then then he'll get looks. If you look at all these guys that have come, that's their. Nobody's hiring that guy to be a power forward.
Well, look at DeBoer.
Yeah,
I mean what he did.
And like I think
Rich
Rod.
Are you saying the coordinator path is the way to go as opposed to being the head coach?
Somebody like
100%.
Alabama, yeah.
But because he already has head coaching experience.
Check that box.
Yes, he can check that. I've done that. I succeeded at that. Now I'm in a big time program, the biggest that it gets. I'm their defensive coordinator, and you get a few years of that. Then a Power 4, you have some success. Then they're going to come and offer him a job. Rich Rod's different. When you look at him, he's coached big, so that's the kind of, if he was a coordinator or he was a head coach, they'll somehow hire him from Jacksonville State because he's already been to that Power 5. This guy hasn't, so it's a really good move for him. Up in pay and the experience, you're not going to get anywhere else.
And prior relationship with the head coach.
Yes, I didn't realize until Greg was telling me all this stuff. I didn't know his background. Boy, he's got a pedigree.
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm. How are we feeling about this name DeBoer?
I like it. I mean, I can handle it.
Are we okay with it?
As long as I got the Boer part.
Rick, they
How
said
do you say his first name?
He is
Karen.
Karen.
It's Kalen.
It's Kalen.
Kalen.
Pretty sure
Kalen
it's
DeBoer.
Karen.
It's
I'm pretty
not
sure
Karen.
it's Karen.
It's Kalen.
They said he is bringing offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb with him from Washington, as well as several other coaches and assistants.
Well, that's what you need to do. Show people in there.
Who's the first one to get a T-shirt bumper sticker that says talking about the offense to score?
That's good.
All right.
Rick, go ahead and patent that.
Let's score. Come on, offense. Let's score. How you like that?
That's good.
There's something to think about.
Beautiful.
Hmm?
I got to ask this. What? I mean, is it?
Let me write that down.
You get that one. Go ahead and get that.
Roll, Boer, roll.
Note to self: trademark to score. Okay.
Roll, Boer, roll.
Mm-hmm.
More like the elephant.
Okay, buddy.
Okay.
That doesn't even make sense.
Instead
You're
of
just using date.
Instead of a boar.
I got you. Like
We
the
got
animal.
boar. I said because the
Yeah.
Did driving that Subaru today affect you?
I think
I'm pretty sure it's Karen though. I'm reading it. I'm looking at it right now. It's clearly Karen.
Kalen. It's Kalen. Come on, offense. Let's score.
It's odd though.
I'm trademarking that.
Okay,
That's good.
Quick, do it.
When I see that they, you can do great things with images these days, but before he was even hired, they were putting coaches from all over in the Alabama gear, and it just doesn't look right to me. Like that's going to take some getting used to.
You're right.
All right, now I'd like the list of people that wanted the job that didn't get it.
I would like the
Wanted it,
list
didn't get it.
that
Well, that's a good
Alabama
list.
had that they worked. I want to know where he was at on the list.
Yeah, I want to know who 2 and 3 were.
Yeah,
or
yes.
was he 3?
You talking about who was before DeBoer?
Yes.
Or behind.
You know Sarkeesian was in there. You know that.
You would think so.
I heard there was the 4 that got down to the end. No,
And they got it down to
but
the
if
one.
the offense does not do good, will the crowd scream DeBoer?
Yes.
No. Yeah,
You just go right back to it.
They'll be
I'll tell you
DeBooing.
one thing: our offense is a DeBoer. You can already hear them.
Yeah.
But they'll be like DeBoo.
These are our people. We know what they're going to say.
Oh, this is our culture. We know it. Yeah. What about? Do you think Lane Kiffin wanted it?
I think he
Did he
probably,
want it? I'm not. We know he didn't
wanted
get
to be asked. I'm
Did
sure.
y'all see the? I love his post on I think it was Twitter where I saw this, and he probably posted everywhere. But when all the rumors were coming up, he took a picture of like right outside the Oxford airport, just to try to stir it up that I'm traveling, I'm doing something.
He
Y'all
loves stuff like that.
I know.
Yeah, and I do too. I would mess with people too all the time.
Did y'all? And this might have not been real. I might have this info wrong.
No.
But did y'all hear like there was some leaked audio of Lane Kiffin like turning down the job? Supposedly he was talking to his agent and saying, "No, I don't want to stay. I have everything I need to win where I'm at. I don't want the job. I don't want the job."
I heard about
did y'all
that
hear
too.
about-
Yeah,
was
I
that
did hear about
legit
that.
or not?
I don't know.
wasn't sure.
But who wants to hear from you? You think his name's Jane Kiffin?
Lane Kissin.
So
Okay.
you think Shark wanted it? Sark?
I don't think he wanted
No,
it.
I
think they
he's
offered
probably.
it.
I think he's probably happy at Texas.
Now he uses his leverage to get 4 more years.
Lots of money at Texas.
He'd be crazy to leave.
I think that was probably their number one, and either Lane or DeBoer was 2 and 3, and then Dabo was 4. That's what I think. Or maybe they went to Dabo first and he turned it down. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I don't see anybody else outside those 4. Do y'all?
Mm-hmm.
Who else?
Rich Rod.
Rick.
I was waiting on that.
Of course, Snadmeyer covered something there that might be a problem.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
And have Rich Rod supposedly had his shot there, turned it down.
Yeah, he did.
True or false?
Sitting up.
But I would be shocked if Alabama's list had anybody else on it other than those 4.
Terry Bowden.
Greg.
I mean, am I missing? Who am I missing? I feel like I'm missing somebody.
He's available.
Where's little Terry now?
He was
Dan
at
Lanning.
Louisiana
That was
Monroe.
the other one. Dan Lanning probably was
yeah,
on the list.
No, you're
Yeah.
right. Yeah, you're right.
So there was 5.
He was at Louisiana Monroe, and then he got relieved of his duties this year.
What about the Florida State? Who was?
Yeah,
he was
Norvell.
His name
His name was up.
So that's 6.
Yeah.
Or Lanning come out and said he didn't early. He come out and said
That's
early
right, he did.
that he didn't want it.
Yeah, then
he wasn't going
had
to
some
take
other
it.
things to say too.
Yeah.
The Dabo thing
And
is
talk
still
down to
strange.
I know. I mean, did anybody even ask Dabo?
I mean, he's one of the most successful former players.
I think
Absolutely.
I think Dabo will be interested in the job if DeBoer is not successful.
Yeah, if he defails.
He doesn't want to be the next guy. If it's a failure, then you may get another Dabo. But he's not coming in there being the next guy. No way.
Didn't realize Jimmy Sexton, represents Saban. He represents Lane Kiffin and our new guy Karen DeVore. Mike Norvell and Sark.
Yeah.
He represents them all.
Oh yeah.
So you know he was just.
Of course.
I mean,
he's
pulling
been doing
the
that for years.
strings.
He's been
You
doing
talking
that
about
for
the
years.
puppet master?
My
Picture
goodness.
coaches being the wheel of meat. He just spins it. He goes, I'll see where it lands.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Seemingly not seriously hurt. No mention of him. What about?
She sounds a little shaken up on the El piano there, but she's
Right.
making it.
I wish I knew what day.
Oh, we care about your health. Somebody screamed that.
No, I wish I knew the day of the week because I'm trying to think when's the next day he goes to work. Is it the next day or is this over the weekend?
Oh yeah, who is this guy?
Because whoever says, "Hey, I got a story from the weekend," he goes, "I bet I can top it."
Yeah.
Yeah. And then his buddies, of course, they've already told everybody before he could even tell it once. They're calling people on the way home. No matter what time of night it is, I say, "Wake up! I've got to tell you what happened."
Oh, y'all found another. Look at this other view. Look at this other view.
Oh my God! That's the worst view right there.
Oh my goodness! Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh no!
I'm sorry, America.
What game is Beth Mowins calling this weekend?
I'm sorry.
What game? ESPN2, Bubba. 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern. We have bad news for fans of Purdue and Iowa.
Oh no!
Purdue and Iowa at Iowa.
Look, she's safely out of the SEC. Rick.
You're talking about the Boilermakers.
Sorry,
Boilermakers.
You all right, Bubba?
And you know who they're taking on, Bubba? Hey,
you know, logically, if Beth drives us crazy, this drives us crazy too. You know?
Well, wait just a minute there, Mr.
Other than Rick saying funny things.
Hey, wait just a minute there, Mr. Bourgeois. You know who the Boilermakers are taking on, don't you?
The
Hawkeyes.
Yeah, the Hawkeyes.
The Iowa Hawkeyes. And let me tell you, they're going to have to convert. They're going to have to convert on third down.
Who's going to have to convert?
Hawkeyes.
Okay.
Convert over Boilermakers. Coming up this weekend. I can't wait to call it. I'll be sending it down there to the sidelines to Rocky. Rocky, get me an interview with a Hawkeye. If not, a Boilermaker will do. I hope they don't pull up a hammy.
Pull up a hammy?
You know who's going to probably win this game, don't you, Helmsley?
Who's that?
Whoever gets the most yards. Whoever piles up the most yards. Touch. Here's a touch. Yeah. So,
I don't like when Beth's looking at me.
I know. It's like she can see through.
I don't want to
Kinda-
see.
I don't know where to look.
Calvin.
Yeah.
Calvin.
Yeah.
Calvin. You got any other games you'd like me to look at? Calvin?
Well, I mean, what about right out of the gate on the SEC network?
SEC.
Auburn and Arkansas.
Now, you better come with your pants on the SEC. You talking about those Auburn Tigers?
Yes.
They're going to take on the Hogs. Arkansas. It'll be at Arkansas.
It will.
Hogs having some issues.
Can Beth call the Hogs?
Sue-wee! Here come the Hogs. You better believe I can call them Mr. Bourgeois.
You better believe I can do it. Them Tigers. What about Bo Nix? What about Bo Nix? Had some issues. Did not look good against the Gators.
No.
Had a bye week. You know where they played last week? Bye.
Bye.
They had a bye. Get old Bo Nix back. Is there a quarterback controversy? Bubba, you think there might be a quarterback controversy?
I notice how Bubba won't look at that.
Yeah, it's tough.
It is.
Sometimes you got to look at that backup. We'll see how Bo Nix fares.
What about Florida at South Carolina at the same time on ESPN?
You talking about Gators?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's talk about them Gamecocks.
Oh, boy.
How about that surprise over the Dogs? Nobody saw that one coming today, Hemsley. Huh? Hey, get cocky. Them Gamecocks. Yeah, the Cocks upset.
Okay.
Muschamp.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Muschamp. How you like old Muschamp?
Who?
Muschamp.
Who's he coach?
He coaches the Gamecocks of South Carolina. You know who he was going against, don't you? Kirby Smart.
Oh, boy.
Kirby didn't look so smart, did he?
No.
Buddy Holly missed a key field goal there. Cost him. Yeah. Here's to you, Peggy Sue.
It just seems so strange during the end of that game to see Georgia trying to play to tie the game.
Playing for
and
a
they were kind
tie.
of nonchalant on that last drive. I'm like,
Hey,
hurry up.
Bubba, how can you be like in the top 5 and go for a tie?
You've got the 12 o'clock game, so you like that time?
I like nooners. You know that. I like kicking that baby off at noon. I like.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our numbers. We're wrapping up another hour together. Thank you for being with us. You can find out everything you ever want to know about the show and then some by going to rickandbubba.com. You can find out all the different ways to hear the show live and or archived if you miss any part of the show. But you can also go there now and shop the Rick and Bubba store. Man, we've got some really fun 30th anniversary items there that you can enjoy. Now that you can get other things too, like some of you are emailing about this hoodie that I have on, or the other day when Bubba was wearing the Navy Rick and Bubba University sweatshirt. All that can be found there too. That's kind of evergreen stuff. But we have new items just for the 30th anniversary, and I know a lot of you are grabbing those, having fun with those. We hope you'll continue. And there'll be other items that are unique to this celebration this year that's coming out too. But if you want to find those, you can find them by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com, look under the store. The headline says it all, Bubba. First of all, haven't we come to the conclusion that Megalodon isn't real?
I think Megalodon was a prehistoric animal.
Okay.
I don't think there was any
He's not back
proof.
now.
It was an assumption, but these people do look for their teeth.
Yeah,
That's these two.
They're saying, but the fact that he's still alive and we think there's Megalodon still living, that is not.
No, they're prehistoric.
That's where the problem is, right?
Yeah. Now there was a mockumentary. A mockumentary came out.
I know
a few years ago, and these two fell for it.
That's not true, Greg.
You're just making it up.
Sensitive topic.
You're making it up.
Sensitive topic.
I've already proved my point over and over.
Right. Okay. So
for those of you who can't see him, he's laughing.
Okay.
Really hard.
They come in, they're going, man, you ain't gonna believe this.
I know. And this is a sensitive topic. I'd rather not be called.
I want to be on record that I didn't know that existed back in the day. That's what I was doing.
Understood.
I didn't think it was real now.
Understood.
You thought that mockumentary was real. Both of y'all did.
I did not, Greg. In order for
you
that,
remember that? It was Shark Week, and they
Greg,
came out.
I just told you I don't like remembering it.
Oh,
because I remember
you
y'all
fall for it too.
No, y'all got into it about it. It made me uncomfortable.
Did the asteroid kill them like they did the dinosaurs?
You know how I felt like a little kid who's standing in his room with his door shut while mom and daddy argue.
Yeah, stop, y'all stop.
So terrifying moment when an alligator emerges from murky water, Bubba, to clamp down on a shark tooth collector's head. Looking for some of the megalodon fossils. And is audio necessary? Is audio
on his head?
Is audio necessary here?
Yeah, I found a little. Here's the guy actually talking about it, and it will.
That's not a guy.
Well, that's not. Okay, give me 1 second, Greg.
Well, it may be.
Here we go.
Well,
could be.
You thought, what had happened to you?
I thought I got hit by a boat just because of the force I experienced. It was very powerful. It seemed a lot larger than it actually was. That's to me why it wasn't as scary, because there was no anticipation. It was just like you blink and things are different.
I think it's about to happen.
Yeah, how did
right
you
here.
realize it was a gator, though?
I saw her, so she did bite me twice before I knew what was happening. But I'm lucky.
Oh, there it is.
I was
There it
able
is.
to
Oh.
come up because I was at the
Golly.
bottom. It was about 8 feet deep, and in the video you can see that I just started to see the bottom.
I don't love shark teeth
But
that
I
much.
come up, and I see her looking at me, and we both
Wait to
hesitate.
see the top of his
I'm
head.
wrapping my head around what's happening. I see, oh, it was a gator. It wasn't a boat. She's looking at me. She gives me a second to feel my head.
Boy.
And actually, this part right here, you can see both parts of the snout a little bit.
Oh, my
But right now,
gosh.
it's just the bottom part.
Me, wow, it's the
Scars
shape
are
of her
all the way
snout.
up, so they can see both sides of the snout. This was ripped open.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
And hanging this way.
No.
Oh, that's
So
always
I felt
good.
my hair over here,
Oh.
and I had never felt my hair over here before. So that was like, okay, that was bad. And then I
Peeled his
see the blood
scalp.
on my
Did you
hand.
see that his girlfriend, or wife is tired of the story?
Yeah,
Did you
she's
see her just
bored
walk
with
through it? She's
She
folding.
is.
She's so, she's so sick of hearing this story.
She is. She's done with it.
Yeah.
She's done with him going into murky water looking for shark teeth, I think.
You know, all
Yeah,
she
I
could
don't
think
do
about,
that.
all she could think about was how many times she said, "I tell you what, if you keep looking for stupid shark teeth, why don't you get a job?
Serves you right.
You're gonna
Yeah.
get eaten by an alligator."
Good night.
And then it happened. Oh my gosh, look at that! There's the,
Guys.
there's
Yeah.
the staples.
Look at that.
That's a lot of staples.
No.
Frankenstein.
No.
So the thing that of course, I can't. I have to dive in here because one of my biggest, probably the thing I don't want the most is to be attacked by a wild animal,
Oh,
and then of course the worst is to be eaten and killed by it.
Oh,
I don't like to think about that. I think it's a horrible thing. So when I hear details like he gave.
Yeah,
it happened so fast. I didn't really have time to be terrified. I wasn't quite sure what was going on.
You couldn't see in that water.
Yeah,
I mean,
and he's like, I thought a boat propeller may have hit me. And is there in this situation? Are you almost pulling for that? I mean, I don't think you are because
boat hitting you in the head.
that's
ain't good
horrible.
either.
You probably don't survive it.
No, I mean it's right there on the list with being attacked.
I mean,
by
I
them.
can survive the alligator, but it's really, really bad. And
Everybody just stay out of the ocean.
is he by himself?
That's a big old megalodon tooth. I'll give him that.
Yeah, now they've actually found some, but I just don't know that going in where there's alligators or sharks is worth it.
I know. How much can you sell one of those things for?
I mean,
I know.
To me, it'd be better just to be at work, than that.
Would if someone gave you a megalodon tooth and it was on your desk, say like in your office?
Oh, that'd be cool.
And people
Yeah.
kept referencing it. Would you find yourself struggling not to just come straight out and say somebody gave that to me?
Yeah.
Would there be a kind of
No, I'd tell them
a temptation to say, "Boy, you wouldn't believe what I went through to get that."
Hey, how about they're not that expensive? You can get one. They're in the like $100 to $400 range
That's a
for a
lot.
megalodon tooth.
Right.
If it's over 4 inches, then you get a little bit more for it.
Okay.
Anybody care about that enough to get one?
No. Now these two might because they believe they're still out there.
No, but maybe Helmsley, but Speedy ain't writing a check for that.
No, that's
I
a
don't
good
care anything
point.
about it.
That's a
No
good
tooth.
They're measured using the diagonal. A lot of people don't know that.
Didn't know it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like measuring across the television.
Yes.
Always confused me.
I hate to bring up this because I know there's it's not all that important. Did we ever find out if our Waffle House order went through?
Apparently not.
It was going to be almost an hour before
I think
you
I
could
see
pick it up.
somebody.
Good gracious. Okay.
Wow. Somebody's out there in the parking lot eating it.
Right.
Okay.
Wow. Here's one for $75.
Let's see it. Oh, I don't need none of that.
2.5 inches. Okay, 3 inches around 75 bucks.
I'm not that impressed with shark teeth.
Oh,
There
this
it
one's
is.
6 inches and it's $900. Let's get that for the office.
By the way,
How do we
by the way, Bubba, I meant to
I
tell
know
you.
it.
You know, you and I both over the years, and I'm going to pull the trigger on it. By the way, over the years, you and I have been given a number of these challenge coins, and I don't know what to do with them.
Oh, yeah, we've got
but I
around
don't want to get rid of them. And I went while we were on vacation and began to Google the display cases, and they've got some. They're not all that expensive, and I'm about to get me one so I can have all mine displayed.
That's cool.
You know, because right
Nice.
now they're just in a drawer.
You know,
And
the problem is they're very decorative on both sides.
I know.
And what I wanted to do was like get a little treasure box and leave it open, put all of them in it.
Right.
So
They've
it
got
looks
things like
it
that.
was
You
a-
need to look. I mean,
yeah.
I found some stuff that I think there's one.
NASA.
If I set it up, if you go to one side, you see the front. If you go to
Yeah.
walk around the back,
Oh,
you
that's
see the
good.
back.
Yeah.
It's almost like an ant farm setup.
Yeah.
It's not. I mean, it's thicker than that. But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what
that saying where both sides have glass on it.
Yeah.
Where did I come up with ant farm? Do you remember when you were a kid? You thought having an ant farm. You thought having an ant farm was it.
That's about that and the Venus flytrap.
If you could order that off the back of a comic book.
Rick.
Do you remember that time we ordered
things look so good on the back of the comic book or the back of a cereal box?
Greg and
never
I
really lived up to the hype.
Greg and I got duped like we did on those bobbleheads that time.
Yes.
We saw the coolest ad on the back of a comic book for Revolutionary War soldiers.
Yes.
And we were so jacked, them against the Redcoats, and we ordered it, and they came in, and they were like this big. They were tiny, and they were just blue and red. They didn't even have cool uniforms on like they had in the picture or anything like that.
Now, they were better than the sea monkeys that we ordered.
No question about it.
Y'all got sea monkeys.
You remember the
too,
sea monkeys?
Oh, yeah.
I ordered a pack of 3 knives one time, and they were each like toothpick size. And then I ordered what I thought was a skateboard ramp, but then it just came in the mail. It was just the plans for the skateboard ramp. I said, I'm done ordering stuff. That's it.
The comic books burn you. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day. Find out how you can get any of the Rick and Bubba show you may miss today, and either our podcast archives or our YouTube archives.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.